Assalamu alaikum everyone, greetings. Tis I, the one and only Shimon. It is 2036. It's 20 o'clock, 36 minutes. It's 2036 here in Denmark. It's the 26th of August 2026. Lots of 26s. Lots of just numbers ending in 6. Anyways, I hope everyone is doing great. I'm doing quite alright. I need to really get some cleaning done very badly, so it's gonna be from my side fairly lazy, which is, if that's not your thing, that's totally fair. But we were just gonna like watch some himbo for a while, and I'm mostly just gonna like comment on shit in the background. At least if I'm actually doing what I need to do right now, then you will mostly hear me in the background, or occasionally me coming back and being like blah 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 blah, like adding on to Hassan's commentary with my own or whatever. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing great. Look at this spider, the yarn spider. It looks so cute doing this. I'm not sure if I've seen it do this before, but it is so incredibly adorable. Like, look at this little shit. Like, incredibly cute. Look at it. It's so cute. I love it. Okay, right. Enough of this. Exit game. And click here. There we go. And unmute the himbo. What the fuck?
I think at some point people have to recognize that they like this.
We're gonna watch the himbo.
They don't see it as a threat. Now, of course, the voters in the Democratic Party are a different.
The graphics will eventually go up,
right? I don't. When I talk about like Democrats, when I talk about liberals, I'm talking about liberal institutions.
Yeah. We'll watch the himbo. I will clean. You guys will chill in chat. We can talk shit about the himbo, or talk shit about whatever he's talking shit about, or whatever.
They are with socialists.
This is a almost safe
space. But the voters themselves,
maybe potentially.
The voters themselves. What is this? The one thing, dude. Haaretz has written like 17,000 opinion editorials on me.
Dude, it's so insane that Hassan is such a big topic. Like, every single like major politician in the US have like commented on Hassan's like
minor
it's insane.
Critical piece on Israel. They have to write like 17 pieces about how falafel actually is Israeli, and you're an anti-Semite if you don't. Like, it's so funny that they have to like balance it all the time. Okay.
Right.
They have to balance it all the time with like, oh, we allowed someone who is an anti-Zionist to speak on this paper. So now what we must do is write 15 think pieces about how, if you don't eat Sabra hummus, you're Adolf Hitler. It's so funny. The slanderous hit pieces against you are disgusting. Yeah, that piece did so well. It was on the front page for 30 days. People were defending you in the comments. Wait, really? The Haaretz readers were defending me? That's wild. That's wild. That's a little bit shocking. But in any case, Mike from Malaysia said, hit the gym and flood the algo with meat pics. Give him something to talk about. True. We're working on it. You have a lot of attention on you. I would ramp up. All right. Anyway, let's get started, folks. Let's get it twisted. Let's get started. Let's get talking. There's a lot of news to cover. It's not going to be mostly just like, when is the meetup? You mean meat like MEAT? I see that. Yeah, me and Hunter, we're gonna go meat for meat. Yeah, Haaretz has written numerous articles since that interview about how Joe Rogan of the left. Hassan Piker is much more of a Kardashian. Hassan Piker, should the Mossad kill him? Hassan Piker.
It's a lot more like, what the fuck does
Hassan
that
Piker, is he the worst anti-Semite since Adolf Hitler? We asked moderate Israelis, and they say he's significantly worse. It's like, it's so funny that Haaretz is like, oh, we let this guy talk, and defend international rights for an occupied peoples to fight back against their colonial occupants. So now we have to do our due diligence. We have to report as many. We have to write as many articles, as many hit pieces as fucking possible. DSA win in Oklahoma last night. Not a DSA win, but a Democratic Socialist win regardless. And that was cool. That was cool. Anyway, yeah, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into the Oklahoma victory. Shouts out to Oklahoma. We got the playlist. I'm seeing you in the start menu in the Office PCs, man. Oh no, I'm all over. I'm all over. People keep sending me photos of them at the gym and being like, "Why are you in every? You are on every television. You are on every television all the time for numerous hours throughout the day."
What the fuck? Why? Oh man, that's so ridiculous. Okay, maybe we'll do like
Very
himbo
cool.
in the corner while playing some what's it called? Some of the last spell.
Damn,
What do you
Austin
guys think?
cooked Cory Booker.
Simi playing it.
That's wild.
Actually, wait, no. I will wait with playing it until I
Glad
do
you
a
take
little bit more.
stances on lines being crossed repeatedly and unmistakably. Any comment on this guy? Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything?
Dingle was asked about you on CNN again.
Why is the quality so low?
Phoenix Democrat Michigan rep prays on CNN that Hassan Piker will not visit state until after election.
What?
I'm praying.
That's insane.
Yo, Debbie.
Well, I mean,
Debbie's
all of
just
this is
saying that 'cause
insane,
I haven't
but
been
this
posting
is
shirtless
insane
photos.
squad.
Do you see Ben Rhodes attacking the Dem leadership or installing Moskowitz? Yes, I did. Ben Hamas Rhodes, you mean? Yeah. Debbie Dingle said, "You're banned. You're banned from the state of Michigan, dude. I'm coming back, dude. Debbie, I'm coming back just for you." Just kidding.
Also,
anyway,
I bought, like a really nice fan.
Book a flight right now.
From this really nice.
Does this hate campaign hurt your ability to work with campaigns? Okay, two things, guys.
I mean, it is Chinese.
Two things.
At least
no, that's number one. And number two, who gives a shit? Like, if you, I don't think you guys understand. There are many more progressive and some not so progressive Democrats who are vying for the attention of this community all the time. Okay? Of course, they're not the Democrats who are speaking out and getting AIPAC checks to say stuff like, "This is the most vicious form of anti-Semitism. How dare you say Jews are not monolithic?"
He's such a huge fan. Like, this fan is this.
That's not like those guys are not the ones who are vying for our attention. But there are definitely a lot of Democrats that I don't always have on the stream that are obviously very aware of the
length of my arm,
the nature of this community. Yeah, huge they don't even make a point anymore. They just look at your clips in despair. Yeah, so.
Insanely pretty, actually. I really like it.
You got to check in with Dingle. Yeah, we'll get into all of that. But my point is this: this smear campaign, this manufactured outrage. If you think it's going to be impactful in any meaningful capacity, you would be wrong. The only thing that it will do. And I apologize to my Jewish fans on this one. The only thing that it has meaningfully done, and I have at least some level of anecdotal information on this, is that it will terrify your older relatives. Like, your older relatives are super tuned in, and they're watching this kind of stuff. They're reading these kinds of articles from Jewish Insider, JTA, and the like. And your older relatives think I'm truly the most anti-Semitic person on the planet. That is historically the most anti-Semitic person on the planet. So that's unfortunate. And I don't know if that's even something we can repair, at least in the interim. Our older relatives already thought you were a terrorist, Hassan. I have anecdotal evidence to law. Yeah, I mean, if they were sympathetic to Israel from the start, this is the type of media cycle that will absolutely make them 86 Hassan Piker. That's so funny. Just say you want to kill me, big dog. I don't understand why you had to be a pussy about it. Just that's so funny. He's doing the this is what Jim Comey was arrested for. I don't care. You're on Twitch. It doesn't matter. You can just literally you think I don't you think I don't hear from people who are just like, I'm going to come to your house and shoot you in the fucking head every day?
Yep. That's why I don't like leftists when they shit on Hassan like mindlessly. Like, bro is fighting for his life. Must mean you cannot criticize him, but I think criticism, especially among leftists, like in general, should be very principled.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the CIA visit to Russia.
Distinct, like, goal, a very important goal. Otherwise, it's just not worth giving the criticism publicly. Like, just shut the fuck up. Genuinely.
Keep your chin up
70 consecutive streams. Nice, thank you, Shenandoah. GOAT. One of my MVPs.
Oh, dude, here
this
it
fan
is.
is so cool. I wish I could show it to you. I need to, like,
difference between criticizing Israel and demonizing Zionists. No, there's not suggesting American Jews are responsible for anti-Semitism directed at them. This is largely true. Unfortunately, it's not his fault for recognizing it. When millions are listening, words can have dangerous consequences. Yes, and if you care about the well-being of Jews, one of the most dangerous things you could do is push hatred.
You could use
someone who isn't particularly against Jews
as
just
an
because they're
Asian
very much
parent
against
to,
Israel.
like,
Piker, in a less
punish a
sophisticated way, says more or less what Beinart says. I don't
Not
want to
only
excuse everything he
Asian
said,
parents,
but
but,
there's a clear difference
you-
between describing blowback and endorsing violence and people threatening people with it. His statement was taken
If you're
out
a
of context to
parent
attack
who
others, right? Disagreeing with his
used,
comparison
let's
between
say,
Hamas and
draconian
Zionism,
methods of disciplining your
it's not
children,
what he
you could
actually
use this
said.
fan for
But
that.
this other
I mean, you can
stuff,
almost use it as a
attacks
weapon.
against Jews to support Israel
Almost.
is not an accurate
It's a little bit
representation
too
of what he
flimsy
said.
for
It's
it, but
of course wrong
you can
to attack
almost use
anyone
it
for
for
ethnic
it.
reasons, but it is true that it happens when people blame ethnicities for the actions of a state. Yeah, I don't think that like J Street fans, like J Street style liberal Zionists, I don't think they're gonna look at what I said there and get mad. J Street itself will probably get mad. I don't know if they've
What
released
happens
a
if we
statement.
click here?
Some J Street Democrats have released statements complaining. But
Just a second, I'm gonna check something.
is he saying Beinart is anti-Semitic? No.
Oh.
I'm a 76-year-old progressive grandma, and I can honestly say I'm so glad for the DSA has such a smart, unapologetic spokesperson of universal healthcare and free Palestine. Keep it up. There's more of us than you'd think. Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. W grandma. Whenever I'm sitting here, by the way, it means I'm
Yeah,
procrastinating.
youngest Hassan Abi.
So whenever I'm
My
procrastinating, feel
grandparents
free
watched Fox
to
News
yell
interview
at
with
me
Abdul,
to
and
go
they're
back to
doubling down that he's
clean.
trying to enforce Sharia law. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'm so dreadfully aware of it. I really need to get that shit done. Why is it so?
So yeah, this is the state of affairs. Obviously, this is what's going on. People are still very much not all right in their assessment, and we are now on day 3 of the Hassan Piker is the most dangerous person that has ever actually been on American airwaves. Meta. Why can they not stop talking about you? Because what else can they talk about? What else could they possibly talk about, chat? I mean, seriously. For the Republicans, what could they talk about? Donald Trump's economy? How great the war is going? How great the Iran war is going?
Incredibly great. Really,
You think
truly,
that's what,
so great.
That's what they can run on?
Fine, I will go back to cleaning. Thank you,
Our
Chaz.
anti-immigrant agenda is doing wonders. Gary, Indiana is out of electricity for like
I
the
thought
past
for a second this
2.5 weeks
statue had
now.
like a speedo on.
We're doing great.
Okay.
We just purchased millions of dollars worth of shitty Argentinian cattle, which then had to be recalled instantaneously. Fantastic. Your food is poison. Your food is poison. We are in the throes of the decline of American empire. It's very clear. Everything sucks. Our trajectory is dog shit. What can the Republicans talk about? How lettuce makes you shit your brains out? No, they can't talk about anything. So, of course, they have to be like, look at this radical. What my frustration is not with the Republicans doing this and lying about me and lying about the candidates and all this stuff. I expect that. Of course they're going to lie. What do you mean? They're Republicans. They lie all the time. What would you... It would be more shocking if they sincerely offered like a fact-based coverage on anything that any Democrat or any socialist has ever done. So it's not surprising to me at all. From my perspective, what's been frustrating to watch is like establishment Democrats, the entire party center of power joining in unison with the Republicans to not just attack me, but using attacks against me as a not so subtle way to jab at Abdul El Sayed.
Thing, so I have an excuse to sit
anyway,
here for
here's
a
Debbie
bit.
Dingle. Let's take a look at what she had to say. I gotta go pee.
Distancing himself somewhat from far-left influencer Hassan Piker after Piker's very controversial comments about American Jews. El Sayed said in a statement that, quote, nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople, end quote. And he accused politicians and pundits of trying to make this race about a Twitch streamer. Are you satisfied with how El Sayed has handled this uproar?
No.
Look, I'm going to say this to you. I'm tired of people trying to drag me into it. I strongly disagree with many of the things that Hassan Piker has said, from Israel to, quite frankly, if you're a woman who has fought against sexual violence and domestic violence her whole life, what he has said about rape, etc., is simply inexcusable. I don't understand.
Okay, that's so fucking
some of the,
insane.
The
fuck do you mean? Fuck off.
And I got in trouble when I said, maybe it's generational. He works out and they say he looks buff. What he has said is just wrong. I think that what I know that this election's about in
I condemn what he said
being able
that I
to
heard out
reverse
of
the
context.
healthcare cuts that we've had in this country, the millions of Americans that don't have health care right now, the kids that are already going hungry. And
I also do genuinely feel like it's almost like a trope. It's like, oh, brown man, or, you know, Muslim man. Well, obviously he talks about, obviously he's misogynistic. I mean, men in general, obviously, are in one way or another, but like,
make it very clear to
especially,
that he doesn't
it's
agree
especially
with
apparent whenever
things
it's
that
like
Parker says.
a brown man or black man, then it's like extra, like it's almost like an assumption, like a pre-made assumption.
On getting
Hey, Nimdok, how you doing?
People
For the clips,
I represent and people around this country. I am the sponsor, the lead on Medicare for All in the Congress. I think if you're sick in this country, you should be able to go to the doctor when you need to go to the doctor and get the medicine that you need. I don't agree with a lot of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle.
Abdullah Said
some things, but I know what my values are, what we need to get done in the Congress, and that's what's at stake in the
Wait, did she mention my buff body again?
Use politicians and pundits of trying to make this race about a Twitch streamer. Are you satisfied with how...
Wait, did I blast off? Did I forget to blast off?
I really need to do like open...
oh my god, I didn't blast off.
Let me open PNG Tuber, and then maybe we'll also play with that a little bit.
Oh my god, I dove right into Debbie. I dove right into Debbie Dingle.
PNG Tuber? I don't...
Messed
maybe I didn't
up.
install
All right,
it,
ladies and
like,
gentlemen,
ever since
U.S.
moving
State
to
Department
Linux.
visa applications are paused. APAC makes a boss call that everyone can see. Canada trade war, China econ nuke, Iran war, continued manufactured outrage. Get in now. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
I just got a phone call for a pro police pack. What the fuck? Should I add that F word to the permitted list of terms? Yes. So that's why it keeps getting caught. I didn't know that just writing fucking would like.
Okay, that's a good one. Best we can do.
That's so funny. Thank you, Nimdog. Much appreciated.
Okay. How does Hassan Abi have has so much volume? Chat, has he revealed his hair routine? I don't have a hair routine. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. We blasted off, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what's up.
I guess you can. I guess in theory, like you can permit so many terms that it's like that automat just has to go like yes.
I think that we'll get better
permitted term fucking
in our comms overall. Right now, everyone is playing a defensive posture.
I didn't know that was even an option.
Right now, everyone is taking a defensive posture. They're very worried They're worried about not keeping the party together. And I think the centrist Democrats are using that fear that a lot of the candidates on the left have as a cudgel, as a way to consistently attack a vector, like consistently attack a prominent member of the left. The MFI denies that they made a boss call. President and CEO of Democratic Majority for Israel, Brian Romnick, dismissed Piker's claim against AIPAC in a statement provided to Fox News Digital, calling it a baseless conspiracy. Yeah, no, definitely.
Baseless conspiracy.
Hassan Piker has built his brand by peddling conspiracy theories and hateful rhetoric. Rather than take responsibility for his own odious remarks, he is now promoting a baseless conspiracy theory to explain the entirely predictable backlash against him, Romnick's statement read. We're pleased that so many Democratic officials have forcefully condemned his comments. Candidates who want to win have nothing to do with him. Yeah.
I can get a smoothie blender?
It's kind of funny. Ooh. It's kind of funny that they're like, oh, this is definitely a conspiracy theory. It's just like totally random. That it's all AIPAC Democrats.
Knives.
It's totally random. It's all AIPAC Democrats, but that's don't look at how much money they've gotten from AIPAC, please. That's also illegal. It should be illegal for you to mention.
What is a Santoku knife?
All of these candidates that have come out with the exact same statement, like pretty much the exact same statement.
Real quick, what is a Santoku knife?
Intimately, who Hassan Piker
What does that mean? What's the point of a Santoku knife? What is a Santoku knife? Everything you need to know. Okay. Wait, actually, that's right. Wikipedia. It's a three-word short knife for 3 uses knife, or bunka. It's a general-purpose kitchen knife originating in Japan. It's placed between blah blah blah. The sheep's foot to blade. Whoa, so it's just like it's a katana, epic.
I could be like, I'm a lobbyist.
It's a sheep's foot
DMFI
blade. Has a straight edge and a straight dull back that curves toward the edge at the end. Gives the most control because the dull back edge is made to be held by the fingers. Okay. The curves on an ankle, blah blah blah. The term song may refer to a wide variety of ingredients of the knife can handle fish, meat, and vegetables. Also, the task that can perform chopping, dicing, and slicing.
You think? Well, I mean,
interesting. I'm learning so much. With a Granson edge.
Josh Gottheimer knows.
I am curious about what this means. I think it's supposed to make it easier to chop stuff. Have you ever seen Forged in the Fire show? I don't know. I don't know. Let me check.
Richie Torres knows.
Forged in the Fire. I don't think I have. That looks cool though.
Someone just told them to write this statement.
It's an American competition series that airs on the History Channel and is produced by Outpost Entertainment and Left Field Entertainment Company. Gypso 4 bladesmiths compete in 3-round elimination contests to forge bladed weapons, with the overall winner receiving $10,000 and shows championship title Forged in the Fire champion. That's cool. I like that. That sounds like a great TV show.
At least we all know what would happen if the Democrats got their own Joe Rogan. They will eat him alive. I mean,
grounded generally rounded flutings ground into the edge that alternate either side of knives and extend blah designed for that.
Yeah, even if you dislike Hassan Piker,
why?
I don't know how liberal
Wait,
leftists
a nice must may also have intention holds. The purpose is to reduce adhesion of the food to the blades to produce a cleaner and easier cut. This is widely found in Japanese knives, and in the West is particularly found in meat carving knives, though also in knives for stuffed cheese and some useful for vegetables. Yeah, this one. Though I feel like these holes here are too big. Like, I feel like that makes it worse in a way. I learned so much from that show. That's cool. That makes sense. I also want to, at some point, watch, like, just cooking videos. Like, oh, maybe I should just subscribe to him right now. There's, like, this guy called, like, Alex something. Alex, like, some French guy called Alex who does, like, a cooking thingy.
I think there are a lot of people who are
Alex cooking.
They've seen it. They've seen these sorts of attacks.
Yeah, this guy.
Over and over again
French guy cooking.
Years, and this is just another
I really like his videos. Also binging with Babish. Like, these are people I genuinely have, like, learned a lot of cooking from. Not that I've not done any of the cool, like, cooking they've done, but it's fun to watch their videos, but also I feel like I learn from, what do you call it, like, I learn some things when I see these people cook. There's also, like, a specific guy how to cut an onion. Like, there's a specific, like, kitchen... Dude, what's it? Oh, you suck at cooking. Okay, we will also subscribe to You Suck at Cooking.
right? I know there are a
Actually,
lot of people in this community.
I don't
that are
remember if
going
we
to
learned
tell
something from
Hassan,
You
how
Suck at
can
Cooking,
say
but they're
that,
fun to watch
especially
now and
after
then.
the last week or so. I'm not talking about centrist Democrats.
Okay,
I'm not
going
talking
back
about Democrats
to
who've gotten paid by
the
Israel.
topic at
I'm
hand.
talking
Pinch
about
YouTuber is
just
also
regular
downloaded, so
Democratic
maybe we'll play with
voters.
that later.
I think regular Democratic voters, they hear
Gonna go
stuff
back
like
to
this, they
cooking.
see stuff like this, and either they go, why am I supposed to care about this? I don't know this guy. I don't really care. Or many of them actually go, you know what? Why are they attacking this guy in this unbelievably coordinated manner? This is a very clearly coordinated hit job. And if they already have sympathies for the Palestinian people, this kind of stuff backfires. This is exactly what happened against Abdul al-Sayed and myself in the primaries. That's it. I don't even think boomers are going to get scared.
26 by 37 centimeters. That's a good size cutting board. Yeah, I'll get that.
Right?
Let me just mark that. Then. So
Anyway,
maybe I'll
can
get
we do a
the
donation drive for
blender.
Gary? For Gary, Indiana? Yeah, we can do
Smoothie
that.
blender as well.
So here's the thing.
There we go.
Here's the thing, folks.
That's good.
A lot of people have been reaching out in the last couple of days being like, is everything okay? I'm so sorry that this is happening to you, all this stuff. And I'm really appreciative of the wonderful, kind, thoughtful comments, right? And I keep telling them the same thing that I've been telling, that I was telling people back in April, when the first line of coordinated smears opened up against Abdul el-Sayed and myself as well. Because they did the exact same thing back then. They said I was a heinous anti-Semite. I had these abhorrent perspectives. This time, I think they're blowing their load. I think the pro-Israel Democrats and the Zionist movement is blowing its load, because what they have quoted me on is so, like, what they're saying about me is so ridiculous, especially when you see the actual quote itself, that this level of panicked response is not going to invoke the reaction that they want. Because the reaction that they want is for everyone to be like, well, if my favorite politician, Cory Booker, doesn't like this guy, even though I'm pro-Palestine, I'm going to turn around and also say this Hassan Piker guy is bad. That's the goal, right? But you can't do that. You can't do that when it's a 90-10 issue.
Watching.
The problem is most people aren't seeing the quote. They're just hearing you say something bad. I know. But even that's not a problem. Okay?
Leaning. There we go.
They're trying to make you so toxic that no candidate will ever work with you again. Time will tell if that works. Here's the issue. These guys are dumb.
There you go.
They're
Excellent.
stupid. They think sincerely that me working with candidates is beneficial for me and not beneficial for the candidates. Or rather, they recognize that it's beneficial for the candidates and they want to stop it from happening, right? And they think if I get yelled at enough times, then candidates will shy away from working with me. Who cares? Why the fuck would that do anything to me? Electoralism is one fairly significant, but only one route. It's only one part of this theory of change. Elections are a popularity contest for your ideas, and we have proven them to be popular in spite of the attempts at subversion. We've already done our job. We've already done what we had to do. We brought in early donations. We allowed candidates to represent their ideas on a stage that they would never get by corporate gatekeepers, right? If candidates are too shy about that process, who cares? They can find their own route to success if they are capable of doing it. Right? But it doesn't actually impact our movement at all. Because here's the thing. No matter what happens, even if all candidates were to turn around and be like, oh, I can never go on Hassan's stream again. I am so scared. It's always going to be, it's always going to be smear after smear after smear. Okay.
You're saying things, Shimon?
You think normies give
That's
a
a good
fuck
point. I
about
will
candidates,
turn down
dude?
a little bit.
Even this community of political autists.
I am like saying shit in the
they
background,
leave
but
when I have
you
a candidate
bring up a
on.
very
They
good
don't
point. I
care.
should try and speak
Nobody
a little bit
actually
more
wants to
loudly.
hear from the candidates. I'm trying my best to make it
And
more
also,
palatable.
I need to yell
make it more
louder when
exciting
I'm
for
further
people.
away. And I will turn down the himbo a little bit.
So
let know if
it
the
doesn't
himbo is
do
too
anything
quiet.
to
Just
me.
do let me know.
Me going out and,
You're
and
very
helping
welcome,
candidates,
Himbo.
boosting them, campaigning with them, door knocking for them. You only think that this is beneficial for me if you're stuck with the old guard mentality. You're like, oh, he's just doing it for clout. Like, I don't give a shit. This is not good at all. It's also not easy at all to activate under 45-year-olds to go out and fight, to go out and participate in the primary elections in midterm season. If you want to cast that aside because you're too worried about what kind of candidates end up winning in the process, we'll go right ahead. But my point is this. My point is this, and I will repeat this over and over again. The left is here to stay. And I think the establishment understands that. And that's why they're trying to go after a messenger. That's why they're trying to defang the movement any way they can. That's also the reason why they are not so subtly attacking Abdul El-Sayed by way of attacking me. Right? That's what they're doing. This is Bernie Sanders 2016 all over again. It's Bernie Sanders 2020 all over again, except this time it's different because we are now watching what would happen if Bernie Sanders had won the primary. You understand? We are now watching how centrist Democrats would have operated if Bernie Sanders won the 2016 primary, won the 2020 primary. It's very clear. It's very clear that there are centrist Democrats who would rather lose than to allow a left flank, a Bernie-crat, a social democrat, or a democratic socialist to win. This is a test, not for Abdul El-Sayed necessarily, or not just for Abdul El-Sayed, but this is a test for AOC. This is a test for potentially Ro Khanna. This is a test for whoever has ambitions of higher office as a left flank candidate. Corporate ghouls will come after you with unbelievable severity, with severity that they do not invoke for Donald Trump.
This is a test
it's
for
true.
you as a left winger. Like, I think that's a very good way of framing it. Because it's true. You got it. I really like Hassan, like psychologically for so many reasons.
Debbie Dingle was
Yeah, I
asked.
agree. I'm curious, what do you mean by
Debbie Dingle
psychologically?
says the questions about Hassan Piker are Republican
I
attacks
very much
that
like
is meant to
Hassan
divide
because,
Democrats.
like,
Don't any reporter ask me
I mean,
again
he's an
about Hassan
amazing
Piker, says Debbie.
communicator. Like, for me, he's just like not perfect. Of course, no one is, but he's really, like, he is excellent at what he's doing. Like, genuinely excellent, in my opinion.
Queen.
And on top of that, for me,
So,
as like a Muslim
here's the
leftist
thing.
dude, it's a huge breath for like fresh air
They want
to like
they want
have a
you
prominent
going.
leftist
They
who is
want
like of
you
Muslim
to not
background and
feel
is not
hard.
constantly being
That is clear to
weird
me.
about religion.
They want
Like
us not to
that
participate
genuinely means a
in
lot.
this process.
Like
They
psychologists,
want
like
us
the way he
not
thinks,
to-
like the way
to
he
have
reasons, like the
any
way he
role
shows
in
complexities and applies. He
electoralism
stops
at
it.
all.
It makes
Okay.
sense. I like a lot of that as well. That's part why I find him
Not
to
to
be
glaze,
so
but I
excellent.
think you and this community
Thank
is
you
the
for
reason
explaining.
Abdul is the Democratic candidate in Michigan and
Thank you
Daria
for
Lisa in
explaining it.
Manhattan. And
It's
I care
something
about being
I've
able to
learned a lot
replicate
from
that in the
Hassan. Is
future.
like
So
how
even
to
if it's
express
boring, I
your
hope we can
like the
keep working
ideas,
with left
leftist ideas and
candidates.
stuff.
No, I will. I will,
And that's
of course,
also
always
what
keep working
something
with left
like
candidates.
that
Are you kidding me?
inspires me a lot.
Dude, she said you support rape. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. That's
Yes,
psychotic.
The lady did say that. It is
Dude, Debbie said some weird
insanely
stuff about you in that
fucked up.
clip.
Like, genuinely.
I mean, who cares? Who cares? It doesn't
Super
matter. I
fucked
think
up.
most people, here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. I think most people understand that if you're a prominent critic of Israel, they're just gonna fucking lie about you. That's the only thing that I have faith in. That's the broad point that I tried to that I was trying to get to. Right. The summary of all of these events is that if you oppose Israel very publicly, then Israel's defenders will lie, will smear you, will use a sophisticated influence peddling operation to come after you in a multi-pronged, multifaceted line of attack. That's it. They will lie about you. They will smear you. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter for two reasons. One, it's already over for Israel, right? In the minds of the majority of Americans, in the minds of the masses, is done. Israel is done. It's a pariah, and it will only get less popular as time goes on. That's number one. Number two, most people also despise the way that corporate media attacks critics of Israel. That's it. So when they see this kind of stuff, I don't think the impact of that. I don't think the impact.
I can't imagine. I love a Jewish progressive that feels like I'm
kind of
that feels like I'm
coordinated smear campaign.
But I was first public figure who said what I'd been thinking. I'm afraid to say
a lot of boomers looking at what I have to say.
No,
going,
exactly.
I'm terrified that
and
this guy is a
good public
popular
figure. My
in the
mom now
Democratic
knows who
Party.
son is, and she's a lib married to a
I
Trumper.
think they just go, why are they coming after this guy? Oh, it's because he's anti-Israel. Well, I'm
I mean,
anti-Israel
in
too.
general, in
Fuck 'em.
advertisement, yes, any publicity is good publicity, but I think specifically when it comes to this
Look, I'm gonna say
topic,
this
I
to
feel
you.
like
I'm tired of
not
people
necessarily
trying to drag me
though,
into it. I strongly
because it depends a little
disagree
bit,
with
since
many of the
this
things that
publicity
Hassan
does
Piker
risk
said,
him being
from
assassinated.
Israel to,
But
quite frankly,
yeah,
if
that
you're
is
a
Fox's
woman
logo burned
who
into his
has
TV.
fought against
That's
sexual
wait,
violence and
actually,
domestic violence her whole life,
that sounds so
what he
awesome.
has said about
That's so
rape,
funny.
etc., is simply inexcusable. I don't
So
understand
fucked up.
some of the followers and why they follow people.
What do you
And I
say
got in
about
trouble
rape?
when I said
It's
maybe
inexcusable.
generational.
Fuck off.
He works out, and they say he looks
Please,
buff.
Nimdok, take
What
a
he
picture
has
of it
said
next
is
time.
just wrong.
I must see
think
it.
that
You don't need to share it with the stream, but I must see it. I need to see
I'm
that.
sorry.
That
It's
sounds
still
amazing.
funny to me. Yeah, I know she accused me of something so heinous and something that's like completely untrue. But I can't get over the fact that she keeps saying that I'm buff. I know that's not the point, but like that in and of itself betrays the severity of the accusation. What do you mean? Oh, he's like a buff rapist? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Why would you follow that up? It just immediately betrays the heinous smear that you tied it to when you turn around and you say, you know, a lot of young people like this guy who is pro-rape apparently, maybe because he's hot. What are you saying, Debbie Dingle? Why are you saying stuff like this? It doesn't even make sense. Maybe it's because I'm not a fucking rape advocate, you psycho. What's wrong with you? Oh, like no one talks about an actual pro-rape, like a rape activist, if you want to call it that, Andrew Tate, in these terms, right? No one says like, well, a lot of young men love Andrew Tate, maybe because he's fucking buff. Okay. Maybe because of his hot bod. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
what I know that this election's about in November is being able to reverse the healthcare cuts that we've had in this country. The millions of Americans that don't have healthcare right now. The kids that are already going hungry, and the seniors, because we've cut the SNAP program. And we have to elect somebody that is not going to be a rubber stamp to the Trump policies we have seen the last 2 years. I think it's incumbent upon Abdul to make it very clear to people that he doesn't agree with things that Hassan Piker says. I pray we're not going to see him in Michigan from now until the election. But I'm focused on getting healthcare back to the people that
like, if I'm running around doing pro-rape advocacy, you should never want me to be in Michigan. Again, this also doesn't make sense. Oh, once the election's over, Hassan Piker's going to come back to Michigan so we can do like pro-rape rallies. You know who's pro-rape, by the way? Israel. The fuck? Israel had a pro-rape January 6th, Debbie.
Like he is amazing. He might be the reason why. Like Abdullah Sayed won. In fact, I would say Hassan is the reason why Abdullah Sayed won.
Me as like he has been Che Guevara style figure, which is very kind of them to do so. But I'm probably far less
he's incredible. But like the eyes he gives, like the notoriety they give is like huge, like fucking huge. Like
let's be real.
Like a lot of people underestimate.
I can't hold a candle to
we can't like measure it.
They are amazing.
But like when Hassan went to like the fucking Zarman Dani like election party,
I'm trying something entirely different.
It's
now,
like,
of course, the material
like
conditions are entirely
so
different.
Many chatters, like constantly chatters were going up to him.
Oh,
I'm helping.
Well, but like,
I helped in the Zarman Dani election. I did door knocking for him through you. Like so many people. Like it was constant. I remember watching that.
I mean,
like
IRL stream. Bernie as well. Bernie was like almost socialist, and like you look under the hood and everything that he was advocating for, and everything
one by one came out to him throughout the entire stream. While he was going to the venue to be like, yo, Hassan, I love your streams. I organized because of you. Like, fucking, it's so underestimated.
Of capitalism, dismantling of capitalism, and building socialism instead. When you are running
excellent, what's the word, trailblazer?
Electoral route, it's going to be incremental changes, and those incremental changes are basic social democracy. And
I mean, he's a
people who
movement
say
leader.
basic social democracy,
I don't know, like
cast
he's a
aside
great. He's a great
reincarnation.
He's a great like thought leader.
They're like, oh my God, you want socialized medicine? You want anti-militarism? You want our tax dollars to be spent here? What are you, fucking Joseph Stalin? Could you explain why people say you're pro-rape? Because they're lying, chatter. What do you mean? How else can I put this? They're lying. It could be a number of different reasons. They could be like, oh, he's an October 7 denialist or something. I don't know. It's just there's a million different ways that they lie about everything. I mean, look at the last 48 hours in the media, in the news cycle. They took a very basic quote of mine that I have repeated in speeches all around the world at this point, something that people have talked about for decades. Like Hannah Arendt wrote about this, about how like the blame would fall on the entire Jewish community if Israel is like presenting itself as a Jewish state that's going to be a violent state. Yeah, the attacks on Hassan the Hunter are Orwellian. He constantly is accused of things he has not said, and it works because even well-informed people of a certain age can barely use YouTube, let alone watch Twitch and understand Gen Z discourse. Might as well be the dark web. So he always reaches the normies through intermediaries that frame and distort his words. I have literally seen them share clips of him reading chatter comments as evidence of his own arguments. The level of online illiteracy is staggering. Normally, he'd have normie allied pundits that would put in the work of debunking these in mainstream media, but that's the issue. He has none because of what he says. It's frankly a depressing indictment on our current media environment. Yes.
Like knowing what the fuck they're doing. Like, it is weird. A lot of people are very competent.
It's
That's
true.
something you learn as you become a leftist. But a lot of people are also just competent.
Democrats are fighting war over a man most voters have never heard of.
At the same time,
I know.
just different things.
That's what makes it even sillier.
Yeah, when I said this, I got told a new one by a family. How can't hear you? Oh, what did I say? Giving language to my messy thoughts on all these Middle East matters. Literally, I was all on my head and my husband in the conversation answer him.
Or at least my impact.
We don't teach critical thinking in school. Even if you taught critical thinking, because we are taught that, it's still like news being like objective and stuff. It's just a given.
Because I'm sure there are plenty of fans
like in Denmark. That's how I would say. Like,
door knock for Angie Nixon, regardless of my
still just like
commentary.
A given that news are impartial and partiality is important. When it's just like it's bullshit. No one is impartial.
And the same goes for
people
Peggy
can
Flanagan,
can
right?
behave more impartially
So,
and stuff, and like genuinely seek to
I guess
be
that's some
impartial.
marginal
But if you
impact,
assume
but
that
the
news
media
are
doesn't
impartial,
understand
then they
my
will just like
role.
very
They just
openly
don't.
not be impartial, and
They
that's
do
just
not
being given
comprehend
like
the
seen as being
role that I
impartial.
play. They think it's just like, oh,
Like mainstream
I
news in
found
Denmark
out
are
about him
such
because
fucking
he's
ass. Like
going
they are
and doing
worse than the
campaigns with
BBC in some
people,
cases when it comes to, for example,
and that's the
Gardner.
only thing he does. They don't understand it. That's why they
This is a
think
really
like
nice
severing a
rice
tie
puff,
between
rice biscuit.
myself
Is there
and
math? Is there in the big
candidates,
post? Then writing in a
which, by the
circle.
way,
It's
will
not
be
directly
ineffective
closing
regardless.
formally. No, exactly.
But severing this
Same
tie
in
is
Denmark,
going
but it's
to
just like
hopefully destroy
it's
this
taught
movement
as a
broadly.
concept, but
It's
it's never really
stupid.
like actually taught
It's dumb.
beyond like, oh, when you read shit at
Not only is it dumb
from Wikipedia, you
because
gotta be
the
critical.
problems are not going to go away.
Like, gotta check
and
the
someone
sources.
like myself,
That's more or
I'm
less
simply
like
just
that's the only like real thing you actually
megaphone for
learn.
these
I'd say,
anxieties
if
that people
even that.
feel.
I was
A
surprised when I went
megaphone,
to England for
a
the second person
platform
days and
for
no
the
media allowed against the
frustration that
monarchy.
they feel
Oh yeah.
towards the current system, and how the current system places corporate profits over the interests of the masses.
And it's interesting because
simply
cursing
put.
on daytime TV in the US, I feel like is like not.
But as long
But at
as
least
these
like in
issues are not
news is.
solved, of course
I guess
people are
in
going to
news
look
and
for
England
an
is the same,
outlet.
but
And even if
no
it's
media
not
allowed
me,
against
it'll be
monarchy, which
someone
you
else.
look at England, you're like that's insane. But then there's like from an American perspective, but in the US you have like what do you call it? Like
It's that simple.
fuck, what do you
But of
call it?
course, the
Like
idea
you can't
that
really
no
talk
one
shit about
knows
the
me
president
now
and
is
stuff like
probably
as
wrong. There
directly.
will most likely be another poll
Like in a way,
that comes out. This is from Echelon Insights in April 2026. The new poll will show that I am an unbelievably toxic figure. Don't worry.
or like Israel
like,
or
People who are
yeah.
doing these sorts of polls
Yeah, I mean Israel, just Israel in general.
going to know me as someone who is odious, toxic, repulsive, violent figure.
You can't believe to my
is
church
a
value.
stain
True.
on American democracy or whatever, because that's the coverage. That's been the coverage. So now my disapprovals will be boosted. Yeah, people think I'm a goddamn terrorist, man. People think I'm a fucking terrorist. I mean, who gives a shit? Whatever, dude. I am a socialist. I am an anti-imperialist. At the heart of empire, at the heart of capitalism, the country that won the Cold War and defeated the USSR. You think I'm not used to getting yelled at? You think I'm not used to losing? If anything, I'm not used to winning. You think the last decade of people coming in here and yelling at me has made me shy away from saying my positions, saying the truth? No. Why the fuck would I stop now? This is what I don't understand. When people go, oh man, they're really coming after you. Maybe you should take a break. I'm like, fuck no. It's time to double down.
Yep. Like this
I go away, what happens?
This is what you should aim for as a leftist.
Someone else will take my stead. And if there isn't anyone else who's
like this
willing
is the
to
best
step up
case
to the plate,
scenario almost.
it still doesn't matter
because he's
the
alive.
issues are still here.
And
The
inshallah
anger
he'll
and
remain
resentment is still
I approve
here.
of us. Me too.
So you must ask yourself, is it
You're not
better
reinforced
that a lot of
behavior at
these
the peak of
young
standard
men
by giving in
feel
exactly.
rudderless?
Because
anxious
then
about
they're just
their
gonna like find some
future,
other shit
and
to
then
complain
much
about.
more malleable, much more susceptible
Okay, I'm gonna pre-roll an
right-wing
ad, subscribe if you
radicalization?
have not already.
Or
Yada yada
is
yada, that kind of stuff.
a
Subscribe to
perspective
help the
like
stream
mine
and
perhaps a little
the
bit more
World
productive?
Ummah Congress and the reunification of the Ummah and so on and so forth in the leftist
So no,
way.
I'm not gonna
Is like giving the
fucking
kid the cookie while the kid is throwing a
step
fit in the
away,
supermarket because
right?
parents said no. Yep, exactly. I mean, not exactly, but I'm, I'm sure that
Of course, I'm not gonna step away.
it makes sense in a way.
As long as these
I agree.
issues continue, as long as our politicians place the interests of corporate profits over the interests of the American working class, of course I'm going to be here. You understand? That's it. If you want me to step away, give us healthcare. If you want me to step away, embargo Israel, hold Israel accountable, and then I'll step away. Obviously, our job won't be done, but, I'll take it. Yeah, if you want to bribe me with silence, if you want to give me a bribe so I'll go away, then that's what you got to do. Okay? Yeah, and the embargo on Cuba. Put an embargo on Israel instead. That is how you can bribe me.
Coffee and
That's
cake,
how you
right?
can purchase my silence. But as
Also,
long as these problems persist,
if it sounds like a break, it would reinforce the behavior that got him to take that break.
I will
Exactly.
continue to operate. I will continue to yell about them.
Okay, I'm gonna move my mic
I
a
will
little bit.
continue to try and
cake.
solve these
The
issues.
coffee is here. So,
Yeah.
one of my favorite things I bought in the Netherlands was like.
But yeah, the slander continues.
It's so stupid. I'm such
But I am not
I'm such a
discouraged.
stupid autistic dude.
And you shouldn't be either. I think
'Cause
that we will get out on the
I
other
bought
side of this,
an ice cube tray
this manufactured outrage campaign
with
a stronger
like
movement,
in the shape of a
a
handguns.
stronger community overall with
It's
new
the
members in
dumbest
our
fucking
ranks.
thing. I love
I
autism so much. Me
guarantee
too.
you.
Well, mostly.
Okay.
And then there are a lot of times where I don't. Like, for example, if I was
100%.
not neurodivergent this way, I
And
would
the
have
reason why I know that is
probably have an
because,
easier life.
again,
That's so awesome. I know,
they're
right?
so
It's so sick.
overbearing.
Wait. Gun ice
Americans
cube
broadly do not trust
tray.
corporate media. They despise
I want to see if like I
mainstream
mean, it's probably
media
not gonna
now,
show up.
whether it be Fox
Oh,
News
it
or
might
even
be.
CNN or
It looks like this
MSNBC.
one actually.
And they also don't.
It does
like
look like
these
this one.
figures. They don't. It's not like there are Elisa
It might-
Slotkin fans out there.
No,
It's
I
not
think
like
it's
there
literally
are
this one.
a
Yeah.
tremendous
No, it
number
is
of
this
Jackie
one.
Rosen fans out there. Hakeem
Like the
Jeffries
bottom part, not the
fans,
top
right?
part. Bullets. Okay, the bullets are sick. That's
So
so
when
cool.
these guys get
How much does it
together
cost?
and release a coordinated
This one's
message
gonna be here, delivered to Denmark.
where
No,
they
see
say
similar items.
anti-Semitism has no place.
Skulls. Okay, these look so cool.
Anti-Semitism has no place in American discourse. Hassan Piker's
Wait,
an
what the
anti-Semite. He
fuck
must
is-
stop. I think by and large, most normies look at that and go, "Wait a minute, why are they
fuck
saying
me,
this
that's epic. I
about
have to get that
this
from my
guy?
hubs.
I've never
I can
heard
link
of
it
this
to you.
guy."
Let me just
And if they scratch the surface,
move away from that
and
one.
they find out.
There you go.
If they scratch the surface and they find
I
out
mean,
exactly
they have a flat
what
base.
I have said,
I'm not
and
gonna say anything more about
you know,
that.
The problem is not anything they're claiming
my
that I've
iced
said,
coffee
but
iced
instead
yet?
what I've said about Israel, they'll
It's
never.
not. Is the ice
They
cube even
won't
there?
turn
Is it
around
gone?
and go, "Yeah, I agree with Cory Booker." They'll say,
OMG, I
"Fuck
want to put
Cory
like
Booker."
blueberries or something inside the guns. That's such a great idea. That's a really cool idea.
So let them expose.
I mean, you could pretty much
themselves
just
on
like, I
these
guess like put
90-10
marmalade, no, not
issues.
marmalade, but like, just like crush up
them
berries.
take the
Actually,
side
just
of the
like get frozen
10%.
berries, like
That
throw
is
them.
our
Well, maybe
battle.
that's
Our battle
unhygienic.
is
I don't know.
to make
But like, just buy like frozen berries because
politics
that's
more
cheap. That's
responsive
made
to
ADHD
our
building
just
building
and righteous
ADHD.
demands.
Probably. I mean, I am AUDHD.
So we're going to
So-
continue doing that. Whether candidates are welcoming me on stage or not.
And I'm probably also some other things. There's like
If only they could be
there's like a
coordinated
social
about
thing
supporting
which
Chris Van Hollen's
I think one of the
proposed bill
things which like
prohibiting the
gets
sale of
attributed
US
to
weapons
women a
the
lot.
UAE until they
I
stop
think
their
I might have
involvement
that,
in the
but I'm not
Sudanese civil war
sure.
where the UAE is abetting mass rape and genocide. Of
Because I'm
course,
very much
there
not the
are a
I'm like very
million
much the
things
hot and
that
cold type
Democrats,
in a way.
these sorts of centrist Democrats,
And with age, like
with a level
I've been
of
able to
power
control
and
that better,
prominence
but
could be pushing for, but
oh,
they're
60%
not. And I
of my
think
patients
people
are
are sick
ASD.
and tired of
Like
it. This
such
is
thing that's
exactly what
attributed
people
to
are
it's like
fucking annoyed about the
what's it
modern
called? It's like
Democratic
women
Party.
get
This is what
misdiagnosed with that
caused
all the
me-
time. It's like
This is what caused me
it's
to
like
want to go out
what's it called again?
and get more involved with campaigns.
Something
and
about
to go out
feelings.
and actually
BPD?
get
Yes. I
socialists
don't think
elected
I'm
into
BP.
office to
Okay, I
begin
don't
with.
think I'm BPD. I
The
don't know.
anger and that
But I do know that I have
frustration
some very like
with the Democrats
hot
have
and cold,
not
I
gone
guess.
away.
some
These
emotional
people think that
stuff.
because
Borderline,
of
maybe.
the new
I need to read
momentum
more about it.
that DSC
I'm not going to assume I am
candidates
that. I know that I'm
you know, Bernie
AUDHD,
Kratz and
and I
left
know that
populists have
neurodivergence is
created
a very
around the
wide spectrum and very complicated,
is
but yeah.
actually going to solve their branding problem.
Dude, it's so insane, like,
No,
because I
you
caught up
keep
with
doing
Hassan's
stuff
like
like
stream
this,
from
people are going to
yesterday or
respond
something,
negatively to it.
and just like,
They're going to say there is a crisis
okay, let's just like look through
in
that while
America
I'm
right now with
here, and then I'll launch
Donald
stuff.
Trump, with
Because
Trumpism,
technically we are
with
all
MAGA,
neurodiverse. Yeah,
with growing
exactly.
fascism, ICE kidnapping our
It's just a
neighbors.
spectrum. Let me just like open this. Okay, let's see.
Oh my God!
It's
Congratulations
like
to Lindsey
it was like
Graham's sister,
insane, like seeing like
who doesn't know.
every like Trump has talked about Hassan now, like directly talking about crazy communist. Like Hakeem Jeffries is fucking
those
like
people
talked about condemning
but instead,
Hassan, like
the
fucking
intent
insane, man.
of
Where's it?
the
Is it here?
Republican
Yeah, here, there you go.
Of their religious beliefs or ethnicity
Like
or
fucking
race,
insane, man. Alright,
whatever
I'm back.
the
Welcome
case
back.
may
Let's go.
be.
HG lost track
That's
of time. We'll be
fundamentally
back up session.
inconsistent
No
with who
worries.
we are in this country.
Yes, indeed. Hassan
Have a
Piker's
lovely
clout
session.
among Democrats, though, particularly some younger
Perfect
Democratic
time.
voters, seems to be growing. We saw, for
Yeah,
example,
perfect. Actually,
his
yeah, perfect
prominence in
timing.
the Michigan Senate Democratic
Damn.
primary. So why not call him out by name in
You're
your
very
statement if you feel so passionately about this issue?
Fucking Wolf Blitzer. Insane. No, that's okay. I'm sure you'll still be here when Nimdog is back. Okay, we'll put Hassan back on while actually, real quick, what is LHS up to? Oh, they're watching a movie? What is this? Have a lovely movie time.
Not cry. Oh, that's awesome, Weeb.
Alright, going back
Squander
here.
it with regular frequency, and I
Okay,
suspect
let's
they're
put
doing it
this
because they don't care.
480, and let's see. Is the game scene thingy gonna work? Wait, oops, there we go.
This is what creates cynicism. This is what creates
Put
apathy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Alright, excellent.
When you have Adam Johnson says the extent
And
to
let's see
which
if we
our
can
nominally liberal party
Play
speaks
gaming.
in urgent
Let's see if we
moral
can do
tones
gaming at the same
about
time.
condemning critics of Israel,
And hopefully not
but
for
on
too
the
long.
planet
I'm gonna
boiling,
set a timer or
deaths from
something.
lack of health
It's
care, or
21:32.
children slaughtered in
Okay,
Gaza,
so
it's either support,
by 22
limp
o'clock,
hand-wringing, or
we'll
silence.
finish. We'll like I'll go back to cleaning. Okay?
So we
Inshallah.
cannot feel discouraged. We have to redouble on our efforts. We have to double down.
Okay, put
We have to
himbo
fight
there.
back against the smears, the slander, and we have to redirect people's attention to things that actually matter.
And video gaming here. Hopefully you can
Okay.
still see the video game fine.
And as Mortaza Hussein also said, this coordinated smear campaign is bizarre, and it's a bizarre spectacle, but it's only happening because
let me just move the
mainstream
gaming
media
screen a little bit
and mainstream
down.
politicians are still
Go.
operating under
What's the
the
game?
old
It is
centralized
the last
information model,
spell.
where you have
Basically,
a group of well-placed people
Nukes were
who
invented,
coordinate
and then
messaging and define
the
an
entire
agenda
world
at
was
a
ended by
particular moment in
nukes,
the
magical
past.
nukes.
In the
But then
past,
as the nuclear dust, magical nuclear dust settled, basically a bunch of monsters happened. Awesome, thank you.
Disseminating
Wait,
information.
scroll down. Second and third are
This
available.
kind of coordinated
Oh, yeah, that's
messaging
true.
campaign would destroy someone. Okay? It would be over, especially on an issue like anti-Semitism. If this
Basically
many
defend the
prominent
cities
apostles
that
come out and say this
they
guy's an
and,
anti-Semite, he's no good.
yeah.
It's done. In the last 3 years, that reality has shifted. More people are now aware of how much anti-Semitism is cynically weaponized against critics of Israel.
Indestructible.
From
Most
my
intriguing.
perspective, it also sucks because I care about anti-Semitism, and this obviously offers cover to real anti-Semites who are also themselves cynically using the unpopularity of Israel to drive home a nefarious agenda
Okay,
of Jew
level
hatred.
up time.
This offers them shelter too. 100%.
I switched to
But
PC, I
by
want
and
more delay
large,
now, don't ask. That's so
The
funny.
media keeps losing its credibility.
Okay, this one is our magic.
For the
person.
record.
Getting the more accuracy might be a good idea, actually.
For the record. There's also
But I think it's more
obviously
accuracy.
a big a big
Which perk is that?
Islamophobic trend line in this narrative as well. Okay?
Critical power. What is the crit chance? Total of 13.
And I'm gonna call it out
Set.
for Egg Boy over here, Matt Iglesias.
Mark skill. Every time instead of missing mana, get plus 4% critical.
This guy, Richard Yeselson, editorial board at Dissent Mag says, yup, a lot of people are going nuts about Piker. A leftist shock jock would at least ponder why this remark by a
System
liberal Zionist
version,
Jewish scholar
100%
said with
title
calm
only.
regret. Piker is saying the same thing, but
Ooh,
sounds triumphant
that's
and
useful.
smug about it. He's a bad messenger.
Magic
Okay,
damage is
this
good.
is someone
Still
talking
roll.
about Dove
Only
Waxman,
effects skills with the multi-hit
who
effects.
works for
Nice,
the
that's
Nexus
really
Project,
good
who also
for
yelled
magic.
at me, by
person.
the way, ironically enough. Nexus Project is a liberal Zionist institution.
Nimble
A
as long
liberal
as the hero
Zionist
isn't wounded,
institution
plus 50% dodge
is
and
supposed to actually be
more
tasked.
movement
It's
points.
almost like a like a more serious ADL. They care about anti-Semitism. They're not as,
Have you
as
played Great Red
bad
People
as
2?
the
Is it
ADL
out
is.
yet?
They're not as like overtly far right as the ADL is. They don't specifically care about defending Israel, right? They do actually want to combat anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's
Let's
still
give them let's give a
issues
critical
in their coverage,
rules.
but Dove wrote this thoughtful
Increase
piece,
crit chance
basically
for 10%
agreeing with a
missing
lot
mana
of what I
is
had to
quite
say.
good.
And so people said, "Oh, this
Never
is a
mind.
good
Do you
thread.
realize it's not out
The
yet?
fact that hatred of Israel can cause hatred of Jews and that Jews are being attacked
I'm
because they're
bugging.
associated with Israel does not mean
It's
that Jews
okay.
deserve to be hated or targeted because of this association, but it's not victim blaming the note that people make this association at least partly because the Jewish state itself and major Jewish groups outside of Israel continually
It says pre-order.
emphasize the connection between
There you
Jews and
go.
Israel and between Judaism and Zionism." There's two things that are taking place here that I think a lot of people don't even recognize. Okay?
Ooh, coagulation
There is a
would be good if
hidden
this guy did not
bias
have very shit
here.
traits.
That is simply put, Hassan can't say those things
He's a
because
bookworm.
he's saying it Islamically. Okay? And the other bias
what
is
can we get him?
only
Well,
Jewish
crit chance
people
is
can
not
speak
bad.
about these issues.
Momentum is also not
Okay?
bad. Poison
There's
damage.
a level of underlying Jewish exceptionalism.
He doesn't really have much.
And a
Okay,
level
we'll just
of
have to bank on
underlying
him getting a
and not
poison
so
weapon.
subtle Islamophobia.
I guess.
And it's crazy because, once again, Matt Iglesias feels
Crit
no
chance.
shame revealing this position. How is this a liberal universalist value, a liberal universalist humanist
Let's see.
approach?
Magic fuel, increase
Matt
by
Iglesias responds to
Hero's
Richard
Strength
Yeselson
mana.
with, yes, people respond. People respond differently. People respond very differently, he's trying to say, to an
People
idea
very
when it's
respond
expressed by
differently.
Jewish people who they believe are motivated by sincere concern
So
for
when an
Jewish
attack on the hero is
welfare
dodged by at least
than
one
when it's
unit,
expressed by
restore
people who they believe are
2
not
action
so
points.
motivated.
It could be useful in case he misses.
This argument quite literally is Hassan can't be concerned with Jewish welfare sincerely
Might be overload.
for some weird reason.
With 7 mana spent, restore 1
I
action
can't?
point. Ooh.
I haven't done enough work in this field. This is the exact same reason why, no matter how much Zoran aggressively, as a matter of fact, engages in this posture where he just like shows himself to be not only like careful about
Vampire when
anti-Semitism,
an
which
enemy
is
is
of course
using
supposed to be the
physical
case here,
damage,
the
so
mayor,
forth. Ooh.
but goes above and beyond, and people still turn around and say he is a rapacious Jew hater. Okay? And the same goes for Abdul. Because if your name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani, if your name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, if your name is Hassan
W
Pikat,
name.
okay, which is not even like that Muslim sounding, from my estimates at least,
Hassan is a very
then you
Muslim
cannot
sounding name.
sincerely be
I am wrong.
concerned with the rise of anti-Semitism.
Stop it,
This is Islamophobia. This assessment is, simply put, Islamophobic. That's it. I said pure racism from the egg. Of course, someone named Hassan can never sincerely care about Jewish welfare. Only Jews can say this about Jewish safety. Vulgar ethno-religious tribalism. Not very liberal, my guy. Not very liberal at all. Whatever happened to this guy's brain in the last 3 years that turned a standard liberal into a schlubby Ann Coulter needs to be studied by
Long weapon
science.
plus a skill
Oh,
range
Noah
saying you
Smith,
need
the
this
end
is
of the war on
rival
Islam, why
less.
America's decade and a half freak out over Islam is over. I give him a lot of points for getting up there and saying Islam is a religion of peace right after 9/11. There was an Islamophobic backlash in America, but much smaller than there would have been if Bush hadn't headed it off compared to FDR or to what Trump would have done. This is Noah Smith in August 31st, 2023. Post October 7,
So I'd work, but boss almost
went
while I'm
insane
watching
mode.
stream match.
he would like defend
Don't get
Bush.
So
He would
turn
defend Bush's like
closest hero
pleas
is
against
cheer.
Islamophobia
Yes,
rising in
please.
the country and stuff like that. Now, straight up
Straight up more damage could be used.
straight
Oh
up
shit!
constantly
I
talking about
misclicked.
Islamo-communism.
I misclicked. Fuck.
Why do you call him the egg? Matt Iglesias? Because he's bald and he looks
Progress
like
will
an
be
egg.
saved. That's annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna go to main menu. Maybe it'll reset the skills or something. I hope so. Probably not though. Oops, sorry. That's so annoying. I misclicked. That's so annoying. Okay, try this again.
So
Nope,
yeah,
I'm just screwed.
this is
Damn it.
pure racism through and through. And of
Okay,
course,
screw it. We'll give
it's the type of
we'll
racism.
give them more mana.
Well, most racism
That's
is
annoying.
unacknowledged, especially by parties
Careful,
that
we
are
need you
repeating
here.
it and believe it, right?
True.
But this is also the type of
Okay,
racism that
Reeves,
also
less critical,
is not
more
only not
accuracy, but more
discouraged,
detailed region
but
block.
it's persuasive. There's plenty permission in institutions that otherwise would be careful about racism, right? Islamophobia is allowed in mainstream discourse. It's welcomed in mainstream discourse. This is why Matty Iglesias can get away with saying stuff like
Matty
this, while
Iglesias.
simultaneously
Very cool sound.
calling himself a liberal, a centrist liberal who cares about humanitarian values, a pluralistic liberal democracy that is
David
diverse,
could be
right?
good for the slide panel.
What kind of
Level
defense is
4
this from
though.
Tim Miller?
One thing that
Let's see what Tim Miller had to say about this.
he's doing is stating clearly that he's committed to Jewish safety and he opposes anti-Semitism in all its forms and he loves his Jewish brothers and sisters. Are we getting the same thing from the other side? Are we getting a statement that's clear from Mike Rogers about the bigoted attacks against Muslims? I have not seen that.
Yeah, we can carry the flame at level 10 hype train. We're almost there. Plus 35% off gifted subs. 30
Subscribe to
seconds
me
remaining
instead
at
of
level
Hassan.
8, by the way.
I
haven't
need the
even
money more than
addressed
he
it.
does.
There is a plus
Subscribe to
30,
me instead
there
for
is a
much lower quality
35% off
content.
5+ gifted subs. And we're at level 8. We need
Okay,
a big...
Do
we
any
need
of
a
these
big
do
gifter
isolation
to keep
damage?
it
Or is
going.
isolation
20
just
seconds remaining.
always a
20
thing?
seconds, 10 seconds remaining. Let's see if we make it through the finish line here and take it to level 9. Oh my god. And we made it. We're at level 9 hype train at level 10.
Level 9 hype. What are the... How
At
many
level
levels
10
of
we
hype
will
train
carry
are
the
there
flame. We
even?
haven't
I have
carried
no
it
idea.
in a long time.
Okay. How many more buildings can
Level
we
8
build?
hype train complete. Level 9 hype
Or
train
mines,
almost
maybe?
complete as well.
I think that it is important that that we have a standard here
Okay,
that
buy
is
from,
equal on both sides. And I don't feel like that is happening. And I feel like
Still one
every
man,
time
hero.
Abdul Sayed goes anywhere, he has to answer for
That's plus
whatever
6 mana to the target hero.
anti-Israel or anti-Semitic or
Is it just like
borderline
always
anti-Semitic or
plus
imaginarily
6?
anti-Semitic
Wait, let me just
statements that
upgrade
some
it.
supporter of his said.
Let me put it
And
on.
Mike
I
Rogers
think
just gets to walk around
this
carte
one.
blanche having, his fucking goons like smearing private citizens because they have Muslim names.
This is a good take, by the way, and I do agree.
7
Yeah,
percent.
like there is a Republican operation right now that we've obviously covered a little bit, where they just go, anyone and everyone with a Muslim-sounding name that has ever been in proximity of Abdullah Sayed, regardless of their status as a school teacher or a college professor, doesn't matter. As private citizens, they're getting blasted on the timeline. Okay? They're getting
Okay, let's get
blasted
this
on the
top
fucking timeline.
sequence. I think, maybe? It's not like... I mean, +1 skill range is not something to go cut though.
It's actually unbelievable.
My ages.
Like I'm not a private
level
citizen,
selected,
right? I'm
and
a
we will
public
sub.
figure, so it's understandable.
Yeah,
that
okay,
people
it'll be
attack
a
me.
while till then.
But they're like, this is Abdul's school teacher from 5th grade, and
Also, you already subbed.
Said, Israel is bad. We need to dox this person right now. Abdul needs to address this person right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, we'll just sell these.
It's crazy.
So
Weapons.
I don't think it's okay. And I think that, over the last couple months of this campaign, it's important that there be equal treatment here.
Okay,
Because
you there.
getting back to Alicia and
So
what's
the
up
Max Manner,
Um,
this character.
my garage knows he
Isolation
doesn't have good economic
and
story.
also isolate targets.
And so he's going to keep
Tunism.
engaging in this trash and in this hypocritical BS in order to try to make the campaign about something else. I don't think it's going to work, but it's got to be pushed back on, or else it might.
So that's the only reason I can make the joke without feeling
I'm
bad
glad
about
that
it.
Tim Miller is, regardless of like my criticisms of Bulwark.
Wait,
I'm
why
glad
would you
Tim
feel-
Miller at least
why
like
would he be- wait, what is
understands
that
what
supposed
must
to-
be done. I know the bar is very low, especially considering that there are lifelong Democrats, lifelong Democrat operatives like
It just
Neil
grants
Cannon,
Max Health. Is it just
who
permanently
are
granting Max
far
Health?
more vicious
Because
about
so that's
Abdul
incredible.
and
Wow.
far more aggressive in their attacks against Abdul than Tim Miller is here. He's right. He's saying
I think it might be.
he
Damn.
is correctly identifying the issue here. I asked Abdul Al-Sayed about the criticism he's gotten from Dana Nessel and Hillary Scholten in recent days. Says he's had convos with some in the party. I think the question right now is how do we get together to beat Donald Trump? As that there are a few people who are still nursing wounds or grievances from the primary. I get it, losing is hard. I've lost before, but you know I hope that they take notice from Congresswoman Stevens. Hassan Piker's a streamer in California. You would think if you turned any media out that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. Yeah, exactly. So here's the other side of the story as well, right? Like obviously, not
Give
only
this
am I a
person a
streamer from
shield.
California,
But no,
I
we'll keep the
obviously
money.
have
Okay.
a lot of fans in
I
Michigan
think we're ready
as well,
for this
many of which
round. Let's see.
are very excited about Abdul Al-Sayed. But here's the problem. We, on our side, are willing to let bygones be bygones when it comes to seeking out the endorsements and keeping quiet about some figures that have said horrifying things in an effort to be as pragmatic as possible and to defeat the scourge of Trumpism in this country and to make necessary changes in American politics. And yet we are expected to constantly say, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that we won the primary. I'm so sorry that you know our candidates are winning. I'm so sorry. What can we do? What can we do for you? And that frustrates me to no end. It's like, I'm not running around shitting on Haley Stevens. I'm not running around shitting on Elisa Slotkin. I'm not running around shitting on these centrist Democrats.
All right, time to kill a horde of monsters.
Who have not placed the interests of the majority in their commentary, in their legislative agenda.
Okay, some of them are very far down.
Especially as it pertains to the issue of Israel. And yet,
some of them are very far away. What
these
the
guys
shit?
expect fealty. This should be a moment of grace. This should be a moment where if you are a Michigan politician, if you're a Michigan Democrat, this should be your moment to say, look, we have our disagreements. But of course, I'm going to support you unconditionally because that's what this is about. That's what building a broad anti-Trump movement is supposed to be about. And some have been able to pass this, low hurdle, this low bar. Some have been able to clear it, but many have not. This is a far too consequential moment to carry out petty factional infighting. I go back and forth on this stuff because on the one hand, I'm like, I was actually quite excited about the immediate unification around Abdul Al-Sayed and the aftermath of his primary victory. I was actually excited about what that meant for the future of this party, what that meant for the future of our movement in general. Like, will they actually turn around and say, all right, you guys are a part of this now. We're all in this together. We're all a part of this broad anti-Trump force, anti-Republican force, and we're going to work alongside one another, even if we have disagreements.
And you that don't have a lot of movement, that's just like
I didn't expect them to do that. I expected them to do what they're doing right now. But there was that brief moment of hope that I saw. That brief
The
moment
music
of
might be a little
solace,
bit
that
too
brief
loud,
moment of
yeah.
respite in the immediate aftermath of the
you're
primary, I was like,
correct.
damn,
It
okay.
is cool, but
We can maybe prove that our politics, our
sound a little
policy,
bit
our
more.
worldview is
43, there
actually
we go.
potentially
Excellent. I
successful.
think there's a good balance.
Like, it can be successful in places like
yeah, we
Michigan,
ended
because
it.
as long
not
as
much.
the establishment Democrats do not set up unnecessary hurdles in front of our movement, then we're good. As long as they step out of the way, we're good. And if they seek to unite under the same banner of anti-Republican, unite under the banner of being anti-Republican fighters, then all the better. But there are those who didn't step out of the way. There are those who are setting up
Sounds like it's pretty
unnecessary
good.
and
Yeah.
additional
I think
hurdles
it's very cool.
because
Oh shit,
they
I'm using
are
the
actively trying to
I'm using the wrong weapon.
torch this candidacy. They're
That's silly of
actively
me.
trying to throw the Senate majority
Oh, I
under the
can't move
bus
stuff
in an
around.
effort
Oh,
to
well.
in an effort to carry out a messaging operation to turn around and say, look, left populist politics doesn't work. It doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. You can't do it. To confirm their priors. It's incredible. And I'm shocked that more liberals,
Yo, that's a
more pundits
movement.
in mainstream outlets are not calling this. Yeah, how bad things are for Trump. He's now managed to go 5 points underwater on border security. This despite border crossings dropping to record lows on his watch. He is underwater on every issue, man. This is why Republicans have to run around and say, well, look at this Hassan Piker guy. But Democrats should not be leaning
Wait,
into
can this
that at
guy
all.
even...
In a functioning
How are we
democracy,
gonna hit
Dacian
these?
says, being compromised to this extent would disqualify you from holding political office. It takes a special kind of shamelessness to make a boogeyman out of a Twitch streamer as you cash checks from and parrot the propaganda of a genocidal ethno-state. It is shameless. It is repulsive. Usually a partied simply ignore a news cycle bad for their candidate and try to move on. See Dems on Biden in 2024, but instead they're coordinating in a way that makes it as damaging for him as possible.
this more?
Only
This
other
is-
EG like this I can think of is never Trump Republicans in 2016. Yeah. Outside of the U.S., there were also about 1,000 similar episodes like this with Jeremy Corbyn and Blairite labor members opposed to him. In that instance, they were actively sabotaging their own party's election chances and hoping to lose. And here's the other side of the story. Like, what is the issue that we are supposed to moderate on? What is the issue that Abdul is supposed to moderate on? Israel? Why the fuck would he moderate on Israel when his position on Israel is more popular than all of these other candidates that are pro-Israel? And not just popular for the Democratic Party's base, where it's a 90-10 issue. It's popular for independents. It's popular for conservatives under a certain age. Why would anybody moderate on that to lose? Same with Medicare for all.
Hassan obviously doesn't understand that it is only fake popular, it's not real popular.
It's incredible. Anyway,
Obviously.
John Favreau is calling on all Dems to take a don't talk about Hassan Piker for a day challenge. Can we do it? Lots of other topics to focus on with 69 days left in the midterms. Maybe if we're successful, we can try for a full week.
It's funny.
A lot of this stuff also turns into, oh, you're just
Nice
running
far from
away
over
from
into-
Hassan Piker being a toxic figure. Okay? That's what so many of these fucking freaks are saying.
You missed? Come on.
You can also just say the truth that you have deep disagreements with some of my commentary, or you find me to be a shock jock, but ultimately, broadly speaking,
And you the...
a lot of the ways that people cover me in the media are completely ridiculous. I am not an anti-Semite. I am against anti-Semitism, and have fought against anti-Semitism my whole life.
Go over here.
I
yeah,
fought
so-
against all forms of bigotry my whole life. You can say that.
Yeah, don't go too close. And then again, you
No
have
one
the
wants
full-
to
the
do it,
power
of course,
shot.
because then you
That's
get the
enough.
clip show immediately. Oh, what about this? What about this? What about this?
Okay. Miss. Oh wow, it is showing
It's
a lot
so
of shit.
crazy how we went from do you condemn Hamas to do you condemn Hassan in a matter of 3 years.
Yeah, it is.
Rokana
Little
had
bit
some
insane.
choice words here. He said, too many demotivated Democrats stayed home in 2016 and 2024. We can't repeat past mistakes. In this upcoming election, we need to quit calling Bernie Sanders an anti-Semite. Stop wasting time attacking Hassan Piker instead of Trump's robber baron corruption. Okay, I mean, you could have said, quit calling Bernie Sanders and Hassan Piker an anti-Semite. Don't put Israel hawks out of
Damn,
touch
that's messed
with our
up.
voters in charge of our Middle East policy. It is time for a reckoning. Are we a party that represents corporate interests and super PACs, or will we represent the American people?
Okay, keep.
The problem with this kind
Watch
of
what you're getting.
disassociation or like
Closest.
don't talk about Hassan style commentary is that it makes you look like you're running away. It makes you look like you're running away from the fundamental truth that Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite, but you still want access to his audience. That's the issue. Okay? Because it's not true. You shouldn't be seeking out anti-Semites. Okay? Ironically, that's my position. My position is you should
These
not be
flying
seeking out
ones
the
are very
endorsement
strong.
of vicious anti-Semites. Okay? Which is why you put yourself in this weird predicament when you go, I don't want to like defend this guy, even though I know he's not an anti-Semite. Otherwise, why the fuck would I go and seek out his endorsement, right?
Okay.
Oh,
go
he's an
over here and
anti-Semite.
hopefully
Oh,
block
he's
most of
a
these
terrorist, but he
attacks.
has a lot of fans. Is a fucking ridiculous position to have, guys.
Shit.
It's a
They might actually
ridiculous
reach the
position
wall,
to
I hope
have.
not.
You should not have that position.
Seriously,
If
no,
I was
that's
actually
fine.
a vicious Islamic jihadist, anti-Semitic terrorist, then you should never come to me and seek out my endorsement. You should never come to me and talk to me. That's fucking stupid. That's a stupid argument to make. And unfortunately, that's the best we can get right now in this election cycle, you know? But the reason why it doesn't make sense to the outsiders, to the onlookers, is because they're like, well, what do you mean? You're saying this guy is a fucking dangerous terrorist? You're not actually mentioning that he is not this dangerous terrorist at all. It's fucking bullshit. But you simply want his endorsement. It's so stupid. Anyway, Malak Kuros had a similar take here. It said, billionaires are draining our resources to develop a technology they want to replace us. Millions will lose Medicaid in the new year to pay for taxes for the rich, and we're spending billions on genocidal wars the voters oppose. But sure, let's keep talking about Hassan Piker. The thing that made me really respect you was how when everyone was throwing trans people under the bus, you never did. When everyone was throwing undocumented people under the bus, you never did. You actually defended amongst the most vulnerable when everyone else was happy to make the vulnerable even more unsafe. We don't forget who stands by us when it's unpopular. Of course, because I have values. I have a real moral compass, unlike many of these
And
fucking
you
cynical operatives,
will just
okay?
keep killing these
Yeah, by joining the pylon against Hassan Piker, Democrats and liberals are running the right's disinformation playbook for them, the same playbook the right uses before every election. This time around, the moral panic was created by a far-right pro-Israel account named Max Nordau. Nordau regularly posts vitriolic xenophobia, white supremacy, and Islamophobia alongside his main focus of defending Israel's genocide. He deceptively edited Hassan Piker's monologue to make it seem like a threat to American Jews. It wasn't the full clip. The full clip is here. We've seen the same bad faith disinfo attacks for a decade now against so many progressive leaders of color, from AOC to Ilhan Omar, and the Women's March in 2018 to Abdullah Sayed Piker and many others today. Many of the people who joined the pylon this time around claim to know better. This is a deliberate strategy by the right to demonize their opponents before the midterms. The playbook is so effective because
It's so funny this is
on
randomly
the other
attacks
side
on
of the
the
aisle keep
obstacles,
falling for it.
seemingly
Stop
randomly.
doing MAGA's work for them. Ben Lorber is 100% correct. This is the
Okay,
thing that I've
it's
been
10 o'clock.
most frustrated by.
As soon
I
as,
expect the
this
Republicans to be racist.
wave
I
is over,
expect them to be
we will,
monsters.
return this
But you know
over.
what I thought, sincerely?
Stuff.
That fucking some of these dumbass liberals would finally recognize how terrifying the Trump regime has been so far and fight back against it. Okay? I don't expect you to go above and beyond. I just expect you to say the truth. Okay? And at a time when, it requires a little bit of courage, I hope you can have that little bit of courage to say the truth. During the Trump 1.0 midterms, MAGA faced an image crisis. Unite the Right exposed their extremism. Pointing the finger at Women's March helped them change the narrative. Now anti-Semitism was an equal threat on both sides. Dems played right along. Same thing happening now. They want every respectable liberal between now and November to condemn Hassan Piker every time they open their mouth to condemn Nick Fuentes. They hope this will dampen turnout enough to blunt a blue wave at the ballot box. Don't fall for it. Debbie clip from Op
Move,
Town
that's
Hall.
fine. Do a little massacre as soon as they return. Some say. Be close.
Don't any reporter ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about. They're trying to make us. They're trying to divide us. And we gotta stop letting them try to divide us. I don't agree with Hassan Piker on a lot of stuff. And I really don't agree with him on some of the woman things he said.
The fuck do you mean some of the woman things? What?
So many followers. But having said that, I want to talk to you for a minute about what November is about.
They didn't like that part. They were like, Debbie, be honest. That's the irony, of course. Even in rooms like this, I'll keep it a $1.50. Many of you are in rooms like this. So if Debbie Dingle in a room in front of like a massive crowd of Democratic voters, because if you're in a room with lobbyists, if you're in a room with other media figures, if you're in a room with like pundits in a controlled environment, you can say whatever the fuck you want about me. But if you're in front of actual voters, Democratic Party voters, and you come out and you're like, Hassan Piker is this dangerous figure, they are not going to fucking put up with that shit. That's the major difference, by the way. That is the major difference. Most people don't know who the fuck I am, but the ones that do will absolutely say, that's bullshit. That is the biggest difference. Yep. That is the biggest divergence. Of course, it's the same principle behind Haley Stevens getting tremendous positive coverage in the primaries by the consulting class, by the pundits, wherever she went, and then getting booed in front of the Michigan Democratic Party when she went up on that stage. That's the difference, because people do not have the same considerations and the same fears that politicians do. For the people, their fears and their considerations are about, how am I going to pay for my next meal?
Oh, and they're closer.
Am I ever going to be able to purchase a home? Why are we sending so much money over to Israel when it's very clear that not only are they doing a genocide, but they're also subverting American democracy?
Hello, Chiari.
They do not care about Hassan Piker. Of course they don't. And the ones that do care are probably in those rooms right now because they're primed, they're activated, they're motivated to go out and participate, to do their civic duty. So what good does it do? I'm asking sincerely to any Democratic consultant, what good does it do, by your estimation, to actively try to deliver apathy to a key part of your base? Are you that fucking selfish? The answer is yes. For many of them, the answer absolutely is yes. They would rather lose than to win with anti-Zionism. That much is clear. And we're seeing the machine.
Okay. Let's get the prowess and stuff before
behind closed doors. Whether it be the Hakeem Jeffries meetup with Jared Kushner, the private meetup with Jared Kushner, that Jared Kushner most likely released to the media because he didn't get what he wanted out of Hakeem Jeffries to make him look bad. And he should look bad because it's a bad thing that he did.
Receive my blessings for thy wondrous accomplishments.
Or the fact that the House Foreign Affairs Committee got a bunch of new seat appointments.
Finally.
From some of the most pro-Israel Democrats in Congress, with the exception of Mark McCann, who's like the pro-Palestine side of the bargain. Okay?
Maybe armor variations.
House Democrats' pro-Israel wing gains power on panel overseeing foreign policy. They put Jared Moskowitz and Wesley Bell and Debbie Wasserman Schultz. One of the Democrats that complained about me yesterday dropped out
My apologies. That might
of
have
their
been loud.
position so they could reward Jared Moskowitz early. This is backdoor dealing. Dems are counting on people not noticing how they approach governing. Appointments on the House Foreign Affairs Committee are a signal of what the party cares about, and the disregard for war crimes and voter concerns could not be clearer, says Ben Rhodes. And he is right. He is right. This is how
W. Ben Rhodes.
they continue refusing to abide by the Democratic majority's wishes. This is how they say, fuck you. This kind of stuff is not as exciting for people as the latest and greatest Hassan Piker controversy that they cooked up. But this is how they operate behind closed doors when you're not paying attention. And perhaps this is part of the reason why they yell at me all the time, because I talk about this shit all the fucking time. Are you serious? You put 3 AIPAC Democrats in the House Foreign Affairs Committee? 3 AIPAC Democrats? This is a 90-10 issue. And you chose 3 of the most pro-Israel Democrats in your caucus to participate in the House Foreign Affairs Committee? What is Hakeem Jeffries doing?
Will you sell your assets to me, dear? Yes, I will. Scavenger camp, James Bond materials at production phase.
Ben Rose also had another good take. Said Democratic voters are expected to knock on doors, donate, make phone calls,
Lots
vote,
of
and deliver a
upgrades, lots of
majority,
weapons,
and then have their
damn.
views completely ignored. This is how
Let's get
we
them
breed
out.
apathy.
Let's
And
get
then
the
Democrats
damage
every
one.
4 years go, why is nobody voting for us? This
get
is
armor.
why.
Let's get the axes.
Because you are behaving like the pieces of shit that you are,
Let's get the
that only care
pistols.
about corporate donors,
Wait, are we out
your
of
lobbyist
essence?
friends,
No.
and the
Damn, that
interests of
was
a
quick.
fucking foreign country that is subverting American democracy, sometimes at your behest,
Okay,
but
real quick.
usually at the behest of the Republicans, because they do not
Reactions.
care who wins as long as Israel's desires are being satiated by those
Let's
in
take a quick
positions
chance.
of
Pretty
power,
high.
by being fulfilled by those in positions of power.
Real quick. Also build the instruction.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is why I'm not discouraged. This is why no matter how much they yell at me, these problems will
anyone? Yes, we
persist
can.
and people will still recognize
Must be
what the Democrats in
alcoholic
position of
battle
power are
rage.
doing and what the people are demanding. This is why there's so much anger and resentment towards establishment Democrats in this country. You might be able to win
Floppy and
voters
light truck
to
with
your side again, to vote for you again,
strong cultures.
with electability arguments over and
For
over
sure.
again. But every
He's such a
cycle,
random pickpocket.
every cycle
Not
that
bad.
you use
AC is
that,
good,
you
but
deploy that
precise.
electability argument, it softens its impact. It dulls that knife.
Heavy sleep and herbalist.
Eventually, you're going to have an agenda.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be honest with the voters. This is so
No
demoralizing,
major
man. I
variables.
fucking hate this party to my core. And if I could take every phone bank call, every hour canvassing, every cent I donate to this
Oh,
utterly
okay,
owned and
interesting.
worthless party, I would in a heartbeat.
Your capacity. Which capacity? Getting money would be useful.
This is not normal. Yeah, so far across the past 2 hours on Fox News, there have been 2 dedicated segments on Hassan Piker and close to 30 mentions. That
Good
number should climb
grief.
higher toward the end of the day, as Fox seems intent on making this a segment on most of their shows so far. El Sayed was mentioned around 15 times. They're mentioning me more than
Scale
Abdul El
launch
Sayed.
stuff.
It's
That is
unbelievable.
So insane, man. Hassan is. Fox News having Hassan derangement syndrome or whatever is.
Attorney General
so
Dana Nessel talked about you. I don't want to even see what she had to say. Oh,
Anyone else's safety.
Yeah, let me bring up something that is really fresh in my mind because it just happened over the course of the weekend. Abdul brought Hassan Piker, the stream.
I don't want to even hear from her. She's so nasty.
It's so insane, man. Come on. Ridiculous. Okay, when we hire someone from the inn, what level will they be? Okay, I guess they can just be high level as well. Neat.
How can you positively leverage all this negative coverage? My
If we
job
hire
is to
someone, who
open
will
up
it
people's
be?
eyes to the realities,
This
okay?
person is not
The
that
realities of this
impressive.
political machine. Because there are so many kind-hearted,
Another trend that started is
self-identifying
not bad,
liberals who actually agree with us, who go out and vote, and then are just so clueless as to
Cultist
why,
pushover.
on the back end, politics doesn't actually bend to their desires. They do all the right things, and then they go, okay, well, I participated in electoral democracy. Can you please now represent my interests? And these politicians never do. My job is to explain to you why that doesn't work. So in a moment like this, where the entire forces
Maybe Aaron
of the
Dewey.
Israel First wing of the Democratic Party have turned their enmity on me, when Fox News and the Republicans are shaking hands with many prominent establishment Democrats to not only attack me, but use me as a line of attack against Abdul al-Sayed to make sure that Abdul al-Sayed does not win his race. My job is to try and show people
Maybe we'll. No, you'll wait next night.
what
till we
the
record
system
someone. I think-
actually looks
I'll
like,
just-
why they're doing this, why they're
What we'll do
distracting you.
instead is go back to watching Hassan while
I'm
I
sure
can.
that there are going to be
That's what we'll do.
newcomers that hear all of this coverage and
we'll
go, let me go check this guy out for myself. This is usually how it works. Do you think this will draw condemnation? Democrats against Jared Moskowitz. Welcome to our new account. We are concerned Democrats in Florida 25 who cannot in good conscience vote for genocide ever again. We believe we have one chance to change the Democratic Party
Okay,
with what
going
little
back
power we
to
have, and that is to ensure Jared Moskowitz loses this November. That's so funny. Yeah, I wonder if people will cover this since and talk about how wonderful of a change of pace this is. How Jared Moskowitz has a lot to work for here to
Okay,
unite the
so
base.
Game 2, just chatting.
No, of course not.
And going back to cleaning stuff.
Yes, but meanwhile, the United States also has designated Palestine Action as a terrorist group.
That's so fucking funny. What?
Democratic
So
leadership
stupid,
plans to
man.
hand Middle East policy to a congressman who described himself last year as to the right
Right,
of
chat,
JD
just
Vance
like
on the
before.
Iran war and
If
more
you
in
hear me
line with
sitting
Lindsey
here,
Graham on the matter.
Close my mic.
I would
Speaking.
like to see actually
Yell at me
is
to go
a
back
little
to
tougher
cleaning.
language
Thank
coming
you.
out of the Trump administration. I'm to the right of this issue to the J.D. Vance Witkoff approach, and I agree, quite frankly, more with Senator Lindsey Graham and probably Senator Tom Cotton. Iran is the weakest they've been in a period of time. Now is not the time to appease them. Now is the time to put maximum pressure on them and make sure that we dismantle the nuclear program. I'm not saying we should start bombing the facility, but I'm saying all options should be on the table, right? That.
What the fuck? Is that cunt on about?
Watching the Democrats go full Zionism after 3 years of watching shredded babies on our screens means they give zero fucks about what 90% of their voters believe, and that should scare you, whether you're appalled by the genocide or not. Yes. These centrists are signaling they will not uphold the law. Yeah, here's Moskowitz once again being asked by Prem Talker of Zeteo, as long as you're an ally of ours, I'm not conditioning weapons to Israel.
Your impression of this conversation amongst your colleagues about the differences between offensive and defensive aid to Israel, and potentially choosing to condition aid to Israel based on them following international law.
There's been a debate up here for a long period of time on offensive weapons, okay? And I think that debate is appropriate. I don't have a problem with that. It's interesting that the debate now is going on to defensive weapons, because for the longest time, the folks that were against offensive weapons said, but we're for protecting civilians, and that's why we're for continuing either funding for Iron Dome or other THAAD missile systems, things of that nature. Now there's this new discussion that, okay, we don't want to provide money for defensive purposes, which seems to go against, obviously, this idea that we don't want civilians to be harmed. We have missile systems, obviously, other areas. We have THAAD missile systems in Qatar. We have THAAD missile systems in Saudi Arabia. We have THAAD missile systems in the UAE, all paid for by us. And we position genocides. And I think those are important. So I mean, this guy knows. I don't know where that debate will go, but I think that that's a mistake to start looking at defensive missile systems.
And on specific conditioning offensive, where do you stand on that? On conditioning it on the basis of Israel following international law, offensive.
Yeah,
weapons.
I've been very consistent. I'm not for conditioning military aid to our allies. Okay, which is why I've always supported.
Regardless of international law.
Which is why I've always supported aid to Ukraine and other things of that nature. So, I'm not changing my position on that.
Regardless of international law.
Well, they're a U.S. ally. So long as you're a U.S.
So the law doesn't apply?
What's that?
Does the law not apply to allies?
Well, our law applies, but as long as they're an ally of ours, I'm not for conditioning weapons to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coffee thing was decent. Not incredible.
Existing U.S. law already conditions military aid, but here's the incoming lead Democrat on a key foreign policy committee saying ahead of time that he will simply refuse to uphold the law. This is the guy we expect to do oversight on Trump's law breaking. I'll be honest with you, dude. Let's just say I won't be sad if Moskowitz isn't a winnable seat, okay? Especially after this committee assignment. I don't really care if people yell at me over this, but like, I want Democrats to actually fight back against Trump, especially when it comes to our foreign policy. And if the Democratic Party is like moving people like this, who have openly stated that they are pro Trump's Iran agenda, if he loses, it's already a very conservative district. It's not going, I'm not going to be all that sad. Luckily, we have plenty of other Democrats in plenty of other districts to win that House majority, so it doesn't fall on Jared Moskowitz. But this is collaborator shit, and he's openly saying that he is going to collaborate with the Trump administration on this key issue.
I'm so stressed about tomorrow. I need to get my home
What are we doing?
decently clean because I'm gonna get this.
Like at that point, you're basically saying, I'm basically a Republican, but on a Democratic committee.
Nice looking. But it's not
I'm basically a Republican, but in a Democratic committee. If the Democrats win the majority and we win power, I'm going to do the bidding of the Republican Party. That is irredeemable. That to me is completely unacceptable. That is,
Also,
that's so ridiculous, especially when we're talking about a 90-10 issue, man.
When all the shit you get done is like right-wing bullshit. Like it's just bullshit rhetoric at that point, you know? Like, who gives a shit?
Unfucking bearable.
Like that's just completely bloody pointless.
Frankly, before that, there's always this question of like, how or why are people so angry at all of it? And I think it's because too often when you hear about politics, you hear politics covered as sport, right? Like Hassan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think if you turned on any media that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. This campaign has always been about
that is what the campaign is about at this point.
The ability to send
It's barely about Abdullah Sayed.
the ability
Like,
to see a doctor in Michigan. Those are the questions I'm
not even as much as about Abdullah Sayed being a scary Muslim
that's what
anymore.
we've been doing across this
Like
campaign.
ridiculous.
And so, I'm less interested.
Is it still too
in going
quiet?
to the-
Hey yo, welcome back. I hope your session went well.
Where we cover this as like,
I got a huge fan from this like a Chinese shop in the Netherlands, like in Amsterdam, and it's like so cool. I need to take a picture of it.
Rogers has been the epitome of for a very long time.
It's not my fault that C-SPAN audio sucks, okay?
Let me see
Yeah.
if I can,
Meanwhile,
get
here's
this
Brian
picture.
Kilme.
Another thing to keep in mind is this guy said, I want to shoot Rick Scott. This guy said, I want the blood of capitalist
It was
blood should
awesome
flow in
to
the
see this
streets.
kid also. I mean, it
This
went from
guy
a
said
kid to an adolescent. It was cool.
Israel's
that's
worse
cute.
than Hamas.
Oh, good
he
grief.
Said that 9/11 was, we had 9/11 coming to us, and his walk back was comically insufficient. So this is not a
with 43 future feminists.
Bloody hell. Hello, greetings and welcome everyone. Assalamu alaikum, enchanté, здравствуйте. Well, hello. My name is Shimon. Thank you so much for the raid, Kairos. Hope you guys had a lovely stream. I'm a variety streamer. I am a Muslim, brown, like Bangladeshi origin. dude born and raised in Denmark. I do variety streams, I do news. At the moment, we're mainly just watching Hassan while I'm like trying to clean up around my home. I was about to take a picture of this awesome fan I bought in like a shop in Amsterdam because I was out traveling for a month. Yeah, specifically, I'm not Pakistani. I was about to take a picture, and then you guys raided. Welcome. I see that you have a very specific raid message for me, which you know what? I don't mind that. I think it's funny. Thank you for the follow, Ump3 Policio. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a pro Charlie Kirk channel. I'm a variety streamer. I'm an apolitical political streamer. I cover politics very apolitically, much like, you know, we talk about how incredible Charlie Kirk was, how incredible of a human being he was, and he definitely didn't say fucked up shit constantly, that kind of thing. But yeah, I do that. I do some news, mainly from I try to do, like when we cover American news, I do try to like, I want to cover news like from a more like European perspective as well. Like especially because, you know, born and raised in Denmark, things like you can apply a lot of the same things in the US and stuff like to here, and also it's interesting to compare this and just like, you know, have a European perspective on it. Like for example, and also I'm an organizer IRL and blah 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 blah. I also do gaming stuff. I really like video games, so I play a lot of video games, and I also want to. I'm a great advocate of socialism because of socialism is great because gaming. Under socialism, we will have better video games. This is a fact. Where Shimoni Kirky dwells with the day. In any case, welcome. Do join the Discord if you have not already to follow me, and we can give you a role. I need to set up an automated thing. Join the Shampire, and yeah, we shall continue watching the himbo. We're currently watching the
Really sophisticated,
hysteria, like
winning.
insaneness of American politics, where Hassan Piker, who is a very great
Of course,
inspiration
people
for me,
are going
and I
to.
think should
Of
be for
course,
a lot
people
of
are
other
going
leftists,
to react negatively. Who wants to lose
has
their
become
goddamn
a
job?
huge fixture of American politics. Ridiculous. We're watching that because I'm at the
If you're a
moment.
centrist
I
Democrat,
should be
if you're
cleaning,
a
and I'm
consultant,
procrastinating
if
a
you
lot,
work at a
but
think
mostly I'm
tank,
trying to clean.
And you see this wave, this left populist wave
Just
grow
so
within the
shit.
ranks of the Democratic Party, where lifelong Democrats, liberals, self-identified liberals are excited to vote for a
I hope you had a
candidate for
lovely
the first
stream. What
time
were you
ever, a
guys up
candidate
to?
that actually does not care about
Do
corporate
follow
donations.
if you have
Of
not
course, you're gonna be
already.
fucking terrified. You're like, my job is on the line.
This fan is so cool.
So they're not gonna give. They're not gonna give up on that.
I love
They're
seeing
not
the
going
non-American
to
political
overnight be like,
circles.
all right, I guess we're all
I mean,
socialists now. That's
sadly,
not gonna happen.
a lot of politics, like what I've learned, is
They're
a lot.
cornered.
It's
They're
actually easy
panicking.
enough to follow a lot of other politics now that it's on American politics,
And
at
they
least
will
like
fight
in
to protect
the
their
West.
jobs. Of course,
Because
they're
a lot
gonna
of
do
it is
that.
similar, just at a different stage, pretty much.
That's it.
And of course, like other factors and whatnot. I need to learn more about the
in
nitty gritty,
their
the
panic
specific details,
state,
specific people, but a lot of the things,
They're
a lot of the
going
patterns are the
above
same.
and beyond in their smears, and they're also
Your
trying
identity
to
specific
defend
Turkish narrative, exactly. I'm giving you sources
their
if you like.
emotional support
Sure.
apartheid state.
I
When
sound
it's
barking louder than you.
indefensible,
Yeah, sorry.
when its acts are not only indefensible,
Right, there we
but
go.
the
Hassan is
overwhelming
overrated fucker.
majority
Yeah, I don't think he's overrated.
those
He has a
acts
huge
to
effect
be
on politics.
abhorrent, morally repugnant.
He gets a lot of
and
shit
not
done.
worthy of support.
I think if anything, he is underrated. I mean, it
That's
depends
it.
a lot. Like there's a lot of different perspectives. I just
And
don't
that's
think
why
like,
I don't think people.
you know.
That's the reason why.
Certainly
I think people
now
on
is not the
Facebook are
time to
reacting
like,
this way. Look at the CNN
give him
article.
shit considering
Michigan
like a
Democratic
lot of the
Senate
positive shit he
nominee
does,
Abdul
and
Said
considering
himself Monday for
he's
Hassan
a
Piker
fucking
the
focal
Western
point of
American
American
suggested
politics.
to
Like
his
the
Twitter
fucking
viewers last week, the
like
American
Trump
support of
mentioned
Israel will make
Hassan
anti-Semitism
like
worse and
almost
invite
by name
violence.
like
After months of
yesterday.
campaigning alongside Piker,
Fucking
Al Sayed said
insane,
on
man.
Monday, specifically addressing
Like, it's
Piker's
so
comments, that
ridiculous.
nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. First comment, why does Piker wear clothes like Mao Zedong? Hassan literally said, nothing wrong, lol. I'm old enough to remember when the ADL used to say conflation of the state of Israel and Judaism was anti-Semitic under the broadly accepted definition of anti-Semitism developed by IHRA. Yeah. Michigan Democratic Progress. I believe Hassan Piker has been misdiagnosed. He's not an anti-Semite. He's a narcissist. He does not hate Jews. He loves himself. During the primary, he exploited Abdul as a useful tool for making himself politically powerful. Wait, what? How is this defending me, dude? What the
Okay,
fuck are
that's
you talking about?
That's an awesome take. Yeah, Abdullah Said was a
Dude,
jumping
these
board
people
for
are
Hassan to get more
insane.
notoriety. True. I mean, in a way, sort of, it did turn
How
out
is this
like
a
that.
defense? Dude, I hate this shit so much. Where they're like, oh,
Definitely very worth
Hassan
it
is
for
just
Hassan,
like
you know,
using
like all the
Abdul's
death threats and
platform
shit.
for his own
Very worth it.
popularity. Like this kind of shit pisses me off so
Death
much
threats are being
because it's like,
mentioned
dude, what are
on
you
Fox
talking
News
about? Do
3
you
times
see-
as much as the fucking Iran war.
Do you see the shit that I
By
put
the
up
way.
with?
Fucking insane.
How is this in any way, shape, or form good for me to be called a terrorist, to be in the crosshairs of this administration every damn day, to have no support from a party that I voted for my whole life, to be branded an enemy by them too? These guys are so content brained that they're just making the wrong assessment. Here's the thing that I despise, and I hear it from even people who are seemingly defending me, right? Like, that's why I got so mad at Faiz Shakir on Fox News the other day, where he's like, well, this is probably really good for Hassan. He's getting a lot of attention. It's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Attention is so worth it. It's so lovely to be spied on with fucking drones.
It's such a weird and cynical assessment. It doesn't work. This is not good. This is not good for me. This is not good for anybody. It's not good for my mental health. It's not good for my sanity. It's not good for my wallet, if that's what I care about. Anyway, he's not distancing himself. He's saying the same thing he's always said. The Democratic Party is a big tent. He's going to campaign with many people, but at the end of the day, Abdul's the one who speaks for his campaign. It absolutely is true what Hassan Piker said. He's telling you the behavior of Israel and Netanyahu. There's nothing wrong with that. He's pretending to distance himself from Piker for the same reason OAC is walking back her stance on woke. It polls unfavorably for midterms. Yeah, this guy's wrong. El-Sayed doesn't think Israel has a right to exist, so until he's elected, if that happens, any support of what the Israeli government is doing is going to make anti-Semitism worse. What Piker is saying is true. If you conflate criticism of the Jewish state with being anti-Semitic, then that has the potential of inciting violence against Jews.
Okay.
Oh God, Assam Pitchbot came up with the best headline. Opinion: I gave Benjamin Netanyahu.
But yeah, maybe we're just watching
Here's
the
why
himbo while I
Democrats
do
must
some cleaning
distance
background. Then I
themselves
come
from
back to
Assam
read your
Piker.
messages, your comments, your chats, and
Yeah,
also like,
great.
and also yelling across the room, or you know, like
Anyway,
providing
let's get
comments and
back
shit.
to
Their perspective is the Turkish perspective. True, Turkey is the table.
interesting. J Street chose to condemn you on Facebook, but not on Twitter. Yeah, they get flamed alive on Twitter if they did that. That's probably why. They're probably getting flamed on Facebook too, though. But yeah, J Street, you ain't slick. I see you.
Is intensifying as Canada retaliates against the U.S. with tariffs on up to 50% on hundreds of American products. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking the latest from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Robin, good morning to you. And there are mounting concerns that all of this can spiral. This morning, more than 700 American products are facing 50% tariffs in response to President Trump imposing tariffs on Canada
and
first.
Hassan
Now,
is
let's
still
talk
the
about
most
what this is
fucking
going to
mentioned
impact.
topic.
We're talking about
What the fuck?
aluminum, furniture,
Also, ad break for 3 minutes.
All of these tariffs
Subscribe
set to
if you
go
have
into
money.
effect on
Please do
September 8th.
to
We've
support
talked
the
to
show,
many
and so I
small
can go
businesses across the country.
full time
They
as
say
soon
the
as possible
reality is
and
that
be a
prices
better
are
news
going
source
to go
and
up for consumers
so on and so
once they go
forth.
into effect. Now, the president is accusing Canada of ripping
might-
off the U.S.
I might
Canada's
also do
accusing
some,
the
like,
U.S.
more
of making these
recording on,
last-minute
like,
demands
activism shit.
in these negotiations.
Activist
And
groups
President
and
Trump
stuff, maybe?
somewhat
We'll
acknowledged
see.
that he actually did.
'Cause my-
Canadian leaders have
Also, if you
called
guys
the
are organized or in
president a
like in
dictator,
Europe or
calling
want to be
him
organized,
evil.
let me know. I
President
can
Trump
hook
responded
you
by
guys
saying
up.
he wants to
Like, I can
rename
tell
the
you
Lake of
about
Ontario to the Lake of America, something
good
that he
organized
cannot
groups or like
force
the
other
political
nations
landscape
to recognize.
vaguely,
The reality, though,
like
for
a,
so
like
many Americans
not
across the country
like
is
vaguely
this.
put to
A
the
new
like.
report shows that
Let me just like
president's
pause. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Much appreciated. I was gonna say that if you guys are organized or want to be organized within Europe, even to some extent within the US, I can give you guys a like. Feel free to reach out anytime because I can give you a fairly good overview on like who to contact. Like I can give you some like a higher level overview of like the political scene within the far left than like a lot more than your average person, maybe even the average leftist, for like
to the French language and culture.
like most European countries, at least like northern and western European countries.
Matters to like the Quebecois. It's a part of our culture.
I hope the government of Canada and European countries will stop playing this
Right,
game.
back here.
As Canada
Oh,
announced
avec lui.
counter-tariffs to the American ones, the U.S. president denied that he wanted to change Canada's
That
French
means with
language
him.
laws.
I would never
Eh,
interfere with Canadians speaking French. In fact, I have never even thought of doing such a stupid thing. This lie was made up by a weak and ineffective prime minister in an attempt to gain political support.
Ah
which he
yes,
has
Trump,
totally
you're a very
lost from
trustworthy
the people
person.
of
We
Quebec.
definitely believe you.
The
It's so
Port
funny
comes
that
Quebec
this
is
is
just
over.
weeks away from provincial.
Not
I love Vive la Quebec!
the Quebecois wanting to speak in French.
I
That's
love
incredible.
that the francophone thing is such an important issue that even
Me too.
Donald Trump, who is an incompetent tyrant, a petty despot, still had to back away. Still had to back away and say, listen, I would never tell my beautiful French Canadians not to speak the beautiful French language. Vive la Quebec! Tabarnak!
Incredibly fucking funny.
The Quebecois are not having it.
T'es woke, toi. Toi, t'es un woke left. Tu supportes les trans pis les prenants, toi. Oui, ça, méprenant.
How they say?
Méprenant. Québec. Français. Barbecue.
Okay.
What is that video? Mes pronoms.
Trump calls the Quebecs
My
and normals
pronouns?
to work together. Respect. Quebec is probably the most trad society in North America. They've actually explicitly traded off of economic growth for cultural preservation. Donald Trump wanted Canada to weaken its protections for the French language and culture. Quebec has been French speaking for over 400 years. It is one of the
Slava
oldest
Ukraini
European
federalized
societies
Europe.
in North America and the heart of French America. It was there long before Trump. It will be there long after him. Protect Quebec.
This is
Protect
awesome.
French Canadian culture.
A deathless classic. Quebec needs nuclear sovereignty. True. I mean, France would give that to them in a heartbeat. I don't know about Macron
Bikini
actually.
Bottom.
Macron is like a feckless coward, except for when it comes
What
to like,
are we doing?
anti-leftist. But
You are the shit. Fuck
any
you.
semi-competent French leader would give that in a heartbeat to Quebec. To the Quebecers.
Tabarnak.
What is that edit? That's ridiculous.
I said this already. When Trump first entertained the annexation of Canada, what did I tell you? Go back and look at my coverage.
Incredible.
The first thing I said was the
Quebec
Quebec, the Quebecois nationalists, the Quebec separatists will literally put up the strongest resistance to being a part of America.
Too loud. I need to be a
Okay?
little less loud. I need to be less loud,
They
maybe.
will make Al Qaeda look like a picnic.
Okay, I'm turning off my
They
mic
will
sound.
put up Ho Chi Minh style Ho Chi Minh style insurgency movements.
When plastic bags are just like impossible to open.
They do not play around.
Come on. Like 1-use ones. Come on.
I know because I have made fun of the Quebec nationalist movement. I have made fun of them in the past. Lightly, gently, ribbing at some of their prominent thinkers and what they have said. Including how people who are living in Quebec are treated or mistreated, not dissimilar to the First Nations people. That's why my coworkers hate you? Yes, I find that to be somewhat of a funny line. I'm sorry.
No, okay, he's not mentioned. No, it's much worse than that. He said much worse things. There's like a Quebecois like author or poet or whatever.
Timeline I learned.
Who was
learned about the ways in which
the Quebecois, we are the
Francophones
N-words
have fought
of
hard
North America.
to preserve their language and their culture, and I respect it. Yeah. L'Americanisme. The menace. Americanism, a cartoon from the Almanach de la Langue Françoise, Quebec.
Okay. As a Canadian journalist and writer known as an intellectual leader of the Front de Libération de Québec, aka Quebecer Liberation, he was the author of the essay N-word Blanc d'Amérique, which likened the struggles of French Canadians to those of African Americans. This literally says the N-words, like N-words, white N-words of America. That's what he's saying. This is what this means. This is what I mean. Like, I learn a lot of incredible shit from Hassan. Let me just turn this down again. I learn a lot of incredible things from Hassan. This is one of them. I would not have gotten this from like so many other places. Like, how else would I learn about the French Liberation Front and them having likening themselves to the white N-words of America? Like, come on. Wait, what? Fourth wave the Front Division, a separatist and Marxist-Leninist and paramilitary group in Quebec. They were MLs? What?
All together, okay, to fight back.
In all the
They did
damage
bombing
the trade
campaigns? Okay,
wars
this is
doing on the
awesome.
economic and political front, one winner may end up being the French language and Canadian pride and unity over its culture and diversity.
It's unfortunate.
Okay, this is incredible.
Our government is where they are because
Vallier wrote a number of works during his first 4-month imprisonment in New York in 1967. The most famous of which was N-word Blanc d'Amérique, translated into English as the white N-words of America. The book about the historical situation for Canadians that of African Americans at the height of the latter's civil rights struggles. Vallier argued the parallels between the two people as an exploded lower class. You can make this argument and call for armed struggle liberation against the common aristocrat presses. Okay, you can make part of this. You can say I can see that parallel making sense potentially, right? I don't know much about the circumstances, context, etc. But you can make this argument depending on the context. Specifically calling it the white N-words of America.
We have to engage in trade war.
I find it a little bit questionable, to say the least. But yeah, that's a fun fact for you guys.
Feels like he is I'm not gonna say Manchurian candidate.
Manchurian candidate? Wait, what?
But
Manchurian?
It genuinely feels like Donald Trump is a secret accelerationist. If I didn't think that Donald Trump was just operating as a rugged capitalist, a rugged individualist, American exceptionalist, who simply does not understand that America's, like the way that America is seen around the globe has changed dramatically, and he has been a agent of chaos that has altered American trajectory in very meaningful ways. If I didn't believe that Donald Trump was just like operating under this assumption that like we can do whatever we want, I would say that he is truly a third worldist accelerationist that's lighting America on fire and destroying its force projection capabilities, doing everything he possibly can to ruin this country once and for all, to permanently destroy American hegemony.
Mashallah. W.
In his second term, Donald Trump has made China a more popular country around the world than the United States of America. That is unbelievable. It's mind-boggling.
I mean, I feel like that would have been
a whole ass supervillain, dude.
CBS News Detroit's Heath Kell talked with experts about the trade war's impact and with people who will be paying the price.
Here's my daily
We are
news
in the
feed if
middle
you
of
want
what
more
was once
news.
friendly
I realize
neighbors,
I will.
America and
Ooh,
Canada. And as this trade war between the two countries continues to
that looks
intensify,
incredible.
we heard
Wait,
from
let me have a
residents from
look.
both countries today about this now souring relationship. Right in the middle of these two North American giants, residents from both sides are walking, biking, and driving like any other sunny summer day on the new Gordie Howe Bridge.
We had such a wonderful relationship with them over the years. So for us to be here today, it's kind of sad.
But the two countries, separated here by the Detroit River, are now in one nasty fight.
Windsorites and Detroiters are the
This is
children
actually
in a
incredible.
really nasty divorce right now.
How do you?
Stephen
How do
Hargraves
you
told me he heard from
compile
fellow
this? Like,
Canadians
how
who
do
were
how
upset
do?
at him for spending
What
his
is
time
this?
and money in the States.
A ton of people are like, why are you going over there?
Like just reading the first couple
Why
of
are you going
sentences
to
enough for me to
support a
like
country
find out. Okay, these things are
that
like. It's enough for me to find out whether it's worthwhile for me
And
to
that's
report on
exactly
something or
the
not.
concern from experts on both sides who worry this trade war can not only impact businesses directly, but can also deter tourism.
The rhetoric, the finger pointing was pretty significant, and then of course
Is this
yesterday and
like I was reading
today,
what is this up?
name
Yeah,
calling.
I was wondering about that
It
too.
doesn't
It
do
looks like
anybody any
it looks
good.
like a
Clem
mixture of
Stevens Jr. says business leaders on both
this looks
sides
like
of
it's
the border
basically like
are not happy with
like a
both America's
scraping
tariffs and Canada's
so like
retaliation.
thingy.
So anything that increases the input costs on doing that
An AI
business,
assistant analyzing
whether
daily
it's a
news feed is
small
from our
business
system
owner
as well.
or a
Okay,
large
there you go.
manufacturer of a
Let's
vehicle
see.
and OEM,
Generate headline.
it's
How is the
not
PY
tenable
captured
for
at
us to do
time?
business that way.
You just
The US
understand.
placed a 50%
You are an AI
tariff
assistant
on
analyzing daily news feed
Canadian
generated from an
cars,
RS sum,
lumber
as
to
well as your
homes,
own
and
research
numerous
knowledge,
consumer
summarizing long
products
paragraphs. The
like
recent news
alcohol,
and
paper goods,
headline
and
feed
dairy.
below contains as
And
much
in
reference
response,
detail as possible
Canada
and names
announced
source and
its
text
own
grab
set of
URL
tariffs
and headline. I
against
just
the
add
US
them
on
here.
Tuesday. Not
Oh,
everyone
interesting.
you
I
heard
see.
from is upset though.
First, I made this archive that took a year, and then I added a summary, all white code. You're out to scrape right these days, but I still can. That's really cool. That's really well done.
Say if they charge 20% on a vehicle, it should go both ways.
So as this tariff battle continues, and President Trump is suggesting renaming Lake Ontario to Lake America, the
How
Canadians heard
like
from
how can I
seem to
access
all be
this?
in unison about
If
their
anyone doesn't know about
displeasure
RS,
with
readers
how
are really
things are
encouraging
going.
to use those as a way to read news. It is infinitely nice. Actually, yeah, Gary, if you can recommend anything, that would be really nice. Because this is okay. Let me just like mute completely. This is genuinely like I want something like this specifically for global news, like global news, European news. Yeah, I mean, and global news, Western focused news, and yeah, global news from like in general, Western focused news, like basically things that are important from a Western perspective, or seems important from a Western perspective. European news, gaming news, at least Western gaming news. These are things which I would like. I want to figure out how to do the RS thing. Me as well. It's not open source yet, but I'm working on it. It looks really cool. Like this is an incredible tool. On3 Policio. Remember I sued the GitHub I'm currently using for add this feature, extra sued and got and nearly taken down. It's just that's fucked up. But this is a sick thing. Especially because you get to avoid using Reddit. Flash floods in Himalayan border region. Attention in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Oh yeah, right, CA visit. I remember Hassan mentioning this. The Turkish court has issued a genocide arrest warrant for Netanyahu. Nice. If you can share this tool or like how I can check this like daily, please do. If that's an option, because this is really cool. Ideally for me, I want to find something again for European news, like Western focus, like global news and that kind of thing. But seeing US AI versus China AI summary is pretty cool, yeah. Oh, these are like interesting. So this one is Western AI and this is like Chinese AI. That's very interesting as well. Yeah, I was just gonna like go through like one by one. It's not full yet, but I can give some any time I'm here. Please do that. I mean, that's awesome. This is really, really cool. Oh, also because Tim Curry, rest in peace, Tim Curry. Real quick, we gotta watch Tim Curry's like Into Space. This is the main thing I know him from, like from seeing him in Red Alert. I've seen Net Newswire on Mac OS, iOS, and sometimes Feedly. Let's watch Rocky Horror. I don't. What is Rocky Horror?
You've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
This is so good. There's a Rocky Horror Picture Show. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Oh, this. Damn.
Say something.
Say! Do one of you guys know how to Madison?
There's someone.
Just a you do I see you've met my faithful play you a sign. Say where we are, then go. I'm just a sweet transvestite.
Slay. Very slay. What is this? He looks so sexy and fishnet, so that does look Luke Evans. I saw him a few months ago as Rock and Broadway and made him. Hell yeah, that's awesome. It's really cool you got to meet him. R.I.P. Rest in peace. I'm transsexual Transylvania. That's awesome. Okay, going back to him.
Province that will now exist under American command.
What is it? Oh, right. Annexing
Canadians
Canada,
saw that and were like, no, absolutely not. There are at least those who are right-wing or smart enough to recognize the situation. Doug Ford, ironically, is one of them, right? He's conservative, but he's like at least smart enough to recognize that boosting his anti-Trump credibility is probably aiding him. So there are a lot of really bad politicians in Canada, and some that I am not exactly in favor of, like
IRL transcom,
who are taking advantage of this situation.
One of my main
because
IRL
it's politically
transcom rates about like their
it's
her opinion on it.
Politically, very positive for them. Canadian, We Are Charlie Kirk just dropped.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. What is that?
Our neighbor declared a trade war over lumber and steel and a whole lot more. Tariffs came signed by an orange hand, trying to take whatever they can. They
This is how we're carrying the flame today.
just carry on and stay polite. Instead, we rally side by side. The Canadian resistance comes alive. Oh, we're gonna trade war, marching on while the bagpipes roar. Oh, we're gonna trade war. Beavers and moose won't take it anymore. Bring your tariffs, bring your fight. We'll answer back with all our might.
Okay, Asani is an uncultured fool. What do you mean this is so bad? This is incredible. Some said the representation isn't that good and purposely makes others to like it. I feel like...
Oh my god, this is so...
I mean,
I'm sorry, Canadians, but this is spiritually American.
I love to hear what
the
the
also spiritually chutted
I think
out.
the terminology as well. Yeah, probably.
You are also spiritually chutted out. This is the most American.
Again, I would ask my... What? Actually, I'm gonna ask my friend. I'm gonna send her a message right now. What she thinks of it.
Wait, are they threatening?
Rocky Horror
to
Picture
shut
Show.
off our water? Oh no.
To a lake 10 meters deep. Our moose send traffic off the road. Grizzly bears go inspect each truck that's slowed. Wolverines rip the cargo free, and porcupines pop tires relentlessly. Oh, we're going to trade war, marching on while the backpacks roar. Oh, we're going to trade war. Beavers and moose won't take it anymore. Bring your tariffs, bring your fight. We'll answer back with all our might. Oh, we're gonna trade war, elbows up from shore to shore.
Beast mode.
Farmers pour rivers of syrup across the ground. The trucks that get through get stuck out of town. Lobsters snip their fishing nets apart. Every fish gets a brand new start. Black bears track smugglers through the pines. They never make it past the border signs. And when
This is
what is this like? What
incredible.
Is this why would
Incredible.
Americans be smuggling?
Furries.
The only thing Americans would be
Incredible.
smuggling into Canada would be
Canada
weapons,
furry.
probably.
The
To
Canada
aid and abet the
furry
Canadian
front is
insurgency at
truly
that
an
point.
unstoppable
I don't know why the
force.
black bears are, you know, going after Americans.
by the Canadian flag still flies. Oh, we're gonna trade war.
That's interesting, then, Doc. I definitely want to hear from my people from the community, other people from communities as well. But it sounds like the argument you present is interesting because that's how I feel about Star Trek, especially Star Trek Classic, like the classic series, the original. Because a lot of it is definitely not worked by nowadays, especially when it comes to sexism. But at the same time, for the time in the US, it's like insanely,
It makes
insanely
total sense
woke.
that I would have a lot of. I know I have a lot of fans in Canada, and it makes.
I
total
remember
sense
like
that I have a lot of
specifically
fans
in
Canada because
Classic, there's an episode where the one black character there is, she gets her memory gets wiped or something. She has to be retrained from ground up, and she just becomes like a very. It's a very racist, I guess, stereotype of a person from Africa, I guess. But at the same time, she's still portrayed in a way that, as far as I can tell, is mountains, leagues better than how black people would be portrayed at the time, especially by mainstream media and such. A gay marriage, gay couple, sitcom, wasn't the thing beside Ellen. Interesting. I didn't know Ellen was actually progressive. I just actually didn't know. I guess I can't really comment on myself, but that's why I heard. Trans people on the one list, so there will be there'll be a diverse opinion. Yeah, like with everything else.
Though lowering trade barriers rather than raising them would be better still. U.S. policy often fails because
Going back
US
to
really
Cleany.
ignore, or as in this case, actively undermine the assurance part of coercion. I strongly suspect, for example, that Iran now believes that if it makes concessions, it will invite more, not less military action. Yes. And this is a lesson that the Trump administration has taught every other country, not just Iran, but China and Canada as well. I'm 100% certain that Mark Carney is continuing this no capitulation regime because he saw what happened with Iran. He saw what happened with China. Countries that fight back against Trumpism, countries that fight back against American imperialism, countries that fight back against American hegemony. That is the only way they win. China resisted against Trump's tariff war and won. Iran resisted against America's military actions and is winning and has won the war, obviously.
You just need to make it not worse.
But then you look at other countries that caved, that buckled under pressure. What did they win? They won nothing. All they got was more anger, more resentment, more humiliation. Look at the rest of the European Union to understand what happens when you cave
I'm focusing
to Donald Trump.
I'm going to go pee.
Do go back to the bargaining table. The deal that comes down the line is.
How do Canadians feel about XQC, by the way, who literally participated in helping Trump get elected? How do the Quebecers feel about that? This your boy?
Yeah. So what's your good side? What do you like walking on? What side do you like walking on?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you look.
By the way, speaking of the double standard in the media, it's really funny that I campaign with socialists and left populist candidates, and it's discourse permanently. Aiden Ross was, one of the first to do it with Donald Trump, and no one gave a shit. No one cared. It's so crazy to me that the guy who's platformed straight up pedophiles, neo-Nazis, and the like went and did a whole ass live stream and nobody gave a shit.
Good from both sides. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. X, come on outside with the truck. Come on. Yeah. By the way, do you like my buddy Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
I don't think I've ever heard XQC speak French.
Wow.
I just realized. I'm saying American media will never have the best representation on any marginalized groups. They're marginalized for a reason. Yes, I mean, not just America. It's not unique to America, but yes.
That's your boy,
Like, that is
Canada.
something I... Like, for me, it goes back to practicality and, like, dealing with people where they're at, not
Foreign
where you want them
intervention
to
in
be.
American politics.
Like, for me, it's like... I would much rather deal with someone who is being, like, positively racist and like, assuming, oh, I can make
Imagine
amazing
taking
food.
a video with Hitler showing off your Hitler t-shirt.
Like, 1,000 times more than
Well, we
someone
just
who
saw
would,
it.
like, racially profile me whenever I go to a
Even
supermarket.
worse
you
for
know?
Canada. So right
Like,
now, what we're
I'd
watching unfold
1,000 times
is
rather deal with the
a
other thing.
widening trade war where both sides are jacking up
Or specifically, you know,
tariffs on
target
specific
like
goods
shit like that
to
which targets
up to
my family.
50%, which is unheard of between these two nations, and you know, talk about wanting to come back to the table, but nothing concrete yet.
Oof. Okay, so Nancy, in that same radio interview this morning, the president also talked about Iran. Where do negotiations stand there?
Well,
they're sort
maybe a
of
little
where
bit, just
they've
for
been,
funsies, but-
which is that there's very little direct interaction between the U.S.
Actually,
and the
I do need
Iranians. The
some
president
racism,
has been
otherwise,
making
like,
this
that's a
claim
lot-
that,
that's a
that his
significant part of my
economic
humor, but,
pressure
you know.
campaign on Iran is working. He says that Iran hasn't paid its military in weeks. We haven't gotten independent confirmation of that, but we do see that Iran is now offering
haven't gotten any
bounties
confirmation of that.
$60,000
We have
to
nothing.
anyone
Like, he
who
made it up.
is able to attack an American
Fucking, I hate
service
American.
member. So
how is media seeing us being impartial when it's like we haven't seen any indication of that? Fuck off. That's a great over past racing growing up, six and demonstrations as well. I think it depends heavily on what it is.
That all of the mines that were
'cause-
preventing, one of the things was preventing free and open shipping in the strait have been
Like,
removed. But we
Sure,
haven't
there's some
heard
cases where,
confirmation of
like,
that
I would rather deal with someone like,
Nancy Cordes at the White House.
like if I ever am in doubt about whether I get treated differently, that really fucking sucks.
This was
But I much
awesome.
prefer like,
I'm sorry, 30,000 pounds.
like I'd rather have like direct racism in that case, right? At the same time, direct racism also fucking sucks.
Already.
It depends a lot on the specific thing.
Such a perfect testament to where America is.
Either way,
Okay, we
like
don't have enough
like
cattle
my
any
opinion
longer,
being
so
different from
Donald Trump
yours
is
does not
trying
make
to
you
bring in imports.
your argument less
The
valid or
FDA
anything.
is dropping the ball.
Oh, at least like your feelings on it.
By the end of this administration, we're going to be eating.
We could also both be
rodents
thinking of very different
like
examples.
RFK
Again, for
Jr.,
me, like,
okay?
you know, I'd
If
rather
things continue
like
along the
someone say, "Oh,
trajectory
you
that they
smell,"
have,
or like,
we are gonna be fighting each other.
you must make amazing curry, or you guys must eat amazing food, or whatever.
Roadkill.
Rather than like, "Oh, you probably smell like curry or some shit."
Mystery meat time. Yum. I love the protein.
I actually have to save a TikTok video I want to share at some point, like next time I stream, about like that kind of racism.
Protein through the meat cube.
Like I saw someone just like go up to a random fucking desi like father or whatever, being like, "Whoa, you smell really good for an Indian man." It's like so fucking like super fucked up.
New.
What the fuck? PhD research and leftist activism on Twitch?
That I did not think
Wait,
that
okay,
we
maybe I
would ever
shouldn't
see in
read
the
that
United
out loud.
States of America.
You ever heard of the model minority myth? Yes. That shit is not
We
cool.
talked about beef a bit earlier. I went and I looked. I haven't
What is
been
not
able to
cool?
find
Oh,
an ag
the
group
example I
or
gave, yeah.
Republican
Racism makes no
lawmaker
sense
who
at the
is
end of the day.
supporting
Everyone's like, it's
president's
true.
announcement about importing beef to lower prices. Why do this in the face of very widespread criticism?
I think, and in my conversations
What
with the
the
president,
fuck?
first, it's important to say I don't know that there's been a president more pro-farmer and pro-rancher, certainly in our lifetimes, than President Trump. When you look at everything, whether it was $250 million
Okay, that's so
in the
cool.
One Big Beautiful Bill coming from the
What
White
the
House,
fuck?
opening
Speaking
up
of
5 million
Quebec.
acres of grazing land, the most pro-biofuel president on record, opening up the domestic markets, the 20 new trade deals around the world, cutting the agricultural trade deficit from $50 billion under Joe Biden to half of that in just over a year, and putting agriculture, the president has put ag at the top of every single trade negotiation alongside Secretaries Bessent, Lutnick, and Ambassador Greer. So I think it's important to level set there. The president is the champion of all Americans. Ranchers, farmers, of course, are my world, and I'm very focused on that. But the conversations I've had with him is that, you know, we inherited an impossible situation. We inherited the lowest herd on record, cattle herd. The beef that we're eating today were cattle that were born under the Biden administration. Like, this is not eggs, right? You can't hatch a chicken and have them laying eggs in a couple months. It takes years to rebuild the herd. The president made the decision that for a short 90 days, there's a lot of ground beef. This is just ground beef. There's a lot of ground beef that's sitting in other countries that would potentially help serve Americans, especially lower income Americans who really lean into the lean ground beef. And so this is a very short term fix from the president's perspective that he believed necessary to get lower cost beef onto American plates. When you look at the fact that we're eating more beef than ever before, when you look at our programs like Harvest to Hallways, you know, a big part of that is ground beef and it is getting protein onto these school lunch plates. There has never been a higher demand for beef and protein than there is today, the new dietary guidelines. So again, that very short-term effort to get some.
Yeah, mystery meat for the poors, dude. What do you mean? What's the problem? Yum. Oh my God. Amazing. It's so funny that these guys kept saying over and over again, like some of the biggest Trump boosters have been like, oh, you're going to eat the bugs. That's what the libtards want us to eat. That's what Green New Deal is going to bring us. And it's like, well, here it is. Didn't happen with the Green New Deal. Didn't happen with some woke libtard agenda. It turns out when you lean into Trumpian corruption, that's what you get. You're stuck eating the bugs now.
Of that ground beef that's sitting out there in the world into America, the president felt was very important right now. But
okay, that's
for
so
the long term, and you'll hear more coming on this.
The spell comment.
We've never been more committed.
Yeah, it's very fucked up.
And you can see that 2 weeks ago, for the first time in 10 years, the heifer retention number went up. It was at 3%.
I will say, beware of like these sort of like genealogy thingies.
And then the cost of ground beef is already
like almost all of them are based in Israel and are just like really weird to say the least.
All the plans we put in place are working. The president, I think, just wanted to supercharge just a little bit the cost of beef since he's been hearing a lot about it from the American consumer.
DNA away from
During that short-term window you described, which countries are we importing the beef from?
I will be very transparent, and that is over at U.S. Trade Rep. I am actually not part of any of those conversations, so I am not sure what that looks like. I think we'll know very soon.
I apologize if I did say that. I very much so didn't like to. It's all about my husband found his birth mother at 23, maybe allowed to meet out of the family. No, that's really nice.
Great stuff, man. Things are looking great. Let's hear how Trump is talking about the situation with the mystery meat coming from Argentina.
If you are uncomfortable with that term, that's very fair.
Is benefiting
I will
Argentina
avoid saying
more than
it.
it is them.
Argentina
maybe.
is fighting for its life.
I will say though
young
that
lady, you don't know anything
in general
about
it is a term
they have
I
no
use.
money, they have no anything, they're fighting so hard
because I have the
survive,
past to
they
use
are
it.
dying.
But
all right, they're dying.
even though I have the past
Federal
to use
officials
it,
announced the recall of
if
nearly
I know that you
30,000
at
pounds
the
of
very
raw
least,
beef
if I know that you're
imported
here, I
from
will avoid
Argentina.
using
The
that term.
packages from a company called Corte
if you're uncomfortable with the
Argentino
conversation
sold to
later.
distributors and retailers in
Why are we
Florida
talking about
and
Turkish
Texas.
rats?
They have use or freeze by dates from September 15th through the 20th.
Makes rats
So far,
Turkish
no
as well, I
illnesses
see.
have been
Wait,
reported.
are Turkish
The Trump
people just
administration is
scathing?
expected to revoke the visas of some
It seems
200,000
like the hour
people
that the
currently in
word
the
is combined with,
U.S. The
personally.
State Department says it is trying to identify non-U.S. citizens with business
Just
or
as shit lives better
tourism
doesn't have
visas
8 lives
who are also
origins.
trying to get
That's fair.
asylum
I mean,
status. The
that's
administration
fair.
argues short-term visas are only intended
however,
for temporary stays.
I
A spokesperson for
I
the
do
State Department told
tactically
NBC
employ.
News, quote,
No, I'm not
under
going to say
President
anything.
Trump and
I was
Secretary
going to say
Rubio's
I have the
leadership,
power.
we are making clear that a
Pounce,
visa is a
but I
privilege,
prefer to
not a right.
not make people
Joining us now,
uncomfortable.
NBC News
At
senior
least
Homeland
with like
Security
this kind of
correspondent
thing.
Julia
So
Ainsley.
yeah, I will say shit
Julia, we
living
know the
instead.
Trump administration has been pushing to remove non-U.S. citizens from the country. What's the latest behind this move?
Well, this move could help them accomplish two goals. One is being able to boost those overall numbers of deportations. President Trump got close to Obama's deportation record last year.
Why does this person look like a clay doll?
That this year. This could be
like
another
a clay figure.
way of focusing on a large
Not
group.
to be mean
Some
or
estimates
anything.
are that there are about 200,000 people in this group, though that remains to be seen. The other is that they have been really going after what they call visa fraud. And in that statement to
Interesting.
No, but Schema also Turkish and decides to claim everyone.
Saying, well, why don't they come in legally? And then they cut a legal avenue for coming
also,
in.
I just realized, look, it kind of looks like I'm right next to Asania.
Like,
Isn't that cool, guys?
Almost feels like this is about something entirely different.
I agree, Hassan. Look, my mic is around the same size as well.
Oh, why don't they come
wow,
in
actually,
legally? And then they turn around and revoke
the scale on this figure is great. Like, even our face is like nearly the same size. Look, the shoulder's almost perfectly fit. That's so cool.
What temporary protected status is as well.
Guys, look, I'm Hassan now. This is so cool.
There's no reason to do this other than to satiate the appetite of the.
It does actually fit really well. What the fuck?
Violent, most right-wing,
that's such a
racist
good,
losers in this country.
Oh, thank you for the clip. That reminds me. And I need to remember to go through the clips.
Most Americans are not demanding this. As a matter of fact, they are leaning against this pretty aggressively.
You look good in a suit. Thank you. I do actually look good in a suit, I'd say.
And they're still doing it. Trump Vance officials are gloating about arresting the father of a sailor who was deployed on the USS Lincoln for this
is actually 6'5".
Yeah,
I'm definitely.
They issued a generic say nothing statement. Instead, they made it a
I am definitely 6'5". I'm definitely a very tall man. Yeah,
suffering.
I'm definitely a very tall man.
Who get off on inflicting pain. Being
definitely, I'm definitely
someone who put his life on the line.
I'm definitely not lying. I'm definitely a very tall guy. Hey, lots of makeup, but women and so no matter what they look like, rich men enjoy doll objects.
Yeah,
I didn't mean the insane. Like it's just like
said he learned his father was arrested by immigration officials.
He just looked like a clay figure. It's like what I mean.
Lincoln. DHS
like specifically,
the arrest, saying,
I don't know.
Having family members in the military is not a free pass to violate our nation's laws.
Hey, lots of it's not even the makeup. At least I don't think it's the makeup.
U.S. Navy sailor is describing
rich men enjoy
his
doll
father's
objects.
arrest by federal immigration officials. In a post on Facebook,
at least it was not meant as that. I do apologize if it,
he learned while
like it coming up with that either way.
His dad had been
put on comic book the makeup. When tried, so many people asked me if it was sick, so look, I've got to put on loose film drag when I go out. Oh. It is very fucked up.
And that has been at the center of reports of
substandard
conditions and also mental health challenges faced by the service members there. Joshua Aviles wrote, "If you know my dad, you know he is a hardworking, humble man who is always willing to help anyone if he can." He added, "This is heartbreaking for me. I don't know how I can mentally continue working 12-hour
okay,
days
that's so fucked up.
that my dad is somewhere,
stories like this do actually beg me because these people like this literally look like my dad, and that makes me go a little bit insane.
And the agency
like I cannot imagine how
I'm actually surprised.
Devastated
I'd really good
like,
reporting on immigration.
Some of this would happen to either of my parents. Like I would go sicko mode.
I'm shocked that
especially
he's
if anything were to happen.
A part
to
of the team.
Like that's insane. It's so fucked up. Like I cannot say what I think about what should happen to ICE and the like.
Proceedings. The department said that the man was arrested by Border Patrol during a vehicle stop in Key West, Florida, on suspicions that he's in the country illegally without proper documents. The department did not dispute, importantly, claims by the family that the man lacks any criminal record, but said in that statement that, quote, having a family member in the military is not a free pass to violate our nation's laws.
That's so fucked
How do you
up.
suspect that from a person without profiling?
The spokesperson can go fucking eat a cactus. Like so hard it goes out the other fucking side.
You can just stop whoever you want.
Obnoxious evil
for
cunt.
Racist reasons, and often that is the only reason why people get stopped all the time.
ABC News, they said that obtaining a visa in order to get asylum is a fraud. Now, that's their subjective interpretation. It is perfectly legal, or it has been perfectly legal, to come into the United States under a visa, whether that be an immigrant visa or a non-immigrant visa like these, and then to tell the United States government that you're afraid of going back to your home. It's entering the country legally and then stating that fear. And immigrants, wherever they are in the process, whether they're about to be deported or they're here on legal status, have been able to make that claim, because asylum is something you do when you're in the country, not when you're outside of the country. That would be filing for refugee status.
So, given the large number of people who fall into this category, I mean, what kind of legal battle does this open up potentially?
Well, it could open a huge one. Just yesterday, we saw the Trump administration file to take their asylum loss on trying to close asylum at the border to the Supreme Court. This would be another way to try to stop more people from claiming asylum. Already, it's illegal to claim asylum when you're crossing the border illegally or even legally if you present yourself at a port of entry at the border. That was something the president put in place on day one. This would make it so that those who fly in legally, go through the process, and are here and then try to adjust their status in order to get asylum and stay longer would also be revoked simply for asking for asylum, even if they are currently on a legal visa. So it's really another way they are trying to close the door and do away with the U.S. asylum system as we've known it since World War II.
Yeah. What happens to the 200,000 people who could then lose their visas?
Well, at this point, they could try to do away with their asylum claims if they've made that claim. They are, many of them, legally still here on those visas. This is really something that people who were following the rules, following what their attorneys told them they could do.
Here's the real truth about this all as well. The overwhelming majority of people that ICE actually apprehends with no criminal, that have like no criminal charges against them whatsoever, are also following the rules. They are literally following the pre-established rules. The unfortunate reality for them, many of them asylum seekers, or many of them that are apprehended at their court hearings, is that your status as a documented non-citizen versus an undocumented non-citizen is entirely in the hands of the government. They can just decide overnight, as they do all the time, that you are no longer you're no longer documented. Whoa. It's that simple. Okay? Can you give me 2 sauces and a chopstick, please? Yeah. It's just a matter of paperwork, and I stress this all the time. People refuse to identify this problem whenever they speak on this issue. But that is the reality. The difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is whether the government believes that, you know, you're allowed to stay on U.S. soil or not. Yeah. Thank you. But I guess that also means that, you know, amnesty is that simple as well. It's a simple process. So that's the other side of the story. What can be broken can be fixed with ease as well. So just remember that.
Under U.S. immigration law are now afraid they could have their visas revoked. They would find out their visa is revoked before they would be arrested for deportation. So the Trump administration would argue if their visa is revoked, they could make the choice to go home before they're arrested.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
The Supreme Court has opened the door to major restrictions on mail-in ballots. It's not the final word, but it could have an impact on the midterm elections
this is
as
huge.
the Trump administration pushes for tighter national voting standards. Ed O'Keefe shows us what the president is saying about this.
So far, so good. The Supreme Court, in a 6-3 split, ruled the Trump administration can move ahead with a plan to tighten rules for mail-in voting. We want to have honest voting in our country. An executive order President Trump signed in March instructs the Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Postal Service to create state citizenship lists using
Dude.
Lovely.
Dude, just buy reusable chopsticks. Stop using those disposables. So, what should I do?
Liberal maxing.
When certain restaurants send it, should I throw it out without using it?
No, San. Obviously, it's on you to like mention that to them every time.
Because I have reusable chopsticks as well. Of course I do.
I mean,
But
what I
should
do is I
about
just keep
these?
using the reusable ones and just hoard like a bunch of disposable chopsticks. You know?
Do you think that's better for the environment? It's not like I'm asking for it. They just send it. Being upset about chopsticks is also the funniest because it's the most
His
low
pragmatism is
impact.
awesome. Yeah. I mean, I would say my pragmatism is better because, you know, just hoard a bunch of them. It's just kind of funny and it's a waste of space. But then you get to keep using your nice ones and you're not throwing away the other ones. I think they got shy.
They're just wood.
Look, they were already produced. The
Federal
states already exist, so
databases
throwing
that
them
check
out
the
quickly,
citizenship
regardless of
status
using
of
them. Exactly.
voters.
But also it's just
Under the
like
plan, the Postal Service
like
can only
individual
deliver
consumption
mail
does not
ballots
matter.
for
Like
federal elections to people.
it's more of a
Like,
culture.
what's funny about this is,
but the culture is not nearly as
I asked
important
for them not
like
to send
it's
it to
important
me,
in the sense
which
of like
is why
do you clean
I'm
up trash
using,
after yourself when you've been at the beach or just
these
outside in
chopsticks-
general? Do you throw out
chopsticks
trash in
from
trash
a
bins?
Previous instance where
If you don't,
though I asked
then you should.
them not to send me chopsticks,
But
they
that's
still
just
did.
more of a systemic cultural issue.
what am I supposed
But
to
even then, most things like for example chopsticks and that kind of thing, reusable like plastic plates or whatever, plastic mugs, cups, etc. It's a drop, literally a drop in the ocean versus well,
Also
you know,
goes to
figuratively
show
a drop
the
in the
priorities of
ocean versus
some
like fucking
quote-unquote
Shell
leftists
and
here.
other companies. Those kind of things in a big craft bucket and use it to make stuff for kids. There you go. That is useful. That's something I want to do, but I'll likely not do it.
On the lists.
Thank you for the
coalition
follow,
of nearly
Groovy
2,000 mostly
Jamaican.
Democratic-controlled states soon to
We are
block
Charlie.
Trump's plan, arguing it's
Okay, I do need to
unconstitutional.
implement the different Kirks now. We
Supreme
need
Court
the
said
Turkish
the
one
United
so
States
badly.
too soon, writing Trump's executive order doesn't harm the states because it hasn't been implemented yet.
After
The White
tomorrow,
House called
after
court
the
ruling
thing
a major
tomorrow,
win for the security of American elections. But the court's
inshallah,
conservative
I will
majority said
inshallah
just
be
because
less
the Trump
stressed
administration can move ahead with its plan for now
and be able to sort it out.
doesn't mean
I'm gonna follow and
it
refollow
will
again just to hear the
necessarily
song.
be lawful.
Jake,
The Constitution
if
says
you
who
really,
gets
if you
to
really
set the
want to
time,
hear it,
place,
you
and manner
can.
of elections.
You can
It's the
instead just
states.
like
CBS News
replay it.
legal
Maybe. Do you have the
analyst
permission
Jessica
for that?
Levinson.
I mean, I
do
can
think
play
that
it.
there is a real question here as to whether or not the Trump administration is infringing on
I can.
what is, as a
Do you guys
first
have
matter,
like
the
control over
state's
the feed?
prerogative.
If not, I can like find it.
In other words, stay tuned.
You can
because
replay one of the
several
follow
states are
alerts.
set to sue again, and several other
But
states
also,
are set
otherwise,
to
I can just
mail
like go
out
into
their ballots
alerts and just
for the
give me
midterm
a second.
elections in the coming weeks, Vlad, which is what makes this such an urgent concern.
All right, you're down there in South
I don't know,
Carolina.
things
Ed, you're
look different
covering
in
today's
my view. I don't know
runoff
if it's
vote to replace
my view or
Senator
another
Lindsey
reason.
Graham on the ballot. What's the latest there?
Let's see.
Well, look, Republicans today are basically
Here
deciding
you
whether
go.
or not
Let
they
me do
want
this.
Lindsey Graham's the late Lindsey Graham's sister to continue representing
There you
them in
go.
the U.S. Senate, or have someone else run for them in the general election in November.
Should
This is
play it when
a
mods requested
key
this
contest
image.
for President
I will
Trump, who
replay
campaigned for
it maybe once or
Darlene
twice a
Graham
day if
last
you guys
Friday
request
night.
it.
And she won.
Maybe.
Goated.
just became a follower of Shimonism.
It's so funny that it's.
This was her message.
I am my own biggest like comedian. I'm so funny. I find myself so
for
fucking
the
funny.
absolutely terrible
Such a fucking-
idea of turning confused little
I'm so
boys
incredible.
into little girls and vice versa than Annie Andrews. Gun control, government-run health care, abortion until the moment of birth. Bad idea after bad idea. Annie Andrews backs them all.
This
I
person
have a
sounds
diff-
very
This
southern.
proves, by the way, that any dumb idiot
Oh, she's
can
Lindsey
be a
Graham's
Republican
sister.
politician.
It's great to enjoy yourself. Yes. I mean,
Like you can
you can
get
say it's a coping.
any
It is
dumb
probably
idiot off the street.
I mean, no, it's not. I mean,
and
the
overnight
comedy
turn them
being
into
funny
a
is a coping
successful
mechanism for
Republican
sure.
politician.
Finding myself funny is like
That's it.
Different
I don't know. I'm
background
just
and vision for our
incredible. I
state.
think
I'm a
if
hard
you had to find a
worker with
psychological
servant's
reason,
heart.
I'd
I
say
grew
it's
up in the
probably
back of a
like
bar and liquor store in one room in central
a
South
way of like
Carolina. My
self-affirming,
parents worked
self-affirmation,
long,
I'd
hard
say.
hours to make
But also
make
like
ends
ties back
meet.
to the comedy.
We didn't take
That's a coping mechanism
vacations.
as well.
If they were sick, they had to get up and go to work because the doors weren't open. We weren't making money.
Also, we have
My mother passed
467
away
followers.
when I was 11,
6'7",
and my
am I
father
right?
just over a year later. For the past
And that's exactly the kind of fight that I
Or
want
just
for
play.
every
We'll have the
South
need for play even as
Carolinian.
adults. Yes.
Die at a young age and leave your
I
children
mean,
without
I'm also
parents
just like,
because you worked
where's the
yourself to the goddamn
narcissistic
bone.
tendencies?
30 years, I've worked hard for the people of South
I
Carolina.
do find it funny
and for
to
the past 7
over
years, I've led a
psychologically
state
analyze stuff.
agency. And
Like, I
I
think it's
understand the
obnoxious,
struggles
but that's why
facing
it's
South
kind of funny
Carolina
as well.
families because I've faced
But also,
them too.
like, sometimes it's not over analyzing it and becomes complicated once again.
It's awesome. Republicans have unironically created an environment where they
President Trump
actively
playing coy about
fetishize their own demise. They actively demand worse outcomes from their politicians, where they're like, yeah, I don't deserve health care. Fucking kill me. I don't deserve paid sick leave. I hate the concept of good governance. I don't deserve it. I should eat shit.
True.
Better dead than red, brother.
mystery trip to Moscow by CIA Chief John Ratcliffe, calling the meetings with Russian intelligence, quote, semi-routine, but leaving plenty of questions about what Ratcliffe was really there to discuss. Let's bring in Dan Hoffman, Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief in Moscow, who knows the landscape well. So I don't know how routine this is, because the last CIA director to visit Moscow was William Burns. That was back in 2021. So this clearly happens with rarity. But what do you think was behind this? Was he talking about Iran? Was he talking about Ukraine? What was on the agenda?
Well, I'll give President Trump a lot of credit for obfuscating on what was really going on behind the scenes, because what he's doing, what the president's doing, is protecting this secret clandestine channel, which we have used in the past to negotiate over contentious issues and resolve issues of mutual interest to our nations, like the 2010 spy swap. It's not subjected to any public scrutiny, so you can have very frank and direct conversation. So I think that's what's going on. I think that
Me too, like
there
watching
had to
reality,
be
I'm
some
just
sort
like,
of intelligence
yes.
collection about an
Because it's like,
imminent national
yes, it's
security
important.
threat or
Like
an
a lot,
issue that
like
came
I
up
hear a lot of
that
people
led
being
to
like,
this
"Oh, people are
important
over
trip by
diagnosing
Director
themselves
Ratcliffe.
nowadays," which is
Director
like,
Ratcliffe has a lot of
yes,
things going
some
on
people
every day.
are
The fact
definitely
that he
doing
chose
that.
to make
But
this
in general,
long
we
trip
just are better
means
at
something
spotting
important. Now, to
people
get
who
to your
need a
question about
diagnosis
what it
nowadays,
is
and also we're
exactly,
learning more that
that's where the speculation is going
oh,
to start.
it's not that this
What
person
I would
isn't
say
quirky,
most
but
likely is the
they're
fact that
most
Russia
likely
has
quirky
escalated
because they are
threats in Europe to
neurodivergent.
NATO members, submarines in
I am
British
also
territorial waters, violations
like
of
you say I like
airspace,
watching reality and
cyber
object
attacks,
psychology and everyone.
assassination
I would
attempts. These are
1000% do
all
that as
things
well,
that
but I
could
do
lead
that
to
IRL.
escalation,
I have told
and potentially
several
even a
people,
wider
a lot
war.
of people
We might
should
have
probably a
collected
problematic
intelligence on
degree
something like that, and Director
or
Ratcliffe
hint,
wanted
like
to
told
deliver
slash
a
hinted to them
warning to Vladimir
about
Putin's
whether they're
security officials
neurodivergent or not.
directly and in person.
All right, so back in 2021, William Burns went to meet with
And I'm
Russians
correct a
in
vast
northern
majority
Ukraine,
of the
saying,
time.
don't invade Ukraine because X, Y, and Z.
Tim
This
Miller
dude
has
looks
in
so
your chat
uncomfortable.
about
Why
how
does he
much
look
tweets
so
about you.
uncomfortable?
Wait, what? Okay, we'll do that later.
Why does he look
If you do,
so
the
uncomfortable?
Russians summarily ignored him and invaded Ukraine. So
yeah,
It looks like he's sitting very uncomfortably. Like he's like cold or something.
U.S. intelligence on some sort of looming Russian threat.
And this guy kind of looks like a
Right, I think that's the key. Is
I
deterrence
just heard for the first time that the
requires
Victorian
credibility.
industrial
And
revolution
at
was
the end of the
funded
day,
with
the
Brazilian
Russians
gold
had
sold by
massed lots
Portugal.
of troops on the border with Ukraine,
What?
and they assessed that the United States, particularly after our withdrawal from
okay.
Afghanistan, would not be in a
3-minute
position
ad
to lead
break,
NATO
top of the
to
hour, except it's
respond
not top of the
to
hour,
Russia's
but
attack
support the
on
channel.
Ukraine. And
Be
so
epic.
Regardless of whether
Subscribe if you are wealthy enough,
Ambassador Burns
if
made
you're
that trip or not,
economically
I think
confident.
Vladimir Putin was going to
Subscribe
invade.
so you can
Remember that
support
President Biden talked about
me
sanctioning
in
Russia
going
in
full
return
time,
for that,
inshallah
in
soon, so I
response to
can
an
spend
attack.
my
In
main
this
time
case,
just
our
yakking and stuff.
credibility is on the line. If we warned Russia not to do something, then Vladimir Putin would have to believe that President Trump would respond or lead a response of some
Also, join the
sort
Empire.
that would cause Russia
Aka the
undue
Discord.
harm.
Yeah, I remember Joe Biden,
Yeah,
President
spider.
Biden also as well said, well, if it's a little
Bro, can you,
incursion,
like,
that's one thing, which I think Putin
go a little bit further
viewed as a
away?
green
I don't
light.
want you to be near
The
me.
president was playing things very close to his vest
streaming,
regarding this
please.
visit. The Russians less so. This is Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, on the visit. Listen here.
Don't go near my screen. Come
All I
on.
can tell you is that
Go
there were
away.
contacts through the intelligence.
I can't believe this guy is now. Dude.
services. I can tell you that there were no meetings with the Russian president, and that is all I can say on this matter. Of course, President Putin is briefed on everything immediately.
All right, so he met with intelligence officials, not the president. Putin knows everything that goes on there. So where do you think we go from here?
So that's the best conduit to President
Well,
Vladimir
like my
Putin
husband's
himself, of course,
cousin's
is a
also like 15 years
KGB
ago. Kid was in
officer.
high school.
If you want to get a
Kind of the
message
only one
to
who
Putin,
noticed
he
later the
speaks
wedding
to
like
the
5 years ago.
director
My
of
husband
the
directly
SVR,
to his
that'd be
cousin.
Director
He's something like,
counterparts,
yeah, that makes
Sergei
sense with the
Naryshkin,
autism. And the
or,
concept,
the
I'm not
director of
autistic.
the
Yes, he
FSB,
is.
Russia's Ruthless
That is
Internal
actually
Security
okay.
Service, Bortnikov. Where we go from here is that the
Something
CIA
I have learned,
and our other
and you probably have
agencies
seen this
will
with some
study
patients,
whether
maybe.
we are seeing
Well,
any
I don't know if you would see that with your
resulting
patients,
from
because
Director
with this
Ratcliffe's visit.
specific thing,
So the Russians will
some
talk about
neurodivergent
this,
people
and
are very adamant that they're not neurodivergent, even if they don't have anything against it or something. Like I've heard like one of the things was like this kid who was very neurodivergent in a very specific type of way, but he really did not want it to be mentioned, right? So like, you know, I stopped mentioning it, but just like Simi teased him just for the look, I guess. And another friend of mine, she's like, they're like, definitely ADHD, but they're just like, oh, I can't be ADHD because I'm functioning, and it's like, fam, I'm not saying this to them directly because they're very adamant that they're not, but I'm just like thinking like, from what they're saying and their experiences and like just their behavior and just incredibly high energy, I'm just like, fam, you're definitely neurodivergent, but I don't know why you are like refusing this. Like I don't get it.
No
You know?
discernible reason, engaging in a stupid military action.
The Giga says Moses' retirement was a special ed teacher for whole career.
Tyrannical, despotic
Praise the Hunter for skin out great Shemperor. Thank you. Do praise me. Also,
Who's
Shemperor
old
is a
and
title. You
washed
should spell that with the
would
capital S
engage in
image.
an
I hear my kid can't have HD,
idiotic
play video games for
military
hours, or they play Pokemon for hours, or they do X for hours without stopping so they can focus. Yeah, no, it's so stupid.
Who would ever
Also,
do such
like,
a thing?
because like there's also the hyper focusing thing. Like you can be someone who gets like generally speaking, very generally speaking, someone who is diagnosed with ADHD or can be diagnosed with ADHD or is likely to be diagnosed with ADHD. It's more likely the case of like they have difficulty focusing if something is boring or like something is not super interesting to them. Like that's my experience. Like seeing with most people. But it also can just not be that, because ADHD can be a lot of different things, because there's so many different things. Like neurodivergence is so varied. Like there's a lot of like standard things which will appear. But a lot of the standard things is just like, oh, this is like something you see often, but it's not like it's like 50% of like people with ADHD or whatever. It's a freezing nervous system regulation, it's not absence focus. Yeah.
And this isn't to
Oh, I need to do my
justify what,
Duolingo. I
Vladimir
just
Putin is
realized.
doing in Ukraine, but this is to just showcase how stupid Trump is. Our operation in
Neurosync
Iran is
human liver
somehow
pumps
even
simulation,
dumber
but I
than
think
that.
more than minus 75 images to file. Interesting. I didn't know it was so like specific.
Our operation in Iran has yielded no positive results.
Lessons, okay.
Hasn't achieved any.
I'm gonna do my Duolingo.
At least for Putin. Yes, his ambitions
In
were
Russian,
far grander
funnily
than
enough.
just like Eastern
On yes,
territories that he now occupies, but at least he's still got the Eastern territories, which again, not saying that this has been successful at all, but still, somehow, regardless of how stupid it was, still less stupid than Trump. How is that possible?
Какие языки ты знаешь? Какие языки ты знаешь? Английский. Какая тихая ночь.
Like and subscribe for all the Fox News
Террорист
latest
такой
on YouTube
вкусный.
and catch full shows streaming now on
Тебе
Fox One.
тихий голос.
Jesse, you have not asked me one time.
Извините,
By the way,
вопрос. Интереснее вопрос.
the other side of the
Интереснее
story,
вопрос.
that of course you'll never hear from Fox News,
Новый фильм.
is what Ratcliffe was demanding when he went to that meeting.
Новый фильм. У них хорошая
This was the
курица.
CIA's attempt to be like, please stop helping Iran.
I'm gonna pack up and head home. We'll enter like
Please,
once or
we are
twice.
begging.
Drive very safely. We get home very safe. This Abdul interview was so sick.
Please help us.
Like Abdul
Pressure
just
Iran and open the Strait of
destroyed this
Hormuz,
flanker.
please. They're like, we'll make sure the Ukrainians are no longer allowed to strike deep into Russian territory. We'll do anything. I'll suck your dick, dude. Please.
У нее нет риса. 1 или 2 раза. 2 тигра. В Москве сейчас 4 часа.
What are you talking about? We won. Look at what Trump.
У меня одна сестра и
No.
2 брата.
Oh my
4
God.
секунды.
Oh
У
my
нее
God. He
4
posted the
яблока.
Bush mission not accomplished, mission accomplished 2026. Oh my God. Oh my God, the irony. Oh, it's so awesome.
Александра
Yep.
пьет сок раз в день.
I guess he did it.
About the issues that people actually care about in Michigan. You don't want to.
How long until the CNN panel devolves into why is Abdullah Sayed on Jesse Waters instead of condemning Hassan
Одна
Piker?
секунда.
Why is he going
Я
on
вижу
Jesse
папу
Waters'
раз в
show
день.
and attacking the Republicans
ночи
instead of
или одну
attacking Hassan
ночь.
Piker?
У нас 1 или 2
Talk about gas prices. You don't want to talk about groceries. You don't want to talk about healthcare. You don't want to talk about the stupid trade war that's about to destroy
We spent
Michigan's
the whole
economy. You don't
interview
want to talk
talking about
actual
that
war
stuff.
that's destroying that is destroying our own military. You don't seem to want to talk about any of those things. You want to bring up all this culture war. That, you know, I'm not here to
We
fight a
talked
culture war. I'm
about
here
the
to
war.
fight
We
the
talked about
affordability
gas
crisis that people are
prices
facing.
and the Green New Deal, okay? If you want to do an interview,
I brought them up every time.
you can do the interview. I'm
running
getting
for
at
US Senate.
whether you
And in
think
Michigan,
men should play
as
in
the next
women's
U.S. senator in
sports.
Michigan,
It's a big
I'm
issue.
interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and passing Medicare for all.
You're
You know what most people
filibustering,
don't care about?
страну у
So, on the one hand, I mean, this was sort of like the greatest hits of what you would expect to hear on Fox. However, and actually, and it might work for the people for whom those are issues that they're sensitive about. However, I do think that it kind of, El Sayed's point is that it sort of obscures the other issues that are at the top of the list for actual voters in this race.
No, but I think it shows strength and courage to go do it. Like when I first started doing television, the place that had me on most was Fox in the Morning. It is not easy to be a liberal in that mix, and just going in there, standing on your own 2 feet, holding your own, is good. It's strong, and I think that what they were trying to accomplish on his campaign is to come out of that with clips of him being asked a question that is not about one of the priorities of Michigan, and him going back and saying, but you haven't asked me about what Michigan voters care about. I think that he got exactly what he wanted out of that interview, even though I think Fox got what they wanted. They wanted to throw all the culture war stuff at him and have him deflect from it and not answer it so they can play it 1,000,000 times. But he's also going to play it 1,000,000 times on his social media. And I think social media in his campaign is proving to be really potent.
Yeah, it's right. And when we think about the clips, right, it can go both ways. It was a long interview. We watched it, so you at home don't have to. Because in large part, it was a bit of a waste, right? It was a man, Jesse Waters, in makeup on TV talking about transgender athletes and billionaires' rights when people at home in states like Arizona, where I'm from, another swing state, right? Half of people that were on Snap fell off.
Don't worry, you are somehow the focus. Dog.
What?
Are you fucking... No, this is not the same panel, is it? There is no shot, dude. No.
Off in the last year because of Trump's big, beautiful bill. Like, they are worried about actually making rent this month. They are in crisis. They're worried about putting food on the table. And I think what El Sayed did really well was go in there and say, that's what I want to talk about. That's what Democrats want to talk about, whether they're far left, centrist, right? He came in and said, this is what our agenda is. It is about making your life better, while the Fox Newses of the world are litigating cases and issues that don't really matter.
One of the interesting things, again, this is actually characteristic of how El Sayed is being handled by the right. They have a lot of issues with his policies, his economic policies, but they keep attacking him on culture war issues. Here's Tim Scott just tonight talking about El Sayed.
These radicals don't just want new policies. They want to change the very DNA of what it means to be an American. They're coming after our culture, Sean, and that is what makes them dangerous. Their policies are radical. Their cultural shift It is dangerous for Americans, and we must stand in the gap and make sure they never see the floor of the Senate. This is the most important midterm election in our lifetime. It is no longer Democrats versus Republicans. It's communists and socialists against what makes America great, our
freedom, liberty, and
Judeo-Christian
capitalism.
values, and a free market system.
Why do you so say that?
Would they be better off
Fuck off.
just simply attacking
Like,
him if you're
actually
going to attack
perish.
him on the policies, on the economic incompatibility of what he's putting on the table?
No, because only
Why do
CNN does
so
that.
many of the anchors on this space, like in this panel, look like they're like just autistic and trying
Only
to look
CNN
like
panelists who
they're
happen
showing
to be
interest. Like they are they're
lifetime
neurodivergent
big
people like a
pharma
mask being
lobbyists
like, yes,
usually.
I'm listening to this.
Will go up on television and explain to people how better things are not possible. Republicans,
It's like, yes, I'm
know
nodding along. Yeah,
better.
I'm
they
making
know
facial
that they have to
expressions
lie.
show
They know
I'm
that they are losing
doing
the
active
conversation
listening.
anytime they sit there and say, "Oh yeah, you don't deserve health care." They know that that's a losing conversation, so they try to stay away from it. That's why they hit the culture war shit.
With what what people in Michigan want, rather than saying, "Oh, he's going to change our culture." What does that even mean?
Well, 2 points. That network has more independent viewers than you think, and those clips are going to circulate on social media. And it was quite clarifying, I think, to a lot of people that he could not give simple answers to questions about the culture war. He conflated circumcision with sex changes for children. So now it's good to know that he's on the 20% of an 80-20 issue nationally. But if you want to talk economics, fine, let's talk economics, which that network has talked about extensively as well.
Sure, bro.
His biggest economic goal is Medicare for all, also known as single-payer health care, also known as nationalizing health care. He doesn't want to talk about El Sayed, about how that would require taxing the middle class. That seems to defeat the whole championing of the working class mantra, don't you think? He doesn't talk about how that would kick off many millions of Americans off their private.
Yeah, it would be terrible.
I
if
love when
Americans
debates
got
are just like
free healthcare, man. It'd
lying.
be so bad. Thank you.
Just lying, just like making up shit.
Think about the real Americans, you know?
Debates are so
Big
useful,
pharma
man.
executives.
So useful for like
Healthcare
furthering a
profiteers.
narrative. Democracy is.
What about their bottom line? What about the only minority that matters? POC. No, I'm not talking about people of color. I'm talking about the only minority that matters. People of capital.
Sure.
What about them?
With this coconut milk with this coconut water, coconut milk, whatever. No coconut water. Mixed with blueberries does not taste very good.
Neoliberals are on be like,
Would not
"For
recommend
far
it. I can
too
see why
long,
this
my
was on sale.
friends,
Good grief.
we have cast aside
Could have done some more cleaning, doing some more. Let's do
dreams
some more stuff.
of the true people of capital so that we could
Oh, what is
defend the
going on?
interests of the American working class. We say no more.
Okay, right. We want to do this, and then we want to do this, and we want to put the quality in auto. That's fine. And I'm gonna open the last bill again.
And cabs
Red Bull?
are on.
Nope, it's not Red Bull. It's
Or
some coconut water
employer-sponsored
thingy.
health care, and the majority of Americans polling says
Because it has a
their
lot of
healthcare.
electrolytes.
So
No, they
why
don't.
doesn't he want to address that?
He wasn't asked about it.
But he is. But he is regularly.
Well, no, he was asked. He was
He is
asked about
regularly,
healthcare, but he wasn't asked about those very. I think those are actually important, detailed questions about how this would work. He wasn't asked about.
No, they're not.
No,
I'm sorry. Excuse
no,
me.
I just wanted to be very clear that these are
Oh, well, I
issues
mean,
that
they are,
also
but not in that
impact
setting.
the folks watching Fox, right? Whether we're red or we're blue, people at home are struggling.
And they
with
like their
getting
health care.
insured.
But they like their health care.
If they have
And they said
healthcare.
in many 20 issues on
They don't like their health care. They like their
They
health
got
care.
kicked off of Medicaid because they're
So
very,
you want to
very
kick
different.
them off even though they like
you
it?
want, but, no,
Is that
I
what you're
don't want the
saying?
people.
Like they're just falling for the premise.
This is where you see the neoliberal handshake
Which is
between
silly.
Corporate wing of the Democratic Party and Republicans. This is the exact same argument that they landed, liberals did, against Bernard Sanders when he was unveiling Medicare for All. This is what I mean when I say it's uniparty on certain issues. There's a bipartisan consensus on certain issues that a lot of people refuse to reckon with. This is what our side opposes.
Ooh,
this is
more
what
damage.
we constantly
Nice.
complain
That's
about.
good. That's really good.
Right? This is what we're talking about. This is uniparty. As it pertains to healthcare profiteering, there is consensus politics in Washington, D.C.
Oh, another multi-hit and experience. Oh, shit. Okay, that's difficult. That's a difficult choice. I think we'll go with another multi-hit. That's really good. Every 7 months.
I don't want the poor people that
How
got
are you
kicked
going
off.
to pay for Medicare for all? How are you going to pay for
I'm
it?
gonna let you get that out. Now, let me finish. Now, what I don't want is the poorest of Americans to get kicked off of Medicaid, which is what happened to pay for these tax cuts that were part of the big beautiful.
Okay, that's also
Is the argument not just people like their doctor, people don't like their insurance? Yes, that is the argument. That is literally the correct argument. And yet, because many of these panelists are not as like tapped in to being pro Medicare for all, I suspect, because I don't even know if Deja, who I appeared alongside at the Young College Democrats of America thing, I don't even know if she was running for Medicare for all. If I'm not mistaken. I mean, she might have been. She might have been, and she might now be pro Medicare for all. But like, there are a lot of Democratic Party pundits, who just sincerely don't want Medicare for all, and therefore don't know the talking points against it.
this number. Work requirements.
That's what I.
Okay, but no. This is crazy because you're talking about work requirements for Medicaid. But in fact, when we are talking about these administrative barriers, these are my neighbors that I'm going home and talking to, and they're missing paperwork by 1 day, and they're falling off their care. They're going.
Also, the blonde lady is arguing against Medicare for all, but every other panelist, if you noticed, are arguing for preserving the pre-existing healthcare system. No, just argue for Medicare for all. Just argue for it. You don't have to turn around and be like, well, the Republicans are cutting the subsidies or whatever, you know? Just say it's better.
Going in and sitting in DES offices, Department of Economic Security offices, with packed waiting rooms where staff has been slashed and they are forced to miss work.
And the answer to that is a huge new bureaucracy where they will do it to every.
See? Opening up a line of attack for no reason. Oh,
Yes.
you just brought up government inefficiency. And now you're telling me you want more government inefficiency?
It was a good one. Ooh, propagation bonuses.
Hold on a second. Let me let Terry get
The person in America who has taxed the middle class the most is Donald Trump. If you are at the 60th percentile of income or below, any tax cut you might have gotten from the big beautiful bill has been chewed up by tariffs. Tariffs have, if you're 50% or below, you're now paying more in the tax impact of tariffs than you would have before.
But that's not an argument for Medicare for all. People are
And at the same time, he's been raking in cash hand over fist and calling affordability a con job or a Democratic hoax at the same time. And we just found out in June that he had 1,051.
Dude, I can tell he's a conservative.
Let me turn it down a little bit, like just a tiny bit.
Instantly.
Stock trades in 1 month. There's only 21 trading days in that month.
In Michigan, the Democrat.
Like, even before he said anything, I was like, he's conservative.
Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed is putting some distance between himself and Twitch streamer Hassan Piker, the left-wing influencer he has appeared with several times on the campaign trail. Now,
I did address the visa pause, yes.
Piker recently made some remarks suggesting American Jews supporting Israel would make anti-Semitism worse. El-Sayed's opponent, Mike Rogers, condemned the comments and called Piker El-Sayed's running mate. Now, El-Sayed released a statement saying in part, quote, "Nobody speaks for this campaign. It's me and my campaign spokespeople." And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare. The group chat is back. Before we begin, let me just play for you what Hassan Piker actually said on his Twitch stream last week so you can understand why this is kicking up a fresh furor. Here we go.
If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
All right, so talk about...
That's insane.
That's
is the clip
such
that they play.
bullshit.
Where they don't mention
disgusting.
that Jews are not monolithic. Like
that's
CBS,
so disgusting, man. Come on.
CBS did a better job.
Great stuff.
Than CNN did. How is that possible?
ZBS.
CNN doing a worse job than ZBS. ZBS at least showed that I was talking about how Jews are not monolithic. There are varying degrees of sympathies with the state of Israel. And Jewish institutions and organizations that make it seem as though they are singularly invested in Israel are also creating anti-Semitism.
Yep, we're taking
the backlash to him and the role of these outside voices in campaigns. Because I think ever since the Joe Rogan backing of Trump, all I've heard is, we need a Rogan for the left, from the left. And now they get something like it, and it's not working out so great.
Well, when you think about a surrogate, which is a voice that you're using from the outside to promote your campaign, you typically want it to be somebody who shares your values. And so I think the challenge here with Piker, and while I say he's trying to distance himself, is because he's clearly saying we don't have shared values. This is not the person that should be the surrogate for me. I also want to note that when it comes to...
Yeah, also, Abdul al-Sayed is not a fucking socialist. He's not. He's not DSA. He's not a socialist. We have our disagreements on plenty of issues. These people are so strange, where they think that two people can align on, key aspects of their agenda and unite under a shared interest in making America better for everyone without agreeing on everything.
It's so dumb. Oh,
it's very strange.
You can't see
I guess,
the characters
in
and
the
stuff
past,
up here,
that's
but
how
I don't
it
think
was,
it's the
right?
end
In the
of
past,
world.
that's just how it used to work. You tap into surrogates, and oftentimes those
Wait, if you
surrogates
want me
are like
to
already
change the screen
Hollywood.
size or something, just let me know.
They're famous people anyway, so they have like
maybe
a lot
I'll move
of
the chat
corporate
out of the
pressure
way,
that they have to
so we
abide
don't
by. So
need
they're not
to
going to
watch
say
that.
anything too
And then you
unhinged,
can
and are
still
going to
watch the himbo.
put you in harm's way or whatever. Obviously,
Sort of.
this only matters for the Democrats
that's
because
enough.
Republicans can have literal
There you
neo-Nazis
go.
as surrogates and no one gives a shit. But
that looks good.
But the idea that like you have to agree with every single thing that a surrogate of yours has said is so ridiculous.
The way that you engage an audience, the way that you're successful is by being intense, is by playing into the reward system of your audience in real time.
And no, I'm not being intense in an effort to drum up controversy and drive clicks. You guys are just oblivious to how angry normal people are. This is the problem. Of course, if you are, I don't know, a senior reporter for Axios, and you're like a lifelong journalist, and you've risen through the ranks, and now you make like $100 grand, $200 grand a year. You have a decent apartment that you were able to find. Your life is somewhat more comfortable. Okay. Then yeah, you're not going to be as angry. But regular people are fucking mad. I'm not being like a shock jock necessarily or saying something to invoke a reaction. I'm just angry. I'm genuinely passionate about these things, and so are the people that are tuning in. So are regular people. Like, for example, when we talk about when we talk about Israel, the average person's perspective on Israel is far closer to mine, if not damn near identical in most instances, or perhaps even more radical than mine in certain instances. That's what the average person is thinking when they think about Israel.
Anything else we can upgrade?
People in the media obviously live in a bubble, so they don't encounter real people who feel this way about Israel. So they think, wow, these guys are so mad. Why are they so mad? I don't know. 23,000 children were slaughtered with our weapons, with our tax dollars. Perhaps, perhaps that makes people a little pissed off. You think it's normal to react like a fucking sociopath to this shit? To this carnage? You're the weirdo. You're out of touch. Not us.
Because you're speaking for a really long time,
Yes.
and they are responding over time.
And the way that the platform works, so you can obviously pay to subscribe to somebody's channel, you can reward someone in real time for what they're saying, almost like giving kudos, is it's going to reward you to double down on the things you say, or it's going to incentivize you to double down on the things you say that your audience
like
in real
media.
time says they like.
Why is she saying that as if it's different from mainstream media? What the fuck?
I don't want to say polarizing, but they tend to be very intense and compassionate about what they're saying and their views. When you're
This is the most cynical interpretation of what I do, man.
Yeah, that as well. But it's also like,
from a bunch
mainstream
of
media is
boomers,
not
too.
better
They
as
have
a
no
whole in that
idea.
sense. In fact, it's worse because it doesn't even have that.
It's such a cynical way to approach this, man. It's such a cynical way to interpret what I am doing. Oh, it's just for clicks. It's just for money. If that was, first of all, if I was constantly audience captured or constantly fighting back or constantly leaning into what my audience wants, I wouldn't be fighting with them all the goddamn time, okay?
Okay, right. You there?
trying to
You
run
don't want to say polarizing?
Well, not every Twitch streamer is that. It's like
I'm sorry.
there are
I think,
some of them are
I think
random.
this frame is incredibly charitable.
Do it.
At the front end there, you were the show was suggesting that Piker's comments were essentially just that anti-Semitism is rising because Jews are
the
Zionistic.
comments so that you can characterize it yourself,
Okay,
Jesse.
so
I
here's
did not.
You know what? We're
By the
giving
way,
him avid learner.
That was my comment. Why are you so mad? And they didn't even characterize it as such. They actually showed it in the worst framing possible, and yet you're still mad because you still understand that that was the fucking main point.
So here's what the
Just to be clear, I said, hey, here's the clip. So now you have it in your
but
hand.
before that, you said that it was about pro-Israel sentiment within the Jewish community is making anti-Semitism rise.
It
in reality,
The Manhattan Institute is so funny because, like, Chris Rufo obviously got paid a lot of money for years and years to, like, drum up culture war issues. And on the Republican side, that means you have to be a heinous monster, right? You have to be racist, you have to be misogynistic. But of course, his biggest donors are
Hopefully,
also
this will be enough
pro-Israel.
coverage. Let's try this.
So he can't touch anti-Semitism as a driving force, even though under normal circumstances. Why is that the one? Why is that the one form of DEI that you're on board with? Perhaps it's because the Manhattan Institute has major donors that do care about anti-Semitism, and more importantly than anti-Semitism is perhaps the most important element here is not anti-Semitism at all, but
Let's try
Israel.
and do this. End phase.
It was really funny. I know people who have, who know Christopher Rufo very well. They know Chris Rufo wasn't exactly a fan of Israel for the longest time, but he's a
Why
mercenary.
not send the mages outside for a change? Well, because we need the mages, otherwise we'll die.
Yeah, Jesse, if you're going to come on the show, I need you to listen. I really need you to listen and respond to the things I say, because we spend a lot of time writing this stuff, and I didn't use any of the words you just said. And I want to be very clear. Michigan Democratic.
Why are you backing away? Why are you backing away? You should just say, yeah, I did say it. I said what I said because it's true. God forbid you on accident interpreted what I had to say charitably on CNN. Oh my God, I can't believe this is what this panel has fucking devolved to. Chuck Rocha, do something! Chuck! You know me, Chuck! Do something!
Senate candidate Abdel Sayed putting some distance between himself and Hassan Piker.
Okay, so the distance he put between himself and
Piker
Hassan
recently made remarks suggesting American Jews supporting Israel will make anti-Semitism worse.
That's what
and then we played the clip.
Okay.
By the way, that wasn't a charitable
It's such
interpretation. That was
bullshit,
just
man.
what I said.
Is it propagation? 85%
Also,
8
if you can
times.
have this dildo on, you can have me on CNN. What the fuck value does a Manhattan Institute stooge give to fucking CNN with his commentary when all he's doing is sitting there and fucking shitting on the anchor? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Bullshit, most likely. Move one tile over there. So a little bit more cover. Actually,
do not put words in my mouth. I will tell you right now. It's something that really bothers me because I spend a lot of time trying to be careful.
Wait.
Тут моя улица.
Upset about words being put in their mouth.
No.
Huh.
I feel so
Very
bad for her.
interesting.
Poor
Oh,
thing.
you don't like it? Oh, you don't like when people put words in your mouth? Well, welcome to the show, okay? Please, stop doing it to me. Please, I'm begging you, okay? I hate it too. I hate it as well. Here's the greatest thing that we could do. Dialogue. A normal one-on-one conversation. Put me on a panel. I'll do it.
For the audience. So if you want to tell me what you hear
I
and
don't
what
want to watch
Piker
the rest
said.
of this. I can't.
Democrats are beginning to distance themselves from Hassan Piker.
What channel is it? The National Desk? What the hell is this?
Wait, who was 170?
Oh, the program runs on all Sinclair stations? Oh, great.
The controversial Twitch streamer's latest comments about Jewish Americans. That includes Michigan
46
Senate
block. How much damage
candidate-
are they going to
Every
take?
local
0. Oh my fuck.
awesome.
The damage reduction puts it all the way down to 0? That's incredible. Wow.
El Sayed, who appeared with Piker multiple times on the campaign trail. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joining us. And what a difference a week, 2 weeks makes, Jeff. El Sayed is just one of the candidates trying to create that separation.
That's
Lawmakers
awesome.
across the country also
Wow.
taking action. Tell us how.
So from New York and New Jersey to Michigan and Nevada, Democratic lawmakers across the entire nation are sounding the alarm on Piker's rhetoric.
Is it weird seeing your name
Sounding
all across
the
national TV? No, it's not.
alarm
At this
on the
point, I'm used
Piker's
to it. I
rhetoric.
expect it. I don't know what else to say about it.
Surrounding Jewish Americans, most referencing a recent clip where Piker suggested to his Twitch viewers that support of Israel will make anti-Semitism worse and invite violence.
If Jews in America keep
Yes,
putting
he did say that, and that is
idea
correct.
out there that they are
Oh my fuck, it's
singularly
such
invested
bullshit,
in
man.
Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
That comment from Piker now sparking widespread backlash, including from Jeremy Moss, a Jewish Michigan state senator running for Congress, who Piker displayed a photo of while expressing those thoughts. Moss writing, quote, "I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community, should and shouldn't believe." Thoughts echoed by fellow Michigan Democrats and lawmakers nationwide.
Come on.
Nationwide. Yeah,
There
okay, bro.
has to
Fuck
be
off.
Hassan heads in Oakland County. Jewish Hassan heads in Oakland County. Rise up.
And
You have
turn,
nothing to
you
lose
wanna
but
hear
your
the move,
change.
that's fine.
Saying you displayed a photo of his nasty work, I know. They're boomers. They don't understand.
They
how
do
quick
so
they
little
are.
damage,
They have
it's
no idea. I was,
incredible.
like reacting to
This character has so much
different
block. I
things
love
at
it
different times.
so much. So sick.
There's probably 2 or 3. No, there's definitely some. I mean, there's one that there was that one lady from Oakland County. There was that one lady from Oakland County who was like, "Oh, I'm gonna vote for Abdul, but I think like the Hassan Piker thing is like a bridge too far for me." And there was a chatter in here who is literally like the nephew of that woman. It's a big
Yes, I
community.
mean, the chat at
There's
least
a lot, there are a lot of
claim
Jews in
to
this
be that.
community. A lot of anti-Zionist Jews in this community. So sound off. Non-Jewish Oakland County resident, but know a ton in our local DSA and Jews for Abdul. That's what I'm saying. Sound off on this shit. That's the other thing. Like, I was talking to some friends of mine in media, and it's like, we need to have a better established line of defense against these kinds of smears, because I'm not alone on this, right? Like, Mark Ruffalo, Miss Rachel, there are so many anti-Zionists who constantly get hit with this critique. We should have a better established media communication strategy when stuff like this happens, where like anti-Zionist Jews will come out and just be like, this is ridiculous, here's why, you know, like press releases similar to that. It shouldn't be left up to, it should not be left up to like Hannah Einbinder to come out on her own to defend Mark Ruffalo. We should have like a united front. You know what I mean?
It would be kind of epic.
This is the default stance of the pro-genocide mainstream media: bully and lie until the opposition gives up. I know. I kind of don't like that we are. I kind of don't like that we just kind of, you know, let it wash over us. Got to be AstroTurf for stuff like that? No, that's not true. That's not true. I think you need to partner with Jewish anti-Zionist orgs is the only way. What do you mean? I do all the time. In many of these campaigns as well. Are you asking to create a token Jewish community you can call on? Wow, what a charitable interpretation of what I just said. I said that there are already pre-existing anti-Zionist Jewish organizations.
That's what he
said. And they should be
Great.
piping up about things like this, especially at a time when anti-Zionist Jews are directly erased from the conversation, which is ironically the point that I was trying to make. That's the problem. Any Jewish person who is critical of Israel is immediately erased. Immediately. It is as though they do not exist. There are some, like Ben Shapiro, who actively tell people that they are not real Jews if they are against Israel. So that's number one, which is disgusting. It's anti-Semitism. But then, even when someone says they are a liberal Zionist like Brad Lander, their electoral victory over the likes of Dan Goldman is considered an anti-Semitic act in one of the most Jewish districts in the country, where Jewish people are voting for a self-identifying liberal Zionist Jewish congressional representative. And only because his position is the correct one and the majority position on Israel, which is that Israel is an occupation, Israel has done a genocide, Israel is an apartheid state, and that must be abolished. Only then is it considered. Only then are people calling into question Brad Lander's Judaism, his Jewish background. It's disgusting.
Truth nuke. Okay. There's a few more.
And also, the reason why that chatter pointed this out is because he's going to clip me and then post it. He's going to clip me and say, Hassan Piker wants his own token Jews to defend him. That's going to be the uncharitable interpretation. And then they're going to run that. They're going to run that over and over again.
Hopefully that claw doesn't get to go too far.
And then people will say, oh my God, why aren't you careful with your words? Well, I am careful with my words. Right? I'm very careful. I didn't say anything that was even remotely controversial, but it doesn't matter what I say. So yeah, and then there will be another round of condemn Hassanabi cycle because of the disingenuous framing, right?
Okay, we need to get this guy, like, Chiara, we need to get her ranged weapon of some sort.
What's going on here?
Because she can't do much if she's out of range.
Exclusive about Hassan.
And she doesn't have enough movement to do...
Fox News' favorite boogeyman has also been in the center of a lot of debates regarding the Democratic Party. With al-Sayed specifically, you saw him distancing himself after Piker said that American Jewish support for Israel could lead someone to take action against Jews in the U.S. Right, and for a little context there, Piker was talking about Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss refusing to back al-Sayed, and he was actually expressing concern about rising anti-Semitism. Right, in the full clip, he was emphasizing the danger
Philip DeFranco was able to give proper context.
Boom. I'm sure they'll get mad at him for that. That's the
Insane.
thing, like, people openly show their disdain for taking these disingenuous out of context clips and putting them in the proper context. Like, people get mad. People go, oh, you're defending this person, you're defending this vicious anti-Semite. It's like, no, they're defending the fucking truth. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry that some people are not going along with your ridiculous smear campaign. It shouldn't be left up to Philip DeFranco to demonstrate higher journalistic integrity than every single mainstream news outlet, by the way. I like Philip DeFranco, but it is crazy that the entire process has been flipped on its head.
It is so ridiculous.
Where you have independent outlets like Philly D, or even myself, that actually cover the news with greater attention to detail than the mainstream outlets that have entire newsrooms. A legion of producers that simply focus on irrelevant, nonsensical bullshit. I talked about this when Dave Weigel reported on it as well, where it was like when Abdul goes on Assange stream, he talks for 2 hours uninterrupted about policy. When he goes on CNN, he's hit with soundbite after soundbite after soundbite of clippable moments like, do you condemn Hassan? Do you do this? Do you do that? In the past, the expectation was that if your media diet featured non-professional news outlets, independent media, then you were probably being led astray, right? We don't have the same ethics, the same code of conduct when we're covering the news, right? It's not the same as like a serious news department with a legal team and all this stuff. It turns out we're in opposite world now. Now, this isn't to say all independent news outlets do this. Obviously, that's not the case. Trust me, I know. But perhaps there's a reason why so many people are pouring into independent news outlets and going to places like Zateo, places like Dropsite News, places like this community, and even Philip DeFranco.
Even Philip DeFranco.
That is because,
damn.
I'm sorry to say this, as someone who is
He
a
needs to put
dedicated
so much
news
thing on his
watcher,
hand.
an article pervert of the highest order, mainstream media has dropped the ball in spectacular display.
Oh, it's so sick. They do
In
so little
spectacular
damage.
fashion. Straight up. And you might say Philip DeFranco is a perpetual fence sitter or whatever, but even then, he has a higher degree of respect for the truth than mainstream outlets do.
Slotkin, no one should casually be suggesting that anyone, Jews or otherwise, are to blame for being targeted. And Congresswoman Haley Stevens, this radio man should stop sowing division and hate.
Thing he did not do that. Wait, there's one enemy left? Oh, okay, no. It's just
God,
like,
I
that's
love
how much
her.
I love
I still
Sunrise.
love her. She's still growing on me,
We
honestly.
did it.
This radio man.
Ah, damn. Just short of
Let our
level
election
up.
occur without his continued commentary and involvement.
There is zero place for this kind of hatred from somebody like Hassan Piker. He's pathetic and he should be put outside and not
2 turns
welcomed
of the
into
last
any
enemy
kind of tent.
spawn.
Aside from
Nice.
backlash, the comment also creating some distance. Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, who appeared with Piker multiple times on the campaign trail, now appearing to separate from the Twitch streamer, writing, quote, "I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople." A statement Rabbi Asher Lopatin, who serves the Detroit area, believes doesn't go far enough.
He needs a strong statement of rejection.
Really? Random rabbi, you say? Hold on.
Give this guy more armor. Or more damage.
Let me take a look. I mean, this is an unbiased random rabbi, right? Surely he's not linked directly to a Republican-backed operation called Democrats for Mike Rogers or anything, right? Like, there's no way. Wait a minute.
Maybe.
Wait a minute. What?
What?
Oh
What a
my
surprise.
God. It turns out he's not a random guy at all. It turns out he's a part of the Republican-backed initiative called Democrats for Mike Rogers. What?
Incredible.
This is the same thing that like Jubilee does from time to time. The same thing that these cable news outlets do all the time, where they'll be like,
Kiara,
here's a
please, a good
concerned
level
mother
of
that we
thingies.
talk to. And then you scratch the surface and you investigate for like 3
Less
seconds.
resistance
You
reduction
Google their
is
name
not
and it's
bad.
like, Moms for Liberty founder arrested for child pornography. That's not just a random concerned mother, man. That's a political operative that was arrested for CSAM. The fuck do you mean? This is not a local woman, and this person is not just a random local rabbi. He is a Republican operative.
And distancing, and also, you know, it needs an apology.
By the way, the Moms for Liberty CSAM story is so commonplace that if you literally
More
looked
quick
up like
shots.
Moms for Liberty, you know, sex scandal, you would probably, let's see, Moms for Liberty sex scandal. Moms for Liberty co-founder faces calls for resignation. Fraudulent
Increase
MAGA
maximum
operation
score range
Moms
to
for
16
Liberty
every 12
collapsing
units,
in Florida and
distance
the nation.
formal.
Florida School Board recommends ouster of Moms for Liberty.
That's a really good thing. Damn. Okay, let's see what items we can get.
Wait, that was a real example? Yes!
Oh my... That's a good item.
Sexual assault and rape at her apartment in Sarasota, Florida in October 2023.
Wow. Yeah, okay, we're taking this.
I remember when the trans bathroom story happened in Northern Virginia and they talked to a concerned parent.
Another
and it was
one?
the head of the GOP in the county where the story happened. Yeah, it's always concerned parent who happens to be a paid Republican political operative. What the fuck?
Let's get the... Another magic wand. Wow. Recruit new heroes. Let's see.
The fact that he was so close to him, even if he now distances himself from him, he needs to apologize and say, I don't hang out with those kind of people.
Now, Lopatin pointing to Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, who not only condemned Piker.
This is such a nasty little Republican psyop. You got a Congresswoman, Hillary Scholten, who is embroiled in her own scandal revolving around sexual intercourse with a prominent Michigan Republican. Okay, coming out and behaving like a Republican operative under the banner of a Democrat in the state, sitting side by side with the likes of Jamie Raskin and shit, constantly throwing Molotov cocktail after Molotov cocktail at the Abdul al-Sayed candidacy. You got local rabbi who's, again, another Republican operative. You got another state Democrat who has been a Republican Trump voter since 2020 due to COVID vaccines.
No
and has left the Democratic Party, even though she still carries the banner of a Democratic politician in the state who has left the Democratic Party over LGBTQ, left the Democratic Party over COVID vaccinations, all this shit, right? And these guys are sincerely running around being like, as Democrats, we find Abdul to be unconscionable. And there is no...
These are so bad, all these characters.
There isn't enough pushback against this stuff. The Democratic Party, instead of... The Democratic Party, broadly, instead of looking at these snakes and saying, none of you are real Democrats, they're running around saying, I'm not a real Democrat. I'm not invested in fucking defeating Donald Trump. It blows my mind. These guys are doing a Republican operation to destroy the Senate majority, and establishment Democrats are leaning into this shit. We have to get the word out, man. We have to show people the truth.
Is this a dwarf?
It blows my goddamn mind.
I think so. I think we're getting him.
I promise you, if Midas Touch liberals found out about what's going on here, instead of just at most seeing my name be mentioned all over media and going, who cares? If they actually understood the sophisticated operation at play here, using the Democratic brand to attack the Democratic Senate candidate from Michigan to destroy the Democratic Party's chances of winning the Senate majority, I think most liberals would lose their fucking minds. They would be unbelievably pissed off.
Comment on social media, but said if El Sayed reached out to her, which he hasn't, she would have some questions.
As I made pretty clear, a lot of it has to do with past associations with Hassan Piker.
The Democratic Party, Democratic candidates and insiders need to show concern for Abdul el-Sayed's positions.
Now, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries also speaking out, writing that the claims are dangerous and anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, Piker is defending his remarks, posting that falsely tying Israel to Jewish people is increasing anti-Semitism, adding here, quote, "This isn't a call for violence." Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Speaking of Canada.
By the way, be on the lookout for another poll that comes out where Abdul has like +7 on Mike Rogers. And then there will be another barrage of anti-Hassan attacks. They'll say Abdul el-Sayed is hugging and kissing Hassan secretly behind closed doors, and that he needs to immediately drop out of the race and allow Mike Rogers to win. The more he performs, the more pro-Israel Democrats are going to lose their fucking minds every goddamn day for the next 68 days until November.
Abdul El-Sayed, he's distancing himself from Hassan Piker. Piker was singing a song mocking slain conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Is there a place for this faction in the Democratic Party? Is the tent big enough?
I think that there is a place for it, and I think that this type of conversation is very, very healthy. Now, I disagree with Hassan Piker.
Wait, Jared Polis challenged me to a debate?
Block? Nice.
What the hell?
Well, I have no idea. Obviously, he has his listeners. I mean, I'd, be happy to debate him or take him on just as I would any host. I disagree with him on many things. I think everybody really, runs their own campaigns. And fundamentally, you have to show how you're going to help improve the lives of people in your state, in the country, reduce the cost of healthcare, improve the economy, and,
Get in here, Jared. Yeah, I would do it. I would debate Jared Polis 100%.
Sure.
I don't know what we would debate on, but I mean, there's plenty of issues where I disagree with them.
On a lot of things, and I would tell him that, and he would be okay with that. But I still think it's important to have these ideological battles and see who comes out on top. I mean, even in Wisconsin, people were saying that the DSA candidate, the Democratic Socialist candidate, was going to sweep, and it ended up being a nail-biter where the more establishment candidate ended up winning. So there's a healthy conversation happening, and of course, I disagree with some of Piker's more out there views, but to say that we should cut off his followers and his fans from being able to participate in the party, I think would be short-sighted right now.
There is a coordinated smear campaign against the leftist streamer Hassan Piker.
Strange that it seems Nira agrees that Israel's actions make the world unsafe for Jews. I know. I know. I mean, she is such a cynical mercenary, dude. Here at Netanyahu hopefully will lose his job here, attacks Haley from Michigan for stating the obvious fact that Netanyahu is making Jews in America and the world less safe. You know what I say to that?
What gives?
Wow, it turns out all of these guys that have been complaining about what I said were actually praising Haley Stevens for saying the same thing last month. Oh my God. Perhaps this story has nothing to do with my commentary around anti-Semitism increasing due to Israel's actions and everything to do with the fact that I am against Israel's genocide.
Welcome to the right.
I am against America's undying loyalty to the state of Israel that has allowed Israel to behave in the belligerent manner and the violent ways that it has destabilized the entire region.
Lovely.
Haley Stevens, on the other hand, is an uncompromising and loyal stooge for Israel. And that is the reason why when she says stuff like that, it's not a big deal. When I say stuff like that, all of a sudden, I'm Mr. Jew Hater. Arno Rosenfeld, the one thing Hassan Piker could say to begin healing ties with the U.S. Jews. Yeah, I know. It's not. I know what his argument is. I saw it already. It's on the front page. Arno says, on the one hand, you keep saying liberal Zionists are fascist. They're liberal Nazis because Zionism is fascism. But on the other hand, you say you're not as hostile to the likes of Brad Lander, who considers himself a liberal Zionist. My argument on this is very clear. I have repeatedly explained it over and over again. I'm an American. I live in the United States of America. I have to deal with a lot of people who I disagree with vehemently, whose ideas that I believe demonstrate varying degrees of white supremacy, for example. As long as they are not a hurdle towards an overarching goal of ending the occupation, ending the genocide, ending the apartheid, then they're fine. Yes, we will have disagreements on this issue. We will have disagreements on how people present themselves, on the setbacks. But ultimately, I have to be pragmatic. I am not going to spend time behaving in an antagonistic manner towards those who are far closer to my opinion when the overwhelming majority of people in positions of power are unbelievably hostile to the idea of even declaring Israel to be an apartheid state. It's just true. These people are hostile to the truth. Okay?
Okay, we have one block person on each side. That's really good.
So that's
really,
it.
really good.
Some recognition for Piker that many American Jews are grappling with their relationship to Israel as a minority group in a historically hostile diaspora would go a long way towards reassuring them he views them as more than would-be Nazis or terrorists. Of course I view that. Of course I view them as that. How do you think I have converted so many young American Jews to anti-Zionism? I didn't do that by being like, you're all fucking little Nazis. It's twofold, okay? It's a two-parter. On the one hand, shame is obviously important, especially when the crimes are so severe. But also on the other hand, I'm understanding of people's social conditioning. Right? I'm understanding of people's social conditioning. I understand it. That's why I love Simone Zimmerman. We've talked some of my favorite guests, some of my closest friends did not start off as anti-Zionist Jews, but were initially liberal Zionists themselves. They worked in J Street. Noah Cohen is a great example of this, right? But having said all of that, of course, Zionism is a racist ideology. The sad reality is that there are plenty of people, not just with Zionism, but with numerous, with varying degrees of racist ideology that they have been socially conditioned into believing. That doesn't mean that they're irredeemable.
How strong are you?
That's my opinion. That's always been my opinion. That's why there are some who fucking yell at me all the time and say I'm far too forgiving. I'm far too aggressive. Meanwhile, most people say I'm too aggressive with my commentary on Zionism and my hostility towards Zionism.
And you can be here. Oh, the dwarf dude does not have a lot of movement.
Hassan, don't you dare fucking back down from this bullshit. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Are you fantasizing about me potentially backing down from a position? I'm not even saying like, oh, let's begin the healing ties with U.S. Jews. I have already clarified this position that this person is demanding of me. Okay? Most of this conversation inevitably devolves into, and I had this conversation with Peter Beinart. It devolves into, well, don't you feel like Nazi carries a lot of power, especially when you're talking about Jewish people? And I say, I understand that, but I'm not precious about deploying the terminology, because I do think that if you have sympathies for a country from its formation that has conducted ethnic cleansing, then yeah, of course, that's just the truth. That doesn't mean that people who have sympathies are irredeemable across the board. It's accurate, though.
Truthful.
It's accurate. Anyway, but so much of this is just crosstalk where people have decided what their perspective is about my commentary because they've seen clips. I push back against those who say I care too much about anti-Semitism, that I'm a philo-Semite, I'm a Jewish supremacist, a liberal Zionist, and I push back against people who will then turn around and tell me that I don't care about Jewish people's feelings at all on this issue. It's not true. I think I'm a fairly pragmatic and very balanced
doesn't care about
person on this issue, and I approach it
and hates them, but at the same time cares too much about them.
The nuance that it deserves.
Okay.
I think a lot of people don't understand that what I'm trying to say here is perhaps a little bit more insane, which is that there are varying degrees of supremacist ideology that people buy into. And as an American, I have to deal with people and their social conditioning on those supremacist values. So it's not just Jewish supremacy. There's white supremacy as well. There's nationalisms of different sorts that I have to deal with. And
we will have
in order to organize a broad movement, I have to work with people that have values like that and try to convert them away.
By the Democratic Party establishment over Israel's US armed and facilitated genocide against the Palestinian people. The bottom line about what's happening here, because the American people have turned against Israel in revulsion, at the genocide and want to stop facilitating its crimes facilitated by them, their country, their government, their states. And that opposition is overwhelmingly amongst the Democratic rank and file. But the Democratic Party establishment remains invested in the alliance with Israel. And they fear being swept aside by pro-Palestinian left-wing candidates in upcoming primaries, because that is already happening. So their response is to smear pro-Palestinian figures, in this case, to specifically try and toxify Hassan Piker, to try and nullify his ability to mobilize grassroots supporters to get progressive candidates to win Democratic primaries. That's because he has been successful in helping progressive candidates get selected to win these primaries. And so they want to deter progressive candidates from getting his help on the basis that they will then pay a price if they do. Therefore, he won't be able to mobilize support of those candidates. They also, the Democratic establishment, want to destroy the chances of progressive candidates
within range of two
like
to fly into the fray.
Al-Sayed, who
What?
was successful in becoming...
I'm gonna skip this.
That's
They got hit with the
That's
tornado.
so cool.
You are getting susceptible to bandwagon fallacy, where people start thinking if this many people think you've done something wrong, then they must be correct. I mean, I don't care, dude. I have said this a million times over, man. Listen. I am a socialist, anti-imperialist in the United States of America. You think it's my first foray into being misunderstood or hated for a position that many will inevitably arrive at? No. That's just what it is, baby. Being a socialist, being a leftist, especially in America, is simply being right, but too early, and having everybody yell at you, even after they arrive at your positions that you were, championing for decades. That's it.
Splitter. This one does a lot of damage.
So you have to take the victories in
will
grace,
not be doing
and you have to identify that you were not ever supposed to be in this position of victory to begin with. Don't ever take it for granted. My perspective on so many things have not changed at all in the last decade. That's why you can go back to 2016, 2017, 2014, whether when I was writing at the Huffington Post or whether I was making Young Turks videos, and you will hear me say the exact same things come back. What is this? It's genuinely
they do
funny
so
looking
little
back at
damage
the
to
mass
our armor heroes. It's
psychosis
great.
present when the Iran war started. A WhatsApp from a U.S. Navy SEAL says, Hillel Fold. We're a little ahead of schedule. Today we completely wiped out their Navy. They have 0 ships now. We have full air superiority. All effective ADA sites are gone, so they have no ground to air. They have some ballistic cruiser and some one-way group 2 and 3 drones left. They already lost. We're just doing surgical work right now. That's right. I'm gonna do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy.
Such an idiot.
What is this? When this happened to Corbin, I worried that he backed down too much. I love him, but he didn't wear it well. Much faith in you, big man. No, I'm younger than Corbin. You know what I mean? There's that element. Also, I'm not a politician. I'm a media personality, so I have a lot more liberties. I don't have to worry about
3-minute
factions.
ad break.
Part of the reason
Subscribe
why
the channel
is because
if you're epic
my faction
or
is
have
an
money.
outsider faction regardless.
Both are valid reasonings.
My loyalty is to the American working class broadly, but outside of that, my loyalty also in the interim and the immediate sense of it to a political organization lies with the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? I care about building socialism in this country. So for me, it's like these centrist Democrats, these establishment Democrats, these right-wing Democrats, Zionists of different Zionists of different like ideological teams, ideological tendencies. Who gives a shit if they fucking oppose me? I oppose them. You know? It's fine. You will never see a real, true, I was gonna say true blue, but true red DSA cadre come out and be like, fuck this Hassan guy, he's bad. Or if they've done so, that means they are completely betraying, in my opinion, betraying the fucking movement. Or maybe I have betrayed the movement at that point. This guy pro clutching about your take secretly agrees with it.
But one of the things that actually is true is that is technically true, though. It is one of the annoying things about Israel is that you are the only Jewish state on the planet. You conduct yourself in a fucking unhinged manner. It's not really that surprising when people start to get overall like a bad impression of Jewish people. Now, it's not good. Shouldn't happen. But also like Netanyahu, bruh. What the fuck? Fucking pro-Pally dick sucks, okay?
Oh my god, another position from the debate pedophile over here. Another position that he technically agrees with, but he can't get himself to openly mention that he agrees with because he's not a fucking real actor. He has no moral compass, he doesn't care about the issues, he's just operating on pure 100% resentment. Oh my god. Ben Lorber says, at its philosophical core, the early Zionist movement claimed to reorient the Jewish people as a political actors charged with historical responsibility. Ironically, today, many Jews claim their Zionism is a kind of tender personal retreat from historical and political responsibility. They define it as a personal connection to Israel or throw around the term like self-determination. These words don't mean anything, and the people using them don't intend them to. It's a way to avoid squarely facing the moment that we live in. Many of the smarter early theorists of cultural Zionism would be ashamed by these kinds of vacuous arguments. They criticize precisely this kind of blinkered myopia in co-religionists who refuse to actually address political reality with grounded honesty.
Wait, did that attack go through their health? What the fuck?
There was also this. Tim Miller of the Bulwark begging near a tandem to tweet less about me.
Saying why we love each other.
That's not very nice.
One reason why we love each other is because we're both posters at heart. Your Twitter energy, though, lately has been a little bit off of Susan Collins for my taste. I counted this morning 15 tweets about Hassan Piker since Sunday. A lot of attacking the left right now from you on the Twitter account when we have a big challenge ahead of us in November. And so,
yes, I think this is a really important thing to discuss. I actually appreciate the opportunity to talk about this because I want to make a
really,
and I've said this publicly. I said this to the New York Times like a month or two ago, which is
well, she appreciated the opportunities of Tasha Hassan even more. What a surprise!
DSA.
Is she drunk again? At this point, we've only seen Neera Tanden sober one time when she was doing a Center for American Progress front-facing camera video. God damn, it's crazy, man. How the fuck does this person operate?
Line candidates win in swing states. Where DSA candidates win in blue cities.
Oh.
Like, that's a healthy thing for a party. It's okay for a Democratic broad tent to have very liberal candidates in very liberal parts of the country. And when people complain about this, I say to them, there are like some really cuckoo members in like MAGA parts of the country. And, you know, like it's a big tent and we should be growing that. My concern, and it's a genuine concern, is that Hassan Piker is noxious to the brand of the Democratic Party in swing states and swing districts. And I'm always for a big tent, but big tents have tent poles. And tent pole, for me, is we should be against racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism.
That's strategy. I'm talking about strategy. Like, Abdul won. 15 tweets about Piker this week feels like a lot. Like, Abdul won, and he's got...
Even this is kind of cowardly. I don't know why people don't just say the truth about Neera Tanden. I guess they like each other. That's probably the reason why. And just fucking, dude, this would not be appropriate. Tim Miller, if I spent every fucking waking moment talking about David Crowley being a piece of shit or something and constantly taking pot shots at David Crowley, how many fucking YouTube videos would you make, Tim Miller,
Done
about
cleaning.
the left is trying to destroy the Democratic Party uniting under the same banner? No, seriously.
But it did
seriously.
make some progress.
I want Tim Miller, I hope you see this
Probably
video.
not enough.
I want you to ask yourself, perhaps you haven't really considered this. How would you have a conversation with me if I was like retweeting, I don't know, Nick Fuentes or something, shitting on David Crowley and being racist to David Crowley? Would you have me on your show to have a cordial conversation? Or would you lose your fucking mind for good reason? Because that's what Neera Tanden did to me. She retweeted Laura Loomer claiming that I was engaging in ninja taqiyya, the idea that you can never trust a Muslim because Muslims, they lie as a part of their religion.
Gotta head out now. Time to dinner bath.
Can you imagine if I did even
Thanks
a
for
fraction
modding. Sleep well, Nimdog.
of what Neera Tanden has done?
Have a
in
lovely
the
dinner
last,
and bath and bedtime.
This entire election cycle in the last couple of months.
You're very welcome.
That's what's so fucked up about this process. I get that you guys are all in DC or have, you know, spent a good deal of time there. You guys are operatives. And you know, you have a cordial relationship with one another. Me and Tim have a cordial relationship with one another. We've appeared on stage together. How would you treat me if I was doing what Neera Tanden was doing to David Crowley? My candidate lost, so fuck David Crowley. If I ran around doing that. If I ran around constantly taking pot shots at David Crowley. If DSA and numerous other political organizations were like, we are refusing to work with David Crowley. We don't want David Crowley to win. And then there was a media cycle around it. And I was running around saying, I hate David Crowley. Like, this conversation would not be cordial. And I wouldn't expect it to be cordial. You're being far too nice to Neera Tanden here. You're being much nicer to Neera Tanden than what she deserves at this moment. And if we don't actually implement a sense of shame against these shameless mercenaries, they're never going to behave appropriately when the moment requires them to, at the very least, get out of the way. Because I'm not begging for Neera Tanden to talk about how awesome Abdul is every day. I'm just begging her to shut the fuck up about Abdul El-Sayed. Just, that's it. That's it. That's it. If you don't like the man, don't talk about him. The Senate majority hinges on this. It does not fucking make sense. I think you can shame shameless people. Okay? There is power in social inoculation. There's power in a sense of community. If more people came out like Pecan was and actively started saying, Neera Tanden, what the fuck are you doing? You are responsible for the most consequential center-left think tank in the Hill, and you're running around actively yelling about your left flank every day. You look like a silly asshole. You are dividing the base. You are fomenting voter apathy. You are spitting on the faces of hundreds of thousands of Democratic Party voters that door knock for candidates over and over again, telling them to suck it. The fuck's wrong with you? This is not the behavior of a professional political operative. This is the behavior of a drunk sociopath. It is completely ridiculous. And part of the reason why Neera Tanden gets away with doing this is because no one actually gives her a stern talking to. Okay? That's it. If her peers were to be honest with her and to say, Look, you're like a 60-year-old political operative. You worked on every fucking political campaign. Is this a normal way to conduct yourself? Conduct yourself professionally. Act like you understand the importance of defeating Trumpism in this country for 1 fucking second in your life, regardless of your ideological resentment towards your left flank. What the fuck? You're behaving like a fucking child. Like a drunk bully. Both drunk with power and drunk on alcohol as well.
I've got things that I could nitpick Abdul about, but like, he's not campaigning with the Sun anymore, like that was in the past. And again, so like, why?
Like, look at the excitement in her eyes. She's like, Abdul's not campaigning with her. It's like, why is this your #1 priority?
It's like not that helpful. It doesn't feel.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I feel like I have tried to be clear that it's good. It's a good thing that he's moved off of Piker. And I've said multiple times I would support Abdul El-Sayed. I think this is a good step. A lot of...
Yeah, then shut the fuck up now, please. Please, shut the fuck up, please. Okay? Focus on races you care about.
Nice.
Okay?
Oh, come on. One of them didn't.
It is obsessive. Her and Shannon Watts and Fred Gutenberg. There's a couple of these like NGO guys and think tank consultants from the Beltway that are just insane, dude. And their own fans recognize it too. Even I'm seeing it in their replies, which they, hide usually. But it's crazy. They're literally like, dude, what are you talking about? You haven't stopped tweeting about this fucking guy.
People looked at his statement and...
Trey Easton is another one. Even the other guy that was the John Fetterman guy from Searchlight Institute has been a little bit more agreeable in this process, where at least he entertains the notion of Abdul El-Sayed winning. Whereas Trey Easton is still trying to take pot shots because these guys literally have decided they're my op. I'm their op. Their #1 priority is to just endlessly chirp about me. Hassan Piker's just a streamer in California. He's giving Nick Fuentes just an internet troll. Oh my fucking god.
Why me?
Oh my god.
Even I know all of this mystery. Thou seemest to be a single one, but I still can't understand why and in which ways. When I would cover power,
we know what you're doing, Nira. You are not slick. You can't directly shit on Abdul, so you fucking use me as a way to consistently take pot shots.
Hammer variations? Almost.
She's not well. She has petty lib tyrant brain. I'm not obsessed with Piker. Everyone else is. Search Nira Tandon Piker. Insanity. This is not normal.
That it's not an Abdul El-Sayed statement. It's not enough. I think this is a good step. You can't, like, it's good when people do stuff you want them to do. That's great. But I'll tweet less if you'd like.
No, I like your tweeting. I'm just trying to get like an 80-20 ratio.
I don't think anyone would talk to me in the same way if I behaved like Nira Tandon did.
Maybe.
Which is ironic because they claim I behave like Nira Tandon against Kamala Harris. All this shit also creates a permission structure for Nick Fuentes to further enter the mainstream. The comparisons legitimize them. I know, I've already given up on that. Did you ever think you'd see serious people Ethan climaxing? No, I did not. I thought that these guys would have like more shit going on in their lives. He will without Piker. At least one of us will be happy about that. What is this? Because he caved to the mob you spent months whipping up. Why did El-Sayed distance himself from Piker? Was he duped? He will without Piker. At least one of us will be happy. Here's the difference between me and Nira Tandon, okay? If Abdul El-Sayed won, whether he distanced from me or not, okay, or sufficiently distanced, let's say, to Nira Tandon's liking, I wouldn't give a shit. I would still be happy because I want him to fucking win. Nira, on the other hand, cannot see the world as anything but an opportunity for social progress for herself, for career advancement, social advancement. That's the only way she operates, and this is pure projection.
Movement.
Your warning about painting Jews as a monolith gets more relevant. Yeah. IDF soldiers are outside of Columbia University gates despite a lawsuit filed by Palestinian students stating that Columbia created a racist, hostile environment. The soldiers are part of the Frontline Advocates, a new Israel MFA program. We are IDF. We have been to Gaza. Ask us anything. And then a peace sign.
Disgusting.
Nazis, dude. The double standard once again. What is important to understand is that if these IDF soldiers are harassed or attacked in any way, the headline will be Jewish students attacked in anti-Semitic incident. This isn't hyperbole. This is the exact scenario that has played out a dozen times on U.S. college campuses. In November 2024, when 2 IDF soldiers were attacked on the DePaul campus while standing next to a sign that read, "Come talk about Israel with an IDF soldier," the media covered it entirely as an anti-Semitic hate crime and did not mention or downplay that they were IDF soldiers. When they were attacked because they were Jewish students or because they were open members and supporters of a military that at that point, all major human rights organizations have determined was committing genocide. I wonder which one of those reasons were those people attacked. Categorically, across media, counter-protesting, harassment attacks on pro-Israel students are framed in the most sectarian terms possible, while violent attacks on pro-Palestine students, UCLA May 2024, Columbia January 2024, by Zionist vigilantes is framed in purely ideological terms. Attacks on pro-Palestine students is never, and I mean never, framed as attacks on Muslims or Arab students. It is always stripped of sectarianism or racial hatred. Meanwhile, opposition to the most openly ideological Zionist political activity is framed in sectarian terms as a rule. This one-sided sectarian framing is reflected in the data of campus protest coverage. In the first 6 months, there were 1,385 standalone mentions of anti-Semitism in New York Times, Washington Post, USA Today, AP, Politico, Axios. During the same time frame, there were only 22 mentions of Islamophobia. This is despite the fact that according to the university's own findings, there was roughly an equal amount of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses. This is according to their own studies commissioned on behalf of pro-Israel donors and lawmakers. It's not just support for Israel and Zionism that's increasingly viewed by courts and our media as a protected class comparable to religion or race. It's open support and membership in the IDF. This is obviously batshit, illiberal, and makes a mockery of minority protections. Can you imagine? The Klan, being a part of the Klan is a protected political expression, protected political identity. Being a Nazi, being a part of the American Nazi Party is a part of a protected political identity.
Damage, nice.
There is a level of political protection you get broadly, regardless of how odious your worldview is in the United States of America under the First Amendment.
Ooh,
okay?
another action point is good.
But that doesn't reach
that
doesn't reach the same standard of protection that we're offering to literal war criminals, okay? To people who have conducted war crimes. To people who are openly saying they have conducted war crimes. When someone says, I'm an IDF soldier and I was in Gaza, you are openly admitting, according to virtually every human rights organization, you are admitting to being a part of a military that is a belligerent occupier and has violated numerous human rights laws and has conducted a genocide. You're no longer going to get the same level of protection that anyone else would.
So we're getting that. Ooh, what's this sword? Shield.
Here's Hunter Biden.
I turn on these shows and it's like a circular firing squad because they end up talking about Hassan Piker for 45 minutes. You know what Hassan Piker did? Hassan Piker is a live stream guy that has been doing it for I don't know how many years, and he has thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of him just spewing shit into a microphone. By the way, but at the same time, you know what Hassan Piker's done? He has created a little bit of a movement of a group of people that are absolutely opposed to the fascism of Donald Trump. And you know what? I want to tap into that. I don't want to opt out of it. I want to figure out with Hassan Piker whether or not we can find common ground.
Such an
and
unlikely
fight
ally
against
in
the
a
same
way, but
enemy.
also
Instead,
a very
what these
likely
guys are
ally.
doing is he's a
Incredible.
virulent anti-Semite, and everybody's this, that, and the other thing. And it's just like, and he said this
you
about
then, Mr.
9/11,
Wolf,
and
you're
he
gonna
said
be the
that. It's
front
like,
line over there.
my God.
Actually, over here is a little bit better. You will be alone over here.
I'm gonna have Hunter Biden on stream. I will.
Jari will be here.
Laptop Fap Top Alliance. Okay. You see this?
It's so stupid.
Ted Cruz's tiny dick. Legend. I did this to him as well, by the way. People shouldn't forget.
Good grief. I am feeling a little bit tired. Just a wee bit.
All right, let's see what the Jam Boys are saying.
Was that hit the south side of Chicago too, and we've done nothing about it. They've been sitting in darkness for about a week. Crazy.
Over a week.
Fucking over a week.
Yeah,
over a
at
week,
this point,
bro.
it's what, like 9-10 days. Gary has like one, because you know Monopoly. Gary has like one electric company. It's NIPSCO. NIPSCO released a bunch of shit basically saying like, hey, these are the places that's gonna be, you know, getting power back. When I went on the website too, because I saw it for myself, they didn't have Hammond on there. They didn't have when Hammond was gonna get their shit. They didn't have Munster. They didn't have East Chicago. They didn't have Gary. Like none of these places was on the list of when they was getting. And mind you, the list said people was getting their power back today on the 18th, and then the next people was the 19th, and they didn't. Like Dyer was getting their shit back. Is getting their shit back. Dyer. They really is getting a lot of the white people shit. They said they had the police station. The police station had power, and nobody else had power.
Wow. Just so the police station can go and not help people.
As people are stealing generators.
People are stealing generators, so that's what they're doing. They're catching the criminals, stealing the generators. You know, maybe they wouldn't be stealing the fucking generators if they had fucking power.
Or like, why don't we give the police power so that the police can go in their shed and open up all those extra generators they got sitting out, and then go hand those out in the community?
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible, bro, what's happening in Gary. And I think people don't actually understand that. Like, I think the longest power outage I've ever been in is like 3 days.
Yeah, like 3-4 days.
Like, yeah, like
those used to happen when we were kids.
Nigga, 7, 8, 9 days is ridiculous.
Everything.
No, it's ridiculous.
Everything in your fridge freezer is now spoiled.
Yeah.
This morning, thousands of residents in Gary
stealing everything.
And parts of northwest Indiana still struggling without power after a violent storm ravaged the area 2 weeks ago today.
First world country, by the way, but it's not.
Now, the governor calling for a state investigation.
It just is not conceivable in any way what is going on.
Mary Cinco now forced to stay at a city shelter, her home damaged by the storm, and with no electricity, caring for her health is impossible.
Without power, I can't take my breathing treatments.
Thousands left in the dark, including Regina Gary, still without power. She spent the past 2 weeks hunting for food and ice to keep her diabetic mother's medication cold.
That's scary for me because I don't want to make her sick.
I can't believe they would allow this deeply anti-Semitic news coverage.
Thank you.
Demanding funds for Gary, Indiana.
Give us a moment. We're gonna raid
in their
someone.
plight. Those funds could go to Israel.
Just a second. Let's see. Whom shall we raid? What the fuck? Someone's having a chud.
Do you guys remember when Texas?
Oh, I did not do that properly. We are going to raid. Maybe. The music is so good. Right. We'll raid Ray K. I've decided. Go help Ray K. They're awesome. Really great person. Say hi from me. And thank you everyone for watching. I shall wish you all a lovely evening and so on and so forth. I look forward to seeing you all again very soon. Inshallah. Take care and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are. See you next time. Assalamu alaikum.
Shimon, how's it going? What were you playing? The Last Spell. I don't know that game. What's up, Raiders? Chat, go follow Shimon for awesome, amazing, cozy, informative streams. Hi, Shimon. How's it going? How was your stream? What were you doing? What were you up to? Know what, Shimon? I just realized you're not VIP'd in here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm doing this. Oh, damn it. It's not VIPing you guys. Shit. 1 second. It's like roguelite strategy.